Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 9 SFA. Chapter 271. The battle begins. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, at this time Pudding did not know. All her words were heard by Sanji, who was hiding in the room. As a person with transparent fruit ability, how could Sanji not sneak into his fiancé's room? And, since he is his fiancé, he also has this right. Anyway, his heart was persuading himself like this. So, since the dream of sneaking into the girl's bathroom, Sanji finally achieved his life goal of sneaking into a girl's room. However, the cost of accomplishing this goal is enormous. After seeing the true face of Pudding, Sanji is like being struck by lightning. That gentle, beautiful girl. The real face turned out to be so evil. He was lost for a moment. However, fortunately, he did not reveal his existence. Afterwards, after finding an opportunity to leave Pudding's room, back in the palace of Germa, seeing the lost Sanji, Reiju asked curiously, "Where have you been?" Sanji then told Reiju everything he heard. When Pudding was talking to himself in the room, he had already told all of the four emperors' Big Mom's conspiracy. The so-called political marriage is actually fake. Auntie just wants Germa's technology. And on the day of the wedding, Pudding will shoot and kill Sanji. Advertisement. Then, everyone in Germa will be killed on the spot at the wedding scene. Any wedding is fake. Hearing Sanji's narration, Reiju was also sluggish. She did not expect that the marriage that her father was thinking of. It turned out to be such a ridiculous conspiracy. The ambition he was looking forward to, the union he wanted, was nothing but a dream. The four emperors don't look down on you at all. Just want your tech power. Well, but that's fine, and it would be great if Germa could cover this incident. Reiju then smiled lightly. Sanji was in a hurry. Sister, you can't be stupid enough to bury them with them. Reiju gave Sanji a deep look. My stupid Aududo, don't look at me like that to you. In fact, I have done a lot of bad things with them all these years. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for atonement given to me by God, to accompany Germa to die together. This is my destiny. Sanji opened his mouth. Want to say something. In the end, however, I couldn't say it. What he meant to say was, Luffy, they're going to attack Big Mom. Germa will not necessarily perish by then. However, these things he can't say now. It's not that I don't trust Reiju. I'm just afraid that if the news leaks, it may bring serious consequences to the partners. After all, there are many ways to eavesdrop in this world. What's more, the territory of Big Mom, how could the other party not monitor them? Time passed by minute. Preparations for the tea party continued. Finally, it was time to hold a tea party. On this day, Bej was in charge of the security of the tea party. At the same time, he also took advantage of his position to complete his own arrangement. At this moment, the Cake City has become a place isolated from the outside world. Advertisement. Once the fight starts, they will not be able to contact the reinforcements outside for a short period of time. And the people from the Dark World invited by the Ant also came to the Cake Island one after another. And was received by Auntie's eldest son, Charlotte Perospero. Charlotte Perospero, the candy minister of the Big Mom Pirates, the one who licks the fruit, is in charge of Candy Island, and is a big pirate with a bounty of 700 million Baileys. The most distinctive feature of Perospero is that he holds a lollipop cane, his tongue is very long and droops on his chin, and he licks the lollipop cane in his hand from time to time. He used his ability to create a candy staircase leading to Cake City. Send these invited bigwigs of the Dark World to Cake City. Big news, Morgans, simply put, he is responsible for the newspapers that people around the world read every day. Can be said to be the first person to control public opinion. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, in charge of the entertainment sector of the Dark World. What people don't know is that his real identity is a member of the CPO. Yuzuri, Feld, as his name suggests, was mainly a loan shark. The others are also prominent figures in the Dark World. But no matter how prominent they are, in today's situation, it's just a small role. Among them, only Morgans and Stussy are the two most crucial characters. One of them is bright and the other is dark. Morgans is without a doubt the most powerful person. Even if he wrote in tomorrow's paper that 4 emperors Big Mom choked to death while eating. The newspaper will also be distributed. Of course, the consequence may be that he is hunted down by the ant. But this is enough to show how much energy he has. And another Stussy. On the surface, it seems to be just an ordinary Dark World Emperor. But its other identity is worth pondering. CPO, she represents the top power of world government. The strongest shield of celestial dragons. This time I came here as an eyeliner for celestial dragons. Of course, no one else knows her true identity. So far, the preparations for the tea party have been completed. Cake City is closed, and no outsiders are allowed to enter. Bej and others stood outside the city gate. Advertisement. He released Luo. Now it's up to you. Whether you can lead the generals away, and how many troops you can lead away, are crucial to the next battle. Bej said to Luo. Luo suddenly entered the Cake City. After a while, there was a commotion inside. And Luo quickly ran out. Chased out as the third daughter of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Armand. Contrary to Bej's expectations, this man is not a star. However, the strength is not bad. Looks like you've been underestimated, Luo. Bej took a deep look at Luo, who was far away. It seems that the first plan of the operation has failed. But, not a big problem. If his plan is successful, he can directly decapitate Big Mom. Others will fall apart in an instant. Think here. Bej took his partner into the Cake City with Zhao Zhao. At this time, the Cake City did not see any difference at all. The ant sat at the table with a calm expression on her face. Talking with the leaders of the dark world with a smile. Hey, I really surprised you just now. I didn't expect that the original Shichibukai would break into my territory and come to such a core position, but since his ability can move in space, everything can be explained. Got through. Ant seems to have completely ignored Luo's assassination. On the contrary, the leaders of the dark world were a little surprised and puzzled. Why did Luo of the former Shichibukai come to assassinate you, Linlin? Stussy asked. Stussy looks very young. However, the name of the ant is very intimate, and it looks more like a girlfriend. And Linlin also quickly Kaido. Well, I don't know, 35. Morgans on the side interjected. Hasn't this Luo already formed an alliance with the Straw Hat Boy? Since he's here, does that mean that the Straw Hat crew has also arrived at Cake Island? Chapter 272 The Tea Party begins. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Morgan's guess made Auntie take it seriously. Straw Hat crew. So, that 2 billion kid will come too. Big Mom looks at Morgans. In an instant, Hockey of the Emperor-level powerhouse was revealed without a doubt. Morgan suddenly felt a little inexplicable in his heart. He is so light. A member of the Dark World sitting next to him, directly foaming at the mouth, lost consciousness. It's scary. Is this the Hockey of the 4 Emperors level? Morgan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Just looking at it, I was actually timid. If the other party explodes with all his strength, I am afraid that even himself will lose consciousness. 2 billion. Stussy glanced at Morgans with a thoughtful look on his face. As the CPO, she knows more about Suyi than anyone here. Whether it's defeating Admiral and the Marshal, or having a method that can seal other people's abilities, and the rare phantom species devil fruit. 177 This man is definitely an extremely dangerous character. Would you like to report this information to headquarters? Stussy thought to himself. Originally, she came to the tea party just to get the latest information from the Big Mom pirates. After all, Germa is going to marry the ant's daughter. If this marriage comes to pass, Germa's technological power is bound to fall into the hands of the ant. Advertisement. And Germa is likely to use Big Mom's power to return to North Blue. And, more importantly, Germa was originally a member of the world government. If this is married to the ant, world government will definitely delist him. This is another big event that shocked the world. Also, that's why Morgans is here. But now, Luo's appearance indicates that Straw Hat crew is likely to come to Big Mom's territory. What is their purpose? Stussy knew that the black-footed Sanji of Straw Hat crew was brought back by Big Mom's beach. So, Is it possible that the Straw Hat crew is here to rescue Blackfoot Sanji? My mind is full of thoughts. But the ant continued. Could it be that? You want to steal my wedding cake? Who would be alone for such a thing? A group of emperors of the dark world complained. But Big Mom quickly said, the Straw Hat crew is probably in the mix, who's going to find them out? At this time, Charlotte Snugger, one of the 4 dessert stars, stood up. Mom, let me go. A smile suddenly appeared on the face of the ant. As expected of my son, it's really reliable. Hurry up, if you miss the wedding, I won't leave you a cake. Well. Snag left, chasing directly in the direction Luo left. Trafalgar Law, what is your purpose here? Snug quickly caught up with Luo. At this time, Luo has come to the town below the Cake Island. First, there was Armand to kill, and now there is a dessert star. Advertisement. Luo can be said to be in crisis. But this is also in line with this battle plan. If you want to know, catch me talking. Luo showed a provocative smile. Immediately angered Snug and Armand. Did your mother call you here? Armand is obviously dissatisfied with the appearance of Snug. I feel like I'm not being trusted. And Snag nodded. Directly acknowledged this. Well, since it's my mother's order, I have nothing to say. Armand suddenly increased the frequency of his attacks. It seems to be deliberately trying to get power. Snug naturally does not allow the other party to take away his credit. After all, he is a dessert star. If there is a 5 general star, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? 2 people pissed off. Of course it was bitter. Luo had to use all his powers to escape. On the other hand, Bej learned that one of the 4 generals was actually sent to chase Luo. Immediately in my heart, it's the rhythm to get things done. Luo not only led away a general, and additionally led Armand away. Advertisement. To know that Armand's swordsmanship is not to be underestimated. Even if he fights himself, there is no guarantee that he will win. Grandma's table. Germa's people are all injured. When the ant saw this, she smiled unkindly. Well, I heard that you had a little accident, and were injured. Kaji didn't know the real purpose of Big Mom at this time. I still thought that I would be truly united with the Big Mom pirates. At this time, although he was wrapped in bandages. But with a smile on his face. You don't have to worry about such trivial matters, said Gage. Well, I knew you would say that, and he smiled indifferently. Everyone is here, the tea party is about to start. Ant suddenly waved at this moment. The entire Cake City suddenly became active. The stools, tables, and even the decorations on the roadside here are actually Hormies, and the Hormies sang at this moment. Is a festive tone. And the focus of this tea party, wedding cake, is also a grand debut. At the same time, Sanji and Pudding are also on the rise. It was a political marriage, and from now on, we are one family. The ant doesn't care about putting the word political marriage on her lips. And her eyes drifted to the wedding cake from time to time. This seems to be her focus. The rest, what daughter Mary, what Germa. It doesn't matter at the moment. Chapter 273. The whole team is dispatched. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, almost all the core members of the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirates gathered in Cake City. And the Emperors of the Dark World also gathered here to celebrate the happy event of the 4 Emperors Ants family. And when the wedding cake appeared, Sanji and Pudding appeared. The tea party is even more superb. It seemed that there was only the bride and groom's vowed kiss, and the cake. And in this situation, no one noticed, a figure appeared before the 4 Emperors Big Mom's table at some point. At this moment, let alone Big Mom didn't notice this person's sudden appearance. Even Katakuri's top-level visionary who could foresee the future was unaware of what was about to happen. It stands to reason that such a thing cannot happen at all. No one can simultaneously invalidate the 4 emperors and the 2 top hockeys for the foreseeable future. However, there is still someone in this world who can do it. Among the people present, a total of 2 people can do this. One is Sanji, who is acting as the bridegroom. His transparent fruit has awakened. If he uses his power to the ultimate, he can enter a state that even observation hockey cannot perceive. The other one is Su Yi. Su Yi was already standing beside Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy. Stussy noticed that Su Yi had to show up. Just to see who the man who suddenly broke into the table where Ant was sitting. The man suddenly picked up a picture frame next to Karakura money. Advertisement. Quote. Stussy's pupils shrank. There's nothing wrong with that photo frame. At this moment, Su Yi also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Katakuri suddenly turned around and looked in Su Yi's direction, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. How is it possible that the photo frame suddenly flew out of thin air and shattered without anyone's intervention? When he saw with his naked eyes that it was Su Yi who picked up the frame. The whole person was stunned for a moment. And it was this moment that made him completely lose the last chance to restore the photo frame. Click. I saw Su Yi raise the photo frame in his hand, and broke it into two halves with a little force. In the photo frame, a woman who looks to be in her 60s or 70s is smiling and smoking a cigarette. And as the frame shattered, Auntie's attention finally moved back from the wedding cake. In an instant, the aunt's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, the music of the tea party came to an abrupt end. All eyes were on Su Yi. The nun's frame was broken. It's over. The last time someone just accidentally dropped the photo frame on the ground, my mother was angry. The aunt's children stared at this unknown stranger in shock and anger. I don't know who gave him the courage to break the nun's photo frame. There is no doubt that this person must have come well prepared, otherwise he would not have broken the photo frame so important to his mother in such a targeted manner. Morgans and Stussy next to Su Yi were already sluggish. The two of them naturally recognized Su Yi's appearance immediately. Advertisement. Just. When did this man come? Why would you do such a thing? The two were unknown. Are you crazy? You actually broke into the territory of the four emperors. Morgans was the first to respond. Stussy is the collision of countless thoughts in my heart. But with her rational, thinking brain, she couldn't imagine what Su Yi would do. The aunt's children, at this time, are looking at Ant with sweat profusely. Don't know what will happen next. Thump. Suddenly. In this silence, Su Yi stepped on the table. At this moment, it seems that there are only two people at this table, he and the ant. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. Su Yi's words were spread out so clearly that everyone present could hear them clearly. Big Mom, we're here to take your head. At the same time. At some point behind him, Bej appeared. And just when his voice was not finished, Bej's body suddenly opened door after door. Figures came out one after another. Appeared on both sides of Su Yi. And the last person flew directly to the table. Make a mess of the delicate food on the table. Advertisement. Big Mom, I'm here to beat you. This person is Luffy. What? Stole all the limelight from me. Su Yi angrily withdrew his feet. However, the people on both sides of him directly shocked the others on the spot. Phoenix Marco, Fire Fist Ace, Diamond Yoja. The three leaders of the Whitebeard pirates have appeared. If Whitebeard were still alive, then the three corresponding to the Desert 4 level combat power. And Beast's pirates Big Kanban level combat power. Besides, also appearing are several people from Straw Hat Crew. But not all of them are here at this time. Besides Zoro and Sanji. Everyone else went to find the historical text. Mother. However, at this time, the ant did not care about the sudden appearance of the crowd. She was almost dazzled, and the world in front of her was almost nothing but the broken nun's photo frame. Scenes of memories emerge in my mind. The memories of being abandoned, the memories of being adopted, and finally everyone disappeared. She is the only one left in this world. Mother, where have you been? Big Mom clung to the broken frame. His vision turned black. Chapter 274 Su Yi vs Katakuri. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Oops, Mom is going to get out of control. Katakuri couldn't stop the shattering of the photo frame. Suddenly found something. The pupils shrank suddenly. And soon, what he foreseed happened. I saw the ant suddenly covered her head and let out a terrifying scream at the same time. This scream engulfed Conqueror's Haki and swept the entire Cake City directly. Like a 10-level typhoon. Everything around Auntie was blown away. The combination of the terrifying conquerors and the sound directly made everyone present lose their ability to move. Even Katakuri, Smoothie and Cracker among the 4 generals. But 177. Suyi and others are all right. They had anticipated this situation in advance. So everyone brought earplugs. At this time, I can just resist the screams of my aunt. But conquerors can't stop it. But these people are not afraid of each other's conquerors. It's going. Suyi gestured to a few people behind him. Then, he took care of himself to find his opponent. The strength will only be improved in the duel with the master. Suyi doesn't plan on a quick fight. There are rare masters here, and for him, it is simply a suitable training object. And his first opponent was also the most threatening Katakuri among the people present. Advertisement. Katakuri, waxy fruit capable. At the same time, he also cultivated the top observation haki. Just now he was the only one who foresaw that the frame could be destroyed. But, because Suyi used absolute to hide himself, block the other party's knowledge and color. Therefore, whether it is ordinary seeing, or seeing the future that can foresee the future, can't see Suyi's real body. The only thing that can be seen is the magical sight of the picture frame floating by itself. You are demon hunter Suyi. Katakuri looked at Suyi with an ugly look. At this time, the ant's screaming continued. Except for Suyi and others wearing earplugs, others are suffering terrifying injuries all the time. And Katakuri soon found something on Suyi's ear. Immediately, I made a bunch of earplugs for myself with the ability of glutinous fruit. While wearing it for myself, I also distributed it to other siblings. Finally comfortable. After Katakuri put on earplugs. Finally, I no longer bear the screaming attack of my aunt. And Suyi also launched the attack immediately. Boom. He stomped hard on the ground. The figure turned into an afterimage and killed Katakuri. Katakuri's pupils shrank. Seems to have seen a dire future. 9-headed rice cake. 35. He launched his strongest move for the first time. Advertisement. I saw that huge donuts suddenly appeared around him. From the ring part in the middle of these donuts suddenly stretched out rectangular rice cake arms. These mochi arms are huge and have black armament haki attached to them. Bang bang bang. 9 arms attacked Suyi at the same time, blocking all his possible paths. And Suyi didn't use haki at all at this time. Just hit Katakuri with a pure fist. Dong dong dong. Countless fists were matched against Katakuri's strange power rice cake. To Katakuri's surprise, Suyi blocked his conquerors without the slightest haki's fist. It hurts. However, Suyi didn't last long. It turned out to be a costume. Katakuri was speechless for a while. I thought how powerful Suyi was. Able to resist his attacks with pure flesh. Even his mother doesn't have that idleness. Can't you be armed? It shouldn't be. Katakuri thought to himself. Suddenly armament haki was attached to Suyi's fist. Katakuri's mouth twitched inexplicably. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Obviously see a more bad future. Hey. Just kidding. Just as he pondered in his heart. Suyi's second attack has arrived. Advertisement. Iron Fist. The unpretentious punch slammed into a rice cake arm. The Niangao collapsed softly like a real Niangao. Dong dong dong. Just a fight. Katakuri's 9-headed rice cakes were smashed. However, Suyi's attack did not stop at all. The glutinous ball is chanting. A gleam of light flashed in Katakuri's eyes. Suddenly, a large number of donuts appeared from the sky, sides and the ground. And out of the donut there were strips of black arms. They attacked Suyi in unison. This exaggerated number, each arm has terrifying strength, and the coverage of armed colors. It can be said that it is more terrifying than the 4.9 flying guns. More importantly, the opponent's attack power is comparable to Luffy's 4th gear. Suyi naturally doesn't care about being too big. I saw him put on a stance, brazenly facing the incoming fist attacks. He also returned countless fist shadows. The collision of forces between the two sides was completed in an instant. At this moment, outsiders finally saw the scene of the two fighting. I have to say, this scene is really spectacular. But people are still more concerned about the state of the ant. She was still screaming. Never seems to stop. But Bej and others are already close to Auntie. Luffy is also standing in front of Big Mom. Chapter 275 Luffy vs Ant. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, the ant's screams have also stopped. I saw that the Emperor of the Sea was kneeling on the ground weakly at this moment, like a lost woman. And her skin, which was supposed to be tougher than steel, was scratched at this time. Luffy saw this with a thoughtful look. It turns out that the ant is not so strong in her own body. But because of the existence of haki. If the average person's haki is an active and continuous skill that can be triggered only when you want to use it, then anti is tantamount to having a passive haki skill. Can be released continuously, even while sleeping. Of course, this constant haki is not Big Mom's strongest haki, it's just part of it. And when the ant's spirit collapsed, her haki will naturally collapse too. At this time, the layer of haki 14, painting, that constantly shrouded its body disappeared. At this moment, it can be said that anti is the weakest moment. Before Luffy was preparing for the battle, Suyi had clearly told him that he would definitely not be able to beat Big Mom. Even if it is desperate, even if it is the price of life, Luffy is definitely not the opponent of Big Mom. If Luffy wants to become stronger, he needs to fight with someone who is a rank higher than him and defeat the opponent to become stronger. Ant is not. Ant has surpassed Luffy by several ranks. Not at all the current opponent he can defeat. However, in order to get back Sanji, in order to resolve the crisis of those old friends in East Blue. Advertisement. Luffy must beat Big Mom. Even if some means are used for this. If Sanji doesn't attend the tea party, then East Blue's Sea Restaurant will be destroyed. So he must attend. And the key to Luffy's defeat of Big Mom is the photo frame with the nun's photo. If there is no tea party, this picture frame will not be put out. So, whether it's from East Blue's perspective, or from the perspective of beating Big Mom, it is necessary for Sanji to participate in the tea party and for the tea party to be held smoothly. And Luffy's last stubbornness was to defeat Andy himself at the tea party. Fourth gear. Finally, Luffy unleashed what he had cultivated over the course of 2 years. I saw him covering his arms with armed colors. Then blow air into the muscles. Go all out, Luffy. In my mind, I recalled Su Yi's exhortation. Luffy, who successfully transformed into a bouncy man, continued to blow. This time, it's blowing into the bone. The power of the fourth gear plus the third gear made Luffy's body bear a huge price in an instant. And then, Luffy directly let the armed color flow on his fist. Oops. Advertisement. At this moment, Katakuri, who was fighting fiercely with Su Yi, instantly predicted the future in the near future. But he couldn't stop it at all. Even because of this momentary distraction, Su Yi was punched. Boom. Katakuri instantly felt dizzy in his brain. And his fruit ability has also been stolen by Su Yi at this moment. Your ability belongs to me. At this moment, Su Yi made no secret of his ability to seal the abilities of others at will. On the other hand, the other generals and the good sons and daughters of Anti also participated in the battle one after another. However, they were all stopped by Zoro and others. Zoro stopped Smoothie with his sword. Smoothie's abilities Bej has told Zoro in advance. Those with the ability to squeeze fruit can squeeze juice inside the target. Diamond Yoja versus Cracker. Ace stopped everyone else. Woo-hoo-hoo. The flames directly demarcated a line. Since most of the abilities of the Big Mom pirates are related to desserts, many people are afraid of fire. It is impossible to break through the defense line of Ace at all. Advertisement. Among them, only one was killed without fear of Ace's flame. Charlotte Owen, the hot fruit person, can raise the temperature of her body, even affect the things around her, and even boil the sea into scalding boiling water. And his ability is undoubtedly unafraid of the flame of Ace. Ace suddenly became serious when he saw that someone could resist his own flames without using the armed color. On the other hand, Luffy's attack has come to the big 180 Mom. The combination of the fourth gear and the third gear, plus emission, slammed into the face of the unsuspecting and collapsed ant. Boom. In just an instant, the ant's hill-like body full of oppression was blasted out. A lot of blood gushed out, and the bridge of Ant's nose collapsed, which was actually injured by Luffy. Slam-la. The ant's body smashed into a piece of the house under the shocked eyes of everyone, and then fell into the rubble. Steam leaked from the corner of Luffy's mouth, temporarily canceling his fourth gear. Finished. At this moment, it's not just Luffy who thinks so. Even Ant's good sons and daughters think the same way. Slam la. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly stood up among the rubble. The Ant's face was covered in blood, and her eyes had regained clarity, but at this moment, her expression was full of anger. Grass katakana middle dot hat katakana middle dot small katakana middle dot child. Chapter 276. You call this 600 million. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's so awesome. At this moment, Luffy finally saw the horror of the four emperors. Fourth gear combined with third gear, plus one blow from emission. In addition, the Ant just now is already in a very weak state. There is no protection of armed color at all. And this blow even failed to kill Anti in seconds. Luffy suddenly realized what Su Yi meant by full force. But the Ant at the moment is not as good as Luffy imagined. Only she herself knew how painful the punch just now was. It nearly shattered her bones and nearly knocked her unconscious. But now her haki has recovered and her consciousness has stabilized. Zeus, Prometheus. The Ant called twice. Then he ignored it, holding the flame in one hand, like a scorching sun across the sky. One-handed Master Thunder, like the wrath of Thor. The power of both hands hit Luffy at the same time. Not well known. Advertisement. Luffy is the rubber guy. Thunder and lightning are useless to him at all. And Big Mom's flame attack can't compare to the ace who ate Mara Mara fruit. That is, to play a role in special occasions. It is basically ineffective in the face of strong battles. So, Luffy started the combination of fourth gear and third gear again. Bravely slammed with Ant's fists. Plus he doesn't need to touch Big Mom's fist at all. Big Mom's fire attack is ineffective. This collision between the two sides ended in a narrow victory for Luffy. Mom. How come? This kid actually has this kind of power. You say he only has a mere 600 million. At this moment, all the good sons and daughters of the Ant who witnessed this battle were immediately shocked on the spot. At first glance, the power that Luffy displayed was no less than that of the four emperors. However, there are still a few real masters who saw through Luffy's ability to be strong in the outside world. No, this state of the Straw Hat is very exhausting, he can't support it for long, and the Ant has not exerted his real strength. 99. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy has taken refuge in a safe area in Cake City for some time, and analyzes the current situation. On the side, Morgans took out the camera he carried with him and began to shoot. Click. And click. Advertisement. As he was filming, he kept saying, "Oh, it's incredible, this is big news, Straw Hat Crew, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Gangster Beige and the former Shichibukai Trafalgar Law actually sneaked into the Queen's house. The castle is fighting fiercely with the Queen and her forces, and the Straw Hat Boy has the combat power to match the four emperors." Stussy glanced at Morgans. Lin will kill you if you report like that. 35. Morgans smiled sinisterly. In the face of major news, what is this risk, not to mention? Speaking of which, the battle situation below suddenly changed drastically. I saw that Ace suddenly turned into a huge fireball, suspended in midair, and then slowly landed among the good children of Ant. This is a range attack, and everyone can't escape. As for Charlotte Owen, who had just broken through the wall of fire and came to fight with Ace, she was seriously injured and fell to the ground, as if she had been defeated by Ace. Run. It's so hot, it feels like it's going to melt. 39. Is this the power of Fire Fist? 35. Ant's good children couldn't escape at all, and they were covered by the fire that fell from the sky. The sound stopped abruptly. In the distance, the Ant who witnessed this scene was almost stunned. She has worked so hard to give birth to a child for half her life, but at this moment, it was all wiped out by Ace. She was so angry that she almost went mad. And at the moment, Sanji and Pudding, who are above the wedding cake, are also stunned. Originally, the two should be the protagonists of this tea party. It's just that the sudden outbreak of war made everyone ignore them. And after Sanji saw Pudding's third eye. Advertisement. The kind of heartfelt appreciation shown as to make Pudding break the defense in an instant. Growing up, because of this third eye, she was disliked and hated by her own mother and siblings. This gives her two personalities. On the surface she is very gentle and sensible. What he secretly shows in front of his relatives is the evil side. And this side is not a disguise made to survive, just like Reiju. Now, Sanji, the first man in her life who truly appreciates her looks, has made her truly experience what love is. She also broke the defense instantly. The one who got the money. At this time, the Cake City was in chaos. Big Mom is injured and stands with Luffy. 4 generals removed 2 of the stars, and the situation of the remaining 2 at the moment was not optimistic at all. As for the rest of the fighters of the Big Mom pirates, they were caught in a sea of fire at this time, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The originally unshakable 4 Emperors regiment had turned into a situation at this time. Far away, Stussy looked at Morgans. What's more, seeing this fierce battle scene, Morgan suddenly screamed, and the camera in his hand kept making the sound of pressing the shutter. Whether the Big Mom pirates will exist in the future is still unknown. This is really big news, it's really worth it to come today. Chapter 277 Ghost Chi 9 Swords vs Smoothie. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How dare you do this step? We are the dignified 4 Emperors pirates, it's unforgivable. Seeing the pirate group that is almost like a desperate situation. The 2 of the 4 generals who were still able to fight immediately started to rage. Cracker kept clapping his hands as he made this prescribed action. Pieces of biscuits were created out of thin air and assembled into a statue of Cookie Knight. Each of these biscuit knights has 8 arms, 6 of which hold long swords and 2 hold biscuit shields. Armament hockey is attached to each knight's shield. It can be said that each knight's combat power is super strong. And the number of knights is still increasing. Just a few breaths of effort have reached an astonishing dozens. In the face of this amazingly hard Cookie Knight, Joe's wrought his own body with diamonds. Hit hard. Click. The super hard Cookie Knight was suddenly hit and smashed. And Joe's also has amazing strength. Like a little giant like Biscuit Knight body, he can hit several times with one punch. Cracker was taken aback by this scene. His proud biscuit rides 180. Whether it is hardness or size, it is vulnerable in front of the opponent. It can be said that it has no resistance. At last, Joe's slammed into Cracker's front. Cracker can only bite the bullet. Advertisement. Holding the famous knife, Pretzel, with the strongest armed color, he stabbed it fiercely. And Joe's also greeted the past with a body attached to diamonds. The collision between the diamond and the sword tip made a crisp sound. Ding. Cracker gritted his teeth. Josh had a solemn face. His arm suddenly exerted strength, and his muscles swelled instantly. Immediately afterwards, Cracker felt a strange force strike. He actually felt that he couldn't resist, and his arms started to tremble uncontrollably. His face twisted and he resisted with all his might. However, Jaws' strength is really terrifying. With the aura of covering everything, he shoved the famous knife in Cracker's hand fiercely. Yeah, Cracker made a strange cry. Immediately, the famous sword in his hand was bounced off, and he let go. And Jaws' fist, the size of a sandbag, was slapped on his face fiercely. Kacha, kacha, kacha. As if crushing cookies with iron body, Cracker felt his bones being crushed mercilessly. In an instant, he flew upside down like an unloaded cannonball, and hit the castle directly behind. With the rumbling sound that penetrated the wall, Cracker couldn't stand up again, and outside he used biscuit fruit. The created Cookie Knights lost consciousness one after another and stopped moving. Dessert 4 will be the star, has gone to the 3rd. On the other side, Zoro and Smoothie's battle continues. After the initial fight, Zoro already has a basic understanding of his opponent. Smoothie is the one who squeezes the fruit. Can squeeze the liquid out of the living or dead. Advertisement. And these squeezed liquids can also be controlled by her. For example, controlling these liquids, issuing slashes. Or let the body absorb it and become a little giant. At the same time, her strength will also increase. Besides, it is worth mentioning that Smoothie has long-legged ancestry. With 2 long legs. For those who use swords, the strength of the legs, beej, is crucial. The explosive power brought about by the strength of the legs, waist, and whole body is the source of the swordsman's strength. Smoothie has this advantage. The force of the slashing cut is terrifying. Its speed is also very terrifying. and after using the fruit power to increase his size. On the premise that the speed is not affected, the strength has been raised to a new level. This puts a lot of pressure on Zoro. Although he has been practicing hard for 2 years. But he knew in his heart. If you simply compete for strength, I am afraid that he is not the opponent of Smoothie. 3 Swords Profound Truth, Great Thousand World. Base. With a sword chi swept across the ground. Zoro brushes past Smoothie. Puff. A gap appeared on Zoro's arm instantly, and blood spurted out. Advertisement. He got down on one knee. A few drops of sweat dripped from his forehead. Smoothie turned around with a dignified expression, and she frowned at the famous knife in her hand. She wasn't hurt just now. But at this moment, there is a terrifying gap on the blade of the famous sword. The gap was about the same size and depth as the one she had just cut in Zoro. For a swordsman, the sword itself is more important than one's own life. You don't seem to know that. Zoro stood up at this time. The wound seemed to be bleeding out. At this moment, his eyes were full of sharpness. Ghost Chi, 9 Swords Style, Ashura, Sword Drawing, Dead Man Play. At this moment, he seemed to be in the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 knives turned into 9 knives. Demon Knife. Smoothie looked solemn and did not dare to be careless. From the other party's body, she already smelled the breath of death. Armed color covers the long sword in hand. Puff. A gust of wind blew by. Zoro passed through Smoothie's tall frame like a ghost. Without any doubt, the famous knife in Smoothie's hand suddenly broke. And his body shot out 8 blood lines in an instant. Smoothie groaned, feeling the piercing chill of the knife's edge. She fell to her knees weakly, unable to get up again. Chapter 278 Elbaf's Gun. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this point, the dessert 4 stars, all solved. Since the start of the war, Bej, who has not yet started the battle, saw a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he roared frantically in his heart. Hey! Just kidding, this kind of terrifying combat power has already reached or even surpassed the level of the 4 Emperor's regiment, and even sneaking in sneakily is really overkill. 5. At this time, the power of the ant who was still standing on the field. Only the ant and the other people who were drowned in the sea of fire and whose life and death were unknown. The ant glanced at the situation on the field. I saw the 3 generals who fell to the ground. She snorted immediately. It's really incompetent. You actually lost to these guys. What are you doing for dessert? 99. She was not at all flustered. Instead, he still looked like he was winning. Big Mom. Luffy kills again at this time. The combination of the 4th gear and the 3rd gear slammed the ant fiercely. Big Mom has seen before that lightning and flames are not very effective against Luffy. So, she did not use the power of Zeus and Prometheus this time. But took off the hat on his head. Napoleon. She snorted. The triangle hat suddenly grew a blade and turned into a long knife. The long knife also has a face and a mouth. Hoo-oh. Armament hockey is attached to the entire blade. Boom. Napoleon and Luffy's fists collide instantly. Advertisement. Stripes of black lightning spread out unscrupulously like broken mirrors. At the same time, the thick clouds in the sky turned out to be a gully that kept rolling upwards. Luffy growled incessantly in his throat. Black lightning is constantly born and disillusioned. It turned out to be conquerors. You little bastard can do this. Auntie saw the black lightning, and the blade and fist that did not collide. Blue veins on forehead. It seems to be violent, and it seems to be exerting force. Go to hell. Suddenly her pupils shrank. A powerful hockey burst out. Weegwo. Boom. Conquerors was blasted out like a cannonball. Luffy felt an overwhelming force coming. At the same time, he found that his armed color was almost unable to defend against the opponent's attack. Have to strengthen the consumption of the armed color to resist the attack of the opponent's conquerors. Oh. Luffy growled continuously, releasing almost all haki. Kacha. At this moment, the black lightning became clearer. Conqueror's entanglement. You boy, you're quite talented. Ant saw that Luffy suddenly realized the stunt of tyranny. Immediately upset. 18. Advertisement. However, she turned around. A surging force poured out of his body. You're still young. Il ba Fuji gun. Boom. Luffy flew out suddenly. With him as the center, the surrounding houses and ground were wiped out by a terrifying force. And plowed out a ravine of hundreds of meters. In the end, Luffy smashed 3 buildings before finally stopping. Puff. Luffy's mouth began to leak. Like a broken balloon. Luffy can't hold back anymore. Moreover, his haki has been embarrassed because of overuse. Contrary to Auntie, it looked like he didn't know what to do. It seemed like he could fight Luffy for 3 more days and 3 nights. For flowers. She turned around angrily. For Su Yi et al. I come. A faint blue figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The Phoenix Margao came suddenly and started to fight with the ant. Phoenix Seal. But seeing his legs bent, the 2 claws overlapped, aiming at Napoleon in the hands of the ant. Advertisement. Margot. Whitebeard is already dead, what are you Whitebeard remnants coming out to mess with? The ant dragged Napoleon to a slash. Clang. The attacks from both sides collided. Marco gritted his teeth. 0. Is Luffy's younger brother facing such power? Open to me. He stopped drinking. There was a glint in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the Phoenix Seal erupted with all its strength, directly bouncing Napoleon away. And he himself flew out. Woo-hoo-hoo. He kept flapping his wings and barely stopped his figure. She looked at her dignifiedly. And he immediately glanced at Luffy, who was lying in the ruins. Ace's brother, can you still stand up? I'm going to be Big Mom's opponent. Card wipe, card wipe. Suddenly, a crisp sound came. Ant and Marco were stunned. Immediately, the ant saw a scene that broke her heart. I saw the huge wedding cake that exudes a sweet smell like a beautiful castle, like a delicious wedding cake from heaven. At this time, a figure like a maggot was squirming constantly on it, and the soft and sweet tooth foaming cream and the fluffy chiffon cake is constantly swallowed. The ant felt that her heart had never been so painful, nor did she feel so distressed when she saw that many of her good children died unknown. My hyphenation point cake ah. Van. Chapter 279 The Hidden Powerhouse. Long bread. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luffy was lying on the cake, devouring the cake by squirming. However, his belly did not bulge at all, as if it was a bottomless pit greedily absorbing nutrients. But what Auntie cares about is not Luffy's exponentially recovering physical and mental strength. It was the delicious wedding cake that I was thinking of being eaten by others. This is unforgivable, but she didn't dare to be rough with Luffy directly. For fear of ruining the wedding cake. You get me down. Don't stain my wedding cake. 55. Big Mom grabs Luffy. I'm going to eat you. 35. She had planned to eat Luffy with the cake. This will not waste a trace of 180 cake. No way Linlin. He is a power person. You eat him as equivalent to eating a devil fruit. You will die on the spot. Suddenly, an old voice appeared. The most special character of the Big Mom Pirates. Obviously not blood related to the ant. However, the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates, who is like a family member with Big Mom, is Long Bread. Decades ago, he saw with his own eyes the ant eats the nun. And then got the devil fruit ability of the nun. So he knew that if he ate the ability person, he would just eat devil fruit directly. Then I don't know why. But even the strongest Big Mom, even if she is a steel balloon. Even if she has a powerful haki. But once you eat 2 devil fruits, you will still die. Devil fruit is also the poison he has been watching out for when he cooks for Big Mom over the years. Advertisement. Because if you want to assassinate Big Mom, other poisons really might not kill her. But if it's devil fruit, it must be fine. After all, Auntie is also devil fruit's ability. The ant stopped in time. Although she was reckless all her life, she did not listen to persuasion. However, she can still distinguish between life and death matters. But this kid ate my cake. Ant is still angry. Longbread shouted, I'll make it for you as soon as this battle is over. Oh, really? Suddenly, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Longbread. Longbread felt a chill run down the back of his head along his tailbone. When a thought popped into his mind, a hand was already around his neck. Steal. 2 words came out of his mouth. Longbread just feels that something important has left him. For someone like him who uses his ability all year round. Whether there is ability can be clearly felt. And at this moment, he suddenly had a very terrifying thought. Shouldn't his ability be lost? He heard some rumors about Su Yi. At the time, it was just listened to as an anecdote. I didn't expect that when I actually encountered it, I would also have my ability stolen. Then, he suddenly drew the sword from his waist. Advertisement. Suddenly, he stabbed Su Yi with a sword. There is no reward for him in this world. However, as one of the founders of the Big Mom Pirates, the strength of Longbread is actually ignored by many people. When my aunt was less than 10 years old, he has already experienced a pirate career. You know, the place where he was at the time was New World. A pirate who can mingle in New World, no matter how bad it is, has a strength of more than 100 million. After that, he followed the aunt's side to accompany her to fight south and north. Even later joined the Rocks pirate. Been with Whitebeard, Kaido, Golden Lion and many other bigwigs. Then several decades passed, although he is old. But if anyone belittles his abilities, there will be catastrophic consequences. Base. The long sword slashed towards Su Yi's neck. The method of getting up and the movement is unusually flexible. It doesn't look like an old man who is about to turn 100. And Su Yi is the kind of person who can be easily attacked. In between, he suddenly caught the opponent's sword with his hand. Blades suddenly grew on the fingers on one side of the palm. Some armed colors are attached to the blade. Successfully resisted the opponent's sword. Longbread's pupils shrank. This man who defeated Katakuri is really not ordinary. As expected of a man of 2 billion. However, don't underestimate me too much. Advertisement. The Longbread suddenly exerts its strength. Su Yi felt a strange force. His eyes moved, suddenly turned into a half-human half-wolf form. The palm also became thicker than before. The Longbread saber was held in his hand like a fruit knife. He suddenly raised another wolf claw. Raised high and dropped suddenly. Longbread's pupils shrank. If his fruit power is still there, then he can also turn the ground into food 4.9 to resist attacks. But not now. He could only cover his entire body with armed color. Boom. He flew out all over. With just one blow, it smashed 7 or 8 buildings and fell into a pile of rubble. Longbread. Ant's pupils shrank. Then his eyes narrowed. Dragging Napoleon to avenge the Longbread. It's not over yet, your opponent is me. Margao fiercely stood in front of the ant. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the cake beside him. However, the cakes all disappeared at this time. Only a flesh-colored hill was left in place. His eyeballs almost fell out. What the hell is this? Chapter 280 Ant's Invitation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ah, so full. Luffy lay on the ground, motionless. To be honest, eating a cake the size of a castle in one go is beyond the limit for him. When the ant saw this scene, her eyes were about to pop out. She never imagined that such a small body could hold so much food. It was because of this thought that she didn't take the cakes Luffy ate into her eyes at first. So much so that now Luffy ate all of it, which shocked her. In an instant, the hatred of the Longbread being blown away was gone, and only the wedding cake was left in her eyes. Wedding katakana middle dot ceremony katakana middle dot egg katakana middle dot cake. The ant almost ran wild. Her eyes were full of anger, carrying a Napoleon long knife, and walking towards Luffy step by step. Dangerous. Luffy. 35. Margot immediately rushed in front of Luffy and blocked Big Mom. Boom. There was a fierce collision between the two sides, and the angry ant's fighting power soared directly. Even Marl 14 couldn't resist. He was directly kicked out, and then the ant continued to kill Luffy. Wedding cake. 99. Advertisement. Luffy couldn't see Big Mom at this point, because his belly had blocked all his vision. However, he still sensed that a powerful vitality was approaching him, and there was no doubt that this was the ant. Never come near my captain. 39. Su Yi jumped in front of Luffy. He patted Luffy's belly. It's really edible, how long will it take you to digest it? Luffy said with a distressed look. About 30 seconds. Okay, I'll buy you 30 seconds. 55. With a serious look on his face, Su Yi jumped out suddenly, slaying the ant like a ghost. Su Yi. Ant opened her mouth, her tongue drooping to one side, like a terrifying monster. Today I will kill the Straw Hat Boy. No one can stop me. 39. Su Yi quickly changed the form of a human and beast, and soon his body swelled in a circle, but he still looked a little small in front of the ant. However, his aura was not weak at all. He held his tail scythe and slashed at the ant, while shouting, "Noisy! Boo!" Napoleon collided with the tail sickle, and black lightning spread out, but the blades of the two knives did not really touch. This is the collision between emission and tyrant. When the ant saw this, she immediately licked her lips. I didn't expect that a guy like you even has conquerors. Are you willing to condescend to the Straw Hat boat? Why don't you join us? I can consider you to be my man, yo. Su Yi felt a chill in her heart. Advertisement. At the same time increase the strength of the hand. In the end, both sides took a step back. The first collision between Su Yi and Big Mom ended in a draw. But Su Yi knew that Big Mom was definitely more than that. I saw the ant suddenly attaching Prometheus to her hair, and suddenly the ant's hair burned into a head of fire. Then she carried Napoleon to kill again. This time Napoleon not only attached the armed color and conquerors, but also wrapped a layer of flame. The triple damage was directly superimposed together. That's it, then let you see my. Su Yi suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and a gust of wind roared out. Woo-hoo-hoo. The gust of wind directly destroyed everything along the way and blasted away towards the ant. When the ant saw this, her pupils shrank, and she directly used Elbaf's spear. Boom. Conquerors was released, almost like a gust of wind, destroying everything in its path. And when Conquerors collided with the strong wind, a string of black lightning flashed directly. Boom boom boom. A wave of air continued to wash over everything around, and everyone who wanted to get close to this place was directly blown away. Advertisement. The coercion of the conquerors makes the scalp tingle, and the collision of the strong makes the heart chill. In the distance, Stussy and Morgans were both sweating and their pupils shrank. They could not have imagined that such a terrifying existence could exist here, and that a guy of 2 billion could even be on an equal footing with the 4 emperors. Hey, it's not good. This is the top news. Is this the birth of the 5th Sea Emperor in 180? Obviously, Morgans did not think that Luffy had reached the level of the 4 emperors, but this crew member of Luffy definitely had the qualifications to compete with the 4 emperors for hegemony. Even if the opponent loses to the 4 emperors in the end, its potential is extremely terrifying. He quickly took out the camera and wanted to shoot, but as soon as he took it out, the lens of the camera shattered into powder. Morgans was stunned on the spot, stomping his feet and beating his chest in pain. What a great opportunity. What great news. It just disappeared. Not to mention him, even Stussy felt bad for him. Look at the other side of the battlefield. A sea of fire created by Ace's flames was immediately blown out. Shows the situation on the battlefield. However, in the imagination of people outside, the scene of Ant's good sons and daughters being wiped out has not disappeared. Only some people with low strength lie on the ground, their lives and deaths are unknown. Some key figures are missing. Chapter 281 Furious Ant. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace searched carefully. Finally on the ground, he saw a hole. A layer of burnt candy adhered to the surface of the edge of the hole, giving off an unpleasant burnt smell. Obviously, this should be caused by the ability of one of the good sons and daughters of the ant. She opened a passage to the cake castle below through her own ability and rescued others. It really shouldn't be underestimated. After all, he is a member of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Even if his own combat power is not that strong, his ability to adapt and develop devil fruit far exceeds that of ordinary pirates. Ace looked at the hole and pondered for a while. Since they are at Cake City on the top floor of Cake Castle. So in fact, if you dig down, you can dig through the interior of the castle. Ace immediately thought, these guys probably escaped from here. He glanced at the battlefield on the other side, and shouted to Margao, "Margao, I'll leave this to you." At this time, Margao used his ability to heal the injury he had just suffered. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and nodded. Ace immediately turned into a flame and rushed into the hole on the ground. On the other side of the battlefield. The battle between Su Yi and Big Mom continues. Margot flew to Luffy's side, protecting the immobile Luffy. he saw that Luffy's belly had actually shrunk from the beginning. Immediately, he was amazed. What a miraculous body, actually. Before he could finish speaking, Luffy's belly shrank again. Then it shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally returned to normal. Luffy stood up from the ground with a carp kick, and raised his hands high. Yo shi. Recovery. Margao supported his forehead. He felt that he would not be surprised by anything in the future. Luffy went straight into fourth gear and killed Big Mom again. Su Yi stepped back at the right time, and retreated to Margao's side. Where's Ace? Just now, he was so focused on fighting with Big Mom that he didn't pay attention to other situations. At this time, seeing the sea of fire created by Ace and the disappearance of himself, he subconsciously asked. Margot told Su Yi the truth. Su Yi nodded, then he closed his eyes and opened his eyes. I found. Advertisement. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Suddenly it turned into a current and disappeared in place. Margot was surprised for a moment, but then returned to normal. In fact, Su Yi had already revealed some inside information to him before the battle, lest he be too surprised and distracted during the battle. But even if he knew, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart when he saw that someone could have two devil fruit abilities at the same time. If there was anyone he knew who was as strange as Su Yi, it would be Teach. On the other side, after Su Yi turned into electricity, he appeared in a space. This is the basement of Cake City. At this point, Nami and the others had already defeated the guards guarding the place. And, they also found the historical text. Historical text with red road signs. There is also the historical text of the information recorded in normal colors. Seeing Su Yi suddenly appear, Nami and others are very happy. We found it. Historical text. 5. Nami waved his arms at Su Yi. Su Yi nodded. Robin is reading the content of the text at this time. Su Yi directly carried the red road sign history text. Then, in the target of everyone's surprise, he put it into the space of the door fruit. Okay. You stay here first, but Ant's children are likely to run here, so you have to prepare for the battle. I'll go help Luffy and them. Su Yi put down those words and left immediately. When it reappears, he has returned to the battlefield on the roof of Cake Castle. At this point, the battle between Luffy and Big Mom has reached a fever pitch. Luffy in fourth gear is completely pressed and beaten by Auntie. Although Luffy was already very strong at this time. But whether it is physical fitness or the use of haki. In fact, he is not as good as the ant. Just because Luffy can use emission, and the tyranny he just realized. Advertisement. So it won't be killed in one hit. However, in terms of staying power, Luffy is definitely not as good as Big Mom. The true horror of the four emperors was revealed at this time. Luffy's fourth gear can only be used for a few minutes. And if emission and bullying are used, this time is even shorter. And, because the use of the fourth gear and the use of the third gear. In fact, his physical burden was terrifying. Contrary to Ant's battle mode at this time is just a routine operation. In fact, you can spend time with Luffy. And, Ant's endurance is very terrifying. Luffy is almost out of energy. But the ant is in a state of more and more courage. The only solution seems to be a quick fix. A blow that Ant can no longer recover. Su Yi looked at the situation in front of her, frowning slightly. In the state of Luffy at this time, it is obviously impossible to give Big Mom a fatal blow. How to do? There was a doubt in Su Yi's heart. This is Luffy's fight. If he takes action, then Luffy won't grow. But if you don't do it, Luffy is likely to be killed by Big Mom. Su Yi, won't you come on? Marco looked a little anxious from the side. Advertisement. At this point, Luffy's situation was very bad. He has been beaten up by Ant many times. Couldn't resist the Ant's attack at all. And, Luffy also has some air leaks. The fourth gear seems to be unsustainable. Crucial moment. Su Yi had to shoot. He transformed into a sword wolf form and slayed into the battlefield. Auntie noticed Su Yi's arrival for the first time. Immediately gave up Luffy and turned to Su Yi. Are you guys going to use wheel warfare? The ant said in a very arrogant tone. The one who got the money, obviously. Ant is not foolhardy. She also knows how to be aggressive and provocative. She had already sensed the strength of Su Yi in the previous battle with Su Yi, and there were Luffy and Margot on the field, as well as Ace who had left before. If this group of people gathered together, it would undoubtedly be very unfavorable to her. With no expression on his face, Su Yi said lightly, "I'm just giving my captain some time to recover." After a pause, he glanced at Luffy. At this time, Luffy had already leaked air and flew out almost unconscious. Immediately, Su Yi looked at her aunt again. "You, an old man who has ruled the sea for decades, bullies a newcomer who has only been at sea for more than 2 years, what is there to be proud of?" Brush. The aunt's face suddenly darkened. A majestic coercion immediately emerged. This terrifying haki, Rao Su Yi felt a little pressure at this time. This time, the aunt was completely irritated. Chapter 282 Fifth Gear Luffy, Joy Boy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But seeing the aunt suddenly stepped hard, her figure showed unparalleled agility. Before that, it was difficult for Su Yi to associate the word agility with the little giant in front of him. And now, when the existence of the ant's body suddenly showed a terrifying speed, then at the same time it brought a terrifying sense of oppression. Coming. Su Yi's heart jumped suddenly, and he instantly entered a state of alert. Boo. Collide with each other. Su Yi held the tail sickle in his hand, while the ant was holding Napoleon. The weapons of both sides did not touch, but were separated by a vacuum. At the same time, black lightning flashed continuously. Your haki seems to be a little stronger, don't tell me you still have something left before. Auntie was keenly aware of Su Yi haki's change and immediately made her debut. Naturally, Su Yi would not say that it was because he used his mind to strengthen haki. He was silent, just keeping an eye on Auntie all the time. Fighting with the four emperors, he did not dare to be distracted. If this is a person who doesn't care and is caught by the opponent, the end will be absolutely devastating. At the rear, Marco rushed to Luffy's side non-stop. Luffy was in a very bad state at this time. There are some cracked wounds on the body. This is all caused by the transitional use of fourth and third gears. At this time, Luffy was completely unconscious. After the battle with Ant 180, his body did not fully recover, so he started fighting with Ant 180 again. It can be said that it is the limit of squeezing one's own vitality. Seeing this, Brother Pony couldn't deal with Luffy completely. He could only use his own undead flames to heal Luffy's injuries as much as possible. Wait, why is his heartbeat getting weaker? Margot suddenly noticed something unusual. He immediately pressed his fingers lightly on Luffy's neck. After a few seconds, his face became extremely ugly. Luffy's heartbeat was indeed getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, he finally realized how desperately Luffy fought with Big Mom before. This is really hard work. Damn, how can I save you? Advertisement. All the sweat on Marco's forehead came down. Although his undead flame has a healing effect. But it is impossible to bring people back to life. Moreover, he generally only treats trauma. Especially good at treating yourself. If you treat others, the effect will be greatly reduced. In the case of Luffy, it is an excessive squeeze of vitality. There is no cure at all. Damn it. Where is your ship doctor? 99. Margot panicked. He stood up and looked around. He remembered that the ship doctor in the Straw Hat Pirates was a civet cat. But now the civet cat is nowhere to be seen. He looked at Su Yi again. At this time, Su Yi was fighting fiercely with Auntie. Can't get out of my mind at all. However, it can only be a fight. Marco gritted his teeth. I still can't give up. He immediately transformed into the strongest state and entered the complete body of the phoenix. Then, he came to the front of the ant and blocked an attack from the ant. He was suddenly blasted out. At this time, Su Yi was also free to draw a trace of his mind. He first glanced at Margot suspiciously. But before he could speak. However, he suddenly sensed Luffy's slowly disappearing vitality. Oops. His heart skipped a beat. He hurried to Luffy's direction. Stop. If you want to run, there is no way. The ant didn't care about the situation of Su Yi and others at this time. The more they messed up, the happier she was. Advertisement. And of course it was impossible for her to let go of those who disturbed her tea party. However, Su Yi also had no time to take care of Auntie at this time. He glanced at Margot. Margot was now rising from the ruins. I'll stop her. He gritted his teeth and flew towards Big Mom again. Su Yi nodded. He simply turned into a bolt of lightning and teleported to Luffy's side. He didn't need to touch Luffy's heartbeat at all. He could sense Luffy's fading vitality just by relying on his top-notch sight. How to do? At this moment, a voice appeared in his heart. Margot's actions just now have undoubtedly explained everything. With Margot's ability, Luffy could not be rescued at all. However, Su Yi is not without help. He has the power of healing fruits in his hands. At this time, he was extremely fortunate that he had not forgotten to steal the fruit power of the villain princess. However, if you want to use it now, you need to incapacitate the opponent. But Su Yi couldn't think too much. He immediately activated the ability to heal the fruit. Put some of your physical strength into it, gather it to your fingertips, and prepare to drip onto Luffy's body. Luffy's vitality is very weak at this time. The heart stopped beating completely. However, just when Su Yi was about to touch Luffy with his ability, suddenly, his fingers stopped. At the same time, a violent heartbeat was beating loudly. The sound was so loud that it was like someone was beating a drum. Thump. 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 Not only Su Yi, but also Big Mom and Marco heard it. What's the matter? Isn't he already dead? The ant pinched Brother Ma, as if holding a doll, and Brother Ma seemed to die in an instant. The little brother spit out a mouthful of blood, trying to break free from the ant's palm. Advertisement. However, he was unable to exert force. He felt that all his ribs had been broken, and his internal organs had been pierced. If nothing else, he would be dead in less than a minute if he didn't get help. Thump. Thump thump. At the same time, Luffy's heartbeat grew stronger. His hair turned from black to white, and it looked like a melting candle. Moreover, his mouth also slowly revealed a smile. I'll go. No. Su Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that Luffy would be able to awaken on his own without the help of Teacher Guy. In other words, Big Mom's power was able to force Luffy into a near-death state. It is not known that the awakening of Zone Devil Fruit requires entering a state of near-death. And Luffy's rubber fruit was originally Zone. Its awakening naturally requires entering a near-death state. If Luffy's fruit is a real rubber fruit, then Luffy's level of fruit development should have long since awakened. You can even wake up 2 years ago. But precisely because of this, Luffy had never been able to wake up. Zone katakana middle dot renren fruit katakana middle dot udemons katakana middle dot nika form. Su Yi rubbed her chin. Standing up, Luffy's vitality was growing at an exaggerated rate. Su Yi's heart moved. The healing power that had been condensed in his hands was injected into Luffy's body. In an instant, Luffy's vitality suddenly increased, and he jumped up. It's strange that I still have so much strength. At this point Luffy's image has returned to its normal form. However, the exaggerated white hair and the tidy white clothes wrapped around his body showed that he was not in a normal state at the moment. Ah, Pineapple Head seems to be dying. Luffy glanced at Su Yi, and then immediately looked in Margot's direction. At this moment, Marco's face turned purple. Bureau G. Chapter 283 What the hell is the sudden change of painting style? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi looked at Brother Ma. He knew that Brother Ma's vitality was much stronger than what outsiders looked like. Don't look at this little brother as already dying, but in fact, his phoenix fruit is continuously providing him with the ability to recover. His body is constantly being reborn while being destroyed. It will be immortal for a while. Unless the ant uses tyranny and emission and then hits a few times with full force. Brush. Luffy didn't think so much. But the first time to start the rescue of the little brother. His arm suddenly stretched, and in a seemingly effortless way, he grabbed the ant's shoulder all at once. Then, with the dazed expression on the ant's face, she suddenly flew out. Are you here to be funny? The ant threw away the little horse brother in her hand. After the little brother landed, he quickly healed himself. Healed quickly. However, his physical strength was severely depleted, and at this time there was no strength to fight. Only watching from a distance. And after seeing Luffy's strange form, he also showed a hint of doubt. Boom. Luffy slammed into Big Mom's fist. He didn't even have the slightest evasion or resistance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Luffy seemed to be a character in A Cat and a Mouse. After being hit by a fist, not only was he not injured, but instead, like a piece of plasticine, his body directly turned into a pancake. This is an extremely exaggerated and even funny scene, but it makes the ant unable to laugh. Because she didn't feel that she had hit the entity at all. This means that the punch he just punched didn't cause much damage to the Straw Hat Boy in front of him. Advertisement. What this means, I am afraid that only people who have actually played against Luffy can understand. And after Luffy was smashed into pancakes, instantly recovered, his hand suddenly grew bigger without warning, which is similar to the anime characters taking something out of nothing from behind without warning. He slammed the ant with his enlarged fist. Because Luffy's previous attack method was to extend his hand back first, and then attack with the help of elastic force. Therefore, at this time, his sudden change of attack method made Anti unable to react in time. Just got hit in the face. At this time, the scene that made the onlookers drop their jaws happened again. I saw that Ant's head was like a piece of soft plasticine, a hole was directly smashed by Luffy's fist, and a fist-shaped bulge appeared on the back of her head. Margot's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Auntie is dead. A thought flashed through his mind, and he was slapped in the face the next moment. I saw Luffy withdrew his fist, but the ant's face returned to its original state with great difficulty. At the same time, she actually spit out a mouthful of blood. Dizziness in the eyes. Others don't know, but she knows that the punch just now has hurt her brain. If it wasn't for her timely protection of Haki's face at the last moment, I'm afraid her end would have been miserable at this time. But she was still very puzzled. How did the other party turn his face into rubber when he used armament Haki to protect his face? Your fruit has awakened. The ant's face was very ugly. The effect of Luffy fruit awakening is very terrifying. After normal Paramecia awakens, it can affect the surrounding non-living bodies. And Luffy, a zone awakening, can directly turn the body of life into rubber, and even ignore Haki directly. This is simply incredible. Advertisement. Rao has never seen or heard of it based on the experience of the ant for so many years. And that's not counting the other effects of the Luffy fruit. For example, after Zone awakened, his physical fitness was greatly improved, and his resilience was also greatly improved. With that punch just now, Luffy's strength has grown to a terrifying level. Luffy didn't answer Big Mom's question. He landed on the ground, and the ground suddenly sank, turning into a rubber material. The speciality of Luffy's fruit appeared again at this time. He can turn the properties of matter into rubber, but the properties of matter itself remain unchanged. Unlike Brother Ming, he can turn the surrounding things into lines after awakening, but it is a permanent transformation. Beep. Luffy sinks deep into the ground. He jumped up suddenly. Jumped dozens of meters high. When he fell, the ground sank again. The degree of subsidence this time is even more exaggerated than last time. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. When he bounced up again, a fist bigger than Big Mom had already appeared on Luffy's arm. The fist shrank inward and began to continue the terrifying force. Quote, quote, armament color covers the surface of the fist, with conquerors wrapped around it. Coupled with the bouncing force accumulated after the ground is converted into rubber, the Luffy at this time is much faster and fiercer than the shells that have been fired, I don't know how many times. The ant also used her strongest attack. At this moment, she has already noticed that Luffy's strength is not what it used to be. Boom. The two collided. Advertisement. Black lightning kept flashing. Luffy growled continuously, and violent force burst out from his fist. Point 0. At this moment, even the ant felt a terrifying pressure. Pay a year of life. Seeing that she couldn't hold on anymore, the ant suddenly activated the ability of the soul fruit, and injected the soul representing her 1-year lifespan into her body. In an instant, the ant's body has been strengthened unprecedentedly. Ant's soul is already strong, and now she has given up another year of life, which can be said to have instantly made Ant's strength skyrocket. For a time, the ant, who was already at a disadvantage, suddenly began to attack Luffy with an overwhelming advantage. Luffy gritted his teeth and let out a loud roar. A frenzy of conquerors unleashed. At this moment, the ant's body began to slowly retreat. She couldn't take it anymore. Straw Hat Boy. The ant let out a low roar, but after all, she lost to Luffy and was blasted straight away. Boom 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 boom. Big Mom's body flew upside down like a cannonball, destroying all the buildings on Cake Island, and it was full of them. When Luffy reached the sky above the sea, it flew into the distant sea in a parabola. At this moment, those desks, chairs and benches that could talk, including Thundercloud Zeus and Fireball Prometheus, all lost their lives. Returned to its original owner. Chilla. Su Yi instantly flashed above the ant in midair. He touched the body of the unconscious ant with his hand. In an instant, Anti's fruit ability entered his pocket. Chapter 284 Defeat the Four Emperors Regiment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Big Mom's ability was taken into the bag by Su Yi. The only pity is that the soul fruit cannot absorb the lifespan of others, and can only give the lifespan of others to other objects. Otherwise, this ability is simply incomprehensible. And at the moment when Big Mom's ability was stolen by Su Yi, all the Hormies in the Myriad Kingdom constructed by Anti lost their voices in an instant. All the souls in their bodies returned to their original bodies. And Thundercloud Zeus and Fireball Prometheus were injected with Ant's soul, so the souls in the two of them naturally returned to Ant's body. This time, the unconscious Ant regained some vitality. However, as an ability person, she lost her ability again, and was located above the sea at the same time. At this moment, she can be said to have entered a desperate situation. Su Yi, 180, ignored the ant. Even if the ant survived, it would only be their defeat. Not enough to worry about. Immediately, he spread his knowledge and began to search where the good sons and daughters of Anti went. I don't know about this search, but I immediately found Ace and a bunch of guys with unstable breath. Ace stopped everyone by himself. Maybe at the moment they don't know about Big Mom's defeat, so they didn't fall apart. But even if they all join forces, they are not as good as Ace. The inside of Cake Castle was full of flames, the walls almost melted into lava, and the entire castle became crumbling. When Su Yi appeared, almost none of the people present could stand up. Advertisement. He unceremoniously took away the fruit ability of these people. In fact, he could totally kill these people. Then prepare some fruits and let their fruits regenerate. But that's too much trouble. Moreover, if you want to get these fruit abilities, you have to eat them again. This will undoubtedly harm a lot of people and waste a lot of time. When Su Yi, Ace, and Nami all rushed to the top floor of Cake Castle. The battle here is over. The Big Mom pirates were completely defeated. Everyone's eyes were filled with incredible expressions. Unexpectedly, the legendary Four Emperors pirates were defeated by them like this. Immediately, the crowd cheered. In the distance, Morgans and the others quietly retreated. It's terrifying. Their group actually defeated the Four Emperors Big Mom pirates. 9. This is big news. The world will be shaken by it. 35. It's really interesting. The Straw Hat Luffy's form, he is Paramecia's ability, but after awakening, he showed the transformation that Zone can only have. Also, several captains of the Whitebeard pirates have joined forces with the Straw Hat crew. This time, the Straw Hat crew is equivalent to having power comparable to the Four Emperors pirates, plus the Straw Hats Luffy and Su Yi. That is equivalent to the combat power of the Four Emperors, and the existence of the two pirates in their pirate group with Emperor and Vice level combat power. Their pirate group will become the strongest Four Emperors pirate group. No, accurate, it should be the strongest pirate group on this sea. Straw Hat Luffy will become one piece. Stussy glanced at the people who were cheering and celebrating in the distance with a complicated look. She is a CPO person, and she saw the whole battle in her eyes. This time, she really saw the combat power of this group of people, and their bounty did not match their terrifying strength at all. Advertisement. After returning this time, she will announce the true bounty of this pedestrian to the world. However, Morgans is afraid that the strength of these people will be exaggerated. The purpose is to explode the news effect. So, she slowly walked towards Morgans. Morgans, I think we can chat. The top floor of Cake City. Oops, this place is going to collapse. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. This is because when Ace was chasing down Auntie's good sons and daughters, he used the flames to turn part of the floor below into lava. After losing some supports, the whole castle became crumbling. Now, after a period of time, the entire castle is finally overwhelmed and about to collapse. Get out of here and celebrate. Su Yi dragged Luffy, who insisted on eating, and immediately started running. Everyone began to run vigorously. At this time, it can be said that the 8 immortals crossed the sea and each showed their magical powers, one running faster than the other. Finally, the cake castle completely collapsed. It also symbolizes the end of the era of Dama-kun facing the sea. On the other side, Luo also came back not long after. Everyone is here, and a grand banquet is about to be held. Some of the delicious things in Ant's territory are that the buildings here are all food, and food can be said to be inexhaustible. Next, it's time for some barbecue and drinks and fruit. This is not a problem at all. I saw Su Yi activated the ability to eat fruit, and he turned his palm into the shape of a sickle. Then with a sudden wave, an invisible slash flew out. Advertisement. The next moment, the collapsed cake castle in the distance was suddenly cut in half. Then, the ability to eat fruit was activated, and the entire castle began to undergo violent changes. An unusually strong and spicy smell spread out and spread over the entire sea area. Su Yi has just taken over the ability to eat fruit, and it is only the first time that he has used it to perfection. In this regard, he has considerable confidence. As a member of the Big Foodie Empire, and also a foodie, he has a different pursuit of food. For a time, a miracle appeared in front of everyone. On the left, is an 8-story hot pot tower. The top layer of the hot pot tower spews red hot pot soup like a fountain, and then flows layer by layer like a waterfall to the 7 layers below. There is a lot of food on every floor. -4.9 spicy smell spreads out, although it is pungent, but it will make the drool unstoppable when you smell it. On the right is a wine mountain. All kinds of drinks, etc. are piled up, and there are many ice cubes in the middle for cooling. And there is a lot of fruit in it. Then, Su Yi suddenly touched the ground, and a large number of pieces of meat suddenly grew on the ground around him. This is for those who are not used to spicy food. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a spectacular sight. It's like heaven, of course, a foodie's paradise. And Luffy's saliva flowed directly into a river. He immediately ran to the top of the hot pot tower and began to fish for the food inside. It's so spicy. But why the more spicy I want to eat it? Luffy is completely obsessed with hot pot. Chapter 285 4.4 billion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Others have also found their own favorite food. Su Yi walked to the shore of Cake Island alone. There was no one here. He put his hand on the ground, and suddenly, a few red sticks of food appeared on the ground. Spicy strips. He picked up a spicy stick and chewed it in his mouth. While chewing, I fell into thought. It has been more than 2 years since I came to this world by myself. I don't know how to get back to my original world. Compared to the world of pirates, he still prefers modern society. Of course, on the premise that he has the power of this world. And the 1,000-year-old dragon keel that could bring him immortality. However, now he has no way to return to the original world. Perhaps, the door fruit can be used to open a space door leading to the other world. However, this may need to be developed to a very extreme extent. Or maybe it is necessary to fuse the door fruit with other fruits to increase the upper limit of the fruit's ability. Su Yi, why did you come here? Suddenly, Luffy 14's head suddenly appeared beside Su Yi. The neck of this head was stretched by a few hundred meters, extending from the center of the Cake Island to here, just to take a look at Su Yi. Su Yi is speechless. Is devil fruit for you? Moreover, after Luffy awakened, the use of his abilities became more and more free. He even doubted that Luffy was still rubber. But what is certain is that the life force consumed by Luffy's 5th gear is very terrifying, because he saw that there was a trace of white hair on Luffy's head. It's better to let him use the 5th gear as little as possible in the future. Advertisement. But now, it's really time for the party. Su Yi grabbed Luffy's neck. Luffy understood and pulled Su Yi directly back to the banquet. Usopp and Brook are singing at the moment. Zoro is whirling wine, while Nami goes to Ant's treasury to scavenge for treasures. Sanji and Pudding stay together. Pudding didn't care about Auntie being defeated, and even had a trace of joy. It can be seen that Su Yi's previous guess is completely correct. After Auntie was defeated, not only would her good sons and daughters not be sad, but they would leave the anti-pirates as soon as possible. This kind of family, which is completely composed of blood, but has no family affection, will fall apart in an instant once it loses the bondage of the parents. Su Yi checked the freshness of the food. Then used the fruit to filter all the food again and make them fresh again. Then, he walked around and asked everyone what food they wanted to eat. After getting the answer, he used the fruit power to create all kinds of food. Soon after, he came to Sanji and Pudding's side. This guy Sanji has completely sunk in the gentle village at this time. His heart-shaped eyes and enlarged nostrils completely betrayed him. Su Yi held his forehead. Then wandered by. Next, he met Jinbei. Jinbei was originally a member of the Big Mom Pirates. But I had already left the Big Mom Pirates before. Just about to join the Straw Hat crew. After chatting with Jinbei for a while. Advertisement. Su Yi just sat idle. He began to make various delicacies of the Big Food Empire with the ability to eat fruits. The food made by Long Bread with Devil Fruit ability is very unpalatable. It's just that his ability is not enough. As a member of the Big Foodie Empire, Su Yi has an unusual obsession with eating. Under his hands, the various delicacies of the Big Foodie Empire are also presented one by one in front of everyone. Even Sanji, who was addicted to the gentle village, looked at Su Yi in surprise at this time. Curious how he knew how to prepare so many foods he had never seen before. Su Yi also used the excuse that this is the food of his hometown to prevaricate the past. So, after the addition of the food of the Big Food Empire, the banquet once again reached superb. The meaning of human life, in addition to eating and sleeping. It is a spiritual pursuit. So is 1/3 of the fun in life, eating is definitely the top priority. The banquet went on for 7 days and 7 nights. While the banquet was going on, in the entire land of the nations, the people living have also undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, Hormies disappeared, and Big Mom lost her absolute dominance. They don't need to pay for their life on a regular basis. But there is no one to protect them. For a time the land fell into chaos. Then, a news began to spread. Have you heard that Auntie was defeated, and the group of people who defeated them are having a banquet on Cake Island at this time? I heard about it. It seems to be called the Straw Hat Pirates, and the guys from the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. Then what can we do? Without the protection of Ant, we will soon become scorched here. Perhaps we can seek the protection of this group of people. If Big Mom is defeated, isn't that Straw Hat the new emperor of the sea? Then what do we have to pay? I don't know, but it's better than life. Soon after, a piece of news spread all over the world, and it also landed on the land of all nations. Title: A new sea emperor is born. The text is the head portrait of the 4 characters. They are Kaido of the Beasts, Redhead Shanks, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, Fire Fist Ace. Then, there was a reward order for the 4 of them. Kaido of the Beasts, a reward of 4.6111 billion berry. Redhead Shanks, with a reward of 4.0489 billion berry. The Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, with a reward of 4.4 billion Baileys. Fire Fist Ace, offering a reward of 3 billion Bailey. It is worth noting that in addition to Luffy, Ace is also described by Morgans as the Emperor of the Sea. 0. And, according to the Morgans report, Ace directly inherited the power of the Whitebeard Pirates. The following text describes in detail the process of Ant being defeated this time. Morgans is indeed a good player in playing with public opinion. He wrote the words Straw Hat Crew, Whitebeard Pirates, etc. It's a huge hint that the Straw Hat Crew and the Whitebeard Pirates have a lot to do with each other. At the same time, he also talked about the achievements of several heroes who defeated Big Mom this time. Straw Hat Luffy is the one who defeated Big Mom. Su Yi is the one who can compete with Big Mom. Margo, Joes, Zoro and Sanji all have the invincible combat power under the 4 emperors. Later, the image of Luffy's 5th gear was photographed and published in the newspaper. Chapter 286, The Birth of the New Emperor, The World Shakes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A new sea emperor is born. Moreover, the birth of the emperor of the sea this time killed the old-fashioned powerhouse ant. You must know that the Big Mom pirates have been deeply rooted in the New World for a long time, and their power has continued to expand, and it is almost unshakable. However, now, a new pirate group, and it is still from East Blue, the pirate group known as the Weakest Sea, has actually killed the Big Mom pirates. Moreover, people also discovered that what was reported in the news was not only the four emperors, but also the Ace. As we all know, Ace is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. After Whitebeard's death, the place for the four emperors of the Whitebeard pirates remained vacant. It was assumed that this position would remain vacant forever. Or one day this pirate group will walk out of several four emperors level existences. However, now, the news said that Ace already possessed the combat power of the four emperors. No doubt anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was Morgan's playing with public opinion. But most of the crowd's eyes are not sharp, they just subconsciously think that Ace has become the new four emperors. And the more exaggerated is yet to come. According to the news, Straw Hat Crew has two four emperors level combat power. One is Luffy himself, and the other is Su Yi. The news reads, Su Yi has the strength to compete with Big Mom. This is absolutely sensational news. Advertisement. One pirate group, two four emperors level combat power. This is almost unique. The only one that can be compared with it is the Red Hair Pirates, but the true combat power of the Red Hair Pirates is still unknown. After all, no one dared to take a huge risk to inquire about the news of the Four Emperors Regiment. Other than that, the rest of the news seems a bit insignificant. That's the change in the bounties of everyone except Luffy and Ace's bounties. Because of the defeat of the Big Mom pirates, the bounty of almost everyone who participated in the battle has actually changed. Of course, this so-called participation in the war refers to those seen by Stussy. As for Nami and other people who were not on the top floor of Cake Castle at the time, the bounty has not changed. Therefore, it is actually just a few main generals who changed the bounty. And the changes in the bounty of the crowd were entirely based on Stussy's memory and speculation. The first is Luffy, the bounty has risen to 4.4 billion Bailey. A little more than Big Mom's 4.388 billion. This may be Stussy seeing the difficult battle between Luffy and Big Mom at the beginning, so she thinks that Luffy's combat power is just a little stronger than Big Mom. Even, Stussy thinks that Luffy's combat power is not as good as Andy's at all, and it is only because a few people who fought with Andy before that killed Andy's combat power, so Luffy can win. And the reason why Luffy's bounty is higher than Andy's is just because Luffy defeated Andy, and the bounty is naturally higher than Andy's. Then there was Ace, which became 3 billion Baileys. Ace never fought Big Mom from start to finish. However, before Marine, there was some information about the Ace's combat power. Combining the previous information and the strength shown by Ace in this battle now. Advertisement. Stussy decided that Ace was the pyramid of combat power in the White Corps. And its bounty has increased a lot. This seems to be an act of flattery. Later, after reading the newspaper, Su Yi made a guess about it. The person who appointed Ace's bounty, and the person who made Ace become the leader of the White Group, was probably to create conflicts within the White Group. After all, anyone who has known Bai Tuan will understand that only Whitebeard is the captain of the Bai Tuan, and other people can't convince the public to become the new captain in a short period of time. Using the method of public opinion to establish a new Bai Tuan captain will undoubtedly arouse the dissatisfaction of other people, thus making the Bai Tuan split. In this regard, Su Yi did not have any good solutions. Because public opinion has been generated, the rest of Bai Tuan has seen the contents of the newspaper. How they were thinking, Su Yi didn't know, but he could guess. And he couldn't stop other people from thinking wildly. It is better for Bai Tuan and the others to solve these problems by themselves. After all, the test is whether they really unite and trust each other. Then came Margot, who became 2.5 billion Baileys. As can be seen from Margot's bounty. The bounty change this time around is not rigorous at all. But with Stussy's eyesight, that's it. Perhaps in her opinion, as long as she can fight the four emperors without dying, it is enough to show off. And if you look at the idea of using the bounty promotion to differentiate the white group above, the bounty is only enough for Ace to improve it alone, and adding another Margao is a kind of superfluous meaning. Therefore, in order to differentiate the white balls, there is absolutely no need to increase Margao's bounty. To sum up, Su Yi felt that he had thought too much before. Ace and Margot's bounties are probably so high just because Stussy doesn't understand it. Advertisement. After seeing the change in the bounty, the people in the white group may feel regretful. After all, this is a very valuable opportunity to improve their bounty. The last one is Yoja. Yoja's performance in this battle is not so bright. But its strength is enough to defeat the opponent of the general level. Its bounty was raised to 1.5 billion. Then, there is the bounty of the Straw Hat crew. It is worth mentioning that Su Yi's bounty is the same as Ace's bounty, both are 3 billion. And Zoro's bounty, good money, is raised to 1.2 billion. Then came Sanji, whose bounty was raised to 1 billion. The bounties for others have not changed. While the banquet was going on, news of Big Mom's defeat spread all over the world. For a time, the whole world was caught in a huge sensation. Holy Land, Mariajoy, Pan-Ancient City. The 5 elders looked at the newspapers on the table with an ugly look, as well as a brand new wanted list. How could this happen? Why didn't we agree to change the photo of the wanted photo of the Straw Hat Boy? Hurry up and notify the relevant authorities and ask them to change the wanted photo of the Straw Hat back to its original state. 35. I saw that the photo of Luffy on the wanted notice actually changed from the photo at the beginning to what he looked like when he was in 5th gear. And Luffy's bounty was not the focus of the discussion at 5 Elders. Chapter 287. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This fruit has awakened again. This time it's troublesome. This guy in the straw hat, Luffy, can actually awaken the Nika fruit, damn it. In the conference room, the 5 elders were anxiously overwhelmed. The news of the defeat of the 4 emperors and the birth of 2 new sea emperors is obviously inflammatory. Undoubtedly, it will bring a huge shock to the world. However, at this time, a more serious problem was more concerning to them than this. That's the picture of Luffy on the wanted list. They know what Nika fruit looks like after awakening. More than 800 years ago, that strong man did a lot of nonsense with the power of this fruit. That invincible figure, they still remember clearly. After that, Nika fruit was used by them to use the power of the world government to completely block all related information. It even changed its name to rubber fruit. For 800 years, they kept looking for the whereabouts of the Nika fruit. However, this fruit seems to have its own life, and every time it slips out of their hands by coincidence. The world is so big, even if they hold the highest authority, they cannot guarantee to hold a fruit 100% in their hands. What's more, it is a fruit that automatically escapes. For 800 years, the countless owners of this fruit have never awakened. But, advertisement. Now it is awakened. Does this mean that the will of that man has also returned to this world? Is Lord Yimu already aware of this matter? We must report it to Lord Yimu as soon as possible. Let's CP0 change the photo of the wanted order immediately. There is no way. The wanted order that was sent out can't be taken back. Forget it. Let's ask Lord Yimu's opinion first. 5. Just when the 5 elders were going round and round, all around the world, the focus wasn't on the wanted photo. Instead, he focused his attention on the exaggerated wanted orders. Over the years, billions of wanted orders can only be owned by those who have died, or who are at the level of the 4 emperors. Now, there are several at once. Moreover, the dead Whitebeard's vacant position has never been filled. Now there are 2 emperors in one breath. This made ordinary people panic, and even the lawless pirates felt chills in their hearts. On the one hand, it blocked the way for them to compete for the position of the 4 emperors. On the other hand, I felt a sense of terrifying oppression. Many of them don't even get a fraction of that bounty. The wanted order issued by the world government is undoubtedly correct. Advertisement. Therefore, I am afraid that they are not even scum in front of those emperors. This also means that New World, which was originally chaotic but full of opportunities, has become dangerous and scary again. New World, Ghost Island. Kaido squeezed the newspaper in his hand tightly, and the veins on his forehead burst. Lin, this old woman, lost to a few juniors, what a shame. A wave of hockey slowly rose from his body, and the surrounding pirates were all foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground. Only Jin and Quinn could barely hold on. Jack was also abolished by these guys. That guy named Su Yi was able to seal other people's abilities. This is a troublesome guy. If he had known about this fruit, he would have eaten this fruit. Kaido said, Beej, and stood up. Although the mouth is against the ant. But in fact, Kaido still has a steelyard in his heart. Back then, his azure dragon fruit was given by his aunt, and he had to pay it back after all. Besides, Su Yi had indeed abolished his subordinate Jack. These two feuds combined, he had no reason not to deal with Straw Hat Crew. Brother, where are you going? Jin looked at Kaido's figure with a puzzled expression. To meet these fledgling boys, I'd like to see if they can really beat Lin. Advertisement. New World, an island full of cacti. Shanks looked at the contents of the newspaper and his expression moved slightly. His eyes were mainly focused on Luffy in 5th gear. In this form, Luffy is all white, very strange. Beside, Shanks' crew members all look eccentric. Especially the people who met Luffy when Luffy was a child. When they saw that Luffy had grown to the point where he could compare with his own captain, their expressions were very complicated. At the beginning, the kid shouted that he wanted to become One Piece, to become a man who surpassed Shanks. They're just kidding. But how many years has it passed? That naive child who cut his face with a knife and wanted to show his masculinity has grown into the 4 emperors of the New World. Ace has also become the 4 emperors. It's incredible. Captain, you said that you stayed on Roger's ship, so you and Ace should have a good relationship. Usopp said. In that case, our captain seems to have a very good relationship with the 4 emperors. Lackey said, who was all overweight and held a barbecue in his hand all the time. But the outside world should not know it. When we met Luffy, the boss was not a 4 emperors, and few people knew about the boss on the Roger ship. Even if the Marine and the world government knew about it, they wouldn't do it. Boss propaganda will only create panic, Beckman added. From beginning to end, Shanks' expression remained the same. Beckman noticed the abnormality of his boss and asked, Boss, what's the matter? Shanks' expression moved slightly, and he opened his mouth to say something. Chapter 288 The Promise with Shanks. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But then, he slowly shook his head again, his expression returned to normal. He looked into the distance with a sad face. No one knew what was on his mind. Cake Island. The banquet has been held for 7 days and 7 nights. During this period, no one bothered everyone. Even the inhabitants of all nations only dare to take a look from a distance. And the people of the Big Mom pirates quietly left the 10,000 Kingdoms territory at some unknown time. In 7 days, although they will not be able to recover all their injuries, they can at least restore their basic mobility. After regaining their senses, their first thought was not revenge, but escape. Even after learning that Auntie had been defeated, not many people even wanted to rescue Auntie. Now that the ant has been defeated, and was eliminated from the throne of the 4 emperors, then there is no need for them to continue to follow Auntie. As for kinship, this stuff is only important to outsiders. Those of them who are really related by blood to the ant are deeply disgusted by her. On Cake Island, after the banquet was over, there was only a mess left. The end of the banquet was only because most of the people were tired. After all, only Luffy could master the magic skill of eating while sleeping. Advertisement. When the banquet was over, a real problem appeared in front of everyone. What are they going to do next? Ace and Margot, needless to say, there are a lot of troubles waiting for them. Their bounty skyrocketed, but against that was Marine's capture, and the dangers of pirates and bounty hunters. Although their bounty is high, and the news also says their crazy record. But after all, there are still many people in this world who are not afraid of death. Then there is Luo's pirates. They don't have much business, but the bounty for defeating Aunt Luo this time has not changed at all. I don't know if Stussy forgot about him, or something else. In short, after the banquet was over, Luo, after saying goodbye to Luffy and others, he left Cake Island. Its subsequent whereabouts are unknown. However, Luo still left his phone number and took a piece of Luffy's life card. Su Yi felt that if something happened to Luffy in the future, Luo would definitely help with a phone call. Although Luo does not seem so approachable on the surface. Finally, there is the Straw Hat crew. The bounty skyrocketed for Luffy and Su Yi Zoro Sanji. It's certainly a good thing for them. Others did not increase the bounty this time. However, Su Yi didn't feel sorry. After all, the bounty had to be linked to his own strength. In case the bounty is too high and your own strength is not enough. Advertisement. There will definitely be problems after that. After all, it is impossible for Luffy and Su Yi to protect everyone all the time. And as for the Ants' turf, Luffy certainly won't take over. Although the four emperors have their own territory. But Luffy's creed is not to dominate. He just wants a free life. Once bound to a certain piece of land, it means not free. This is tantamount to running counter to his philosophy. But with Luffy's temperament, I am afraid he will still care about the inhabitants of the nations. At this point, even Su Yi didn't know what kind of decision he would make. At the end of the banquet, when the newspapers of the past few days appeared in front of everyone. Everyone finally knew what had happened these days. Even Nami didn't read the newspaper because of the party. The food of the big foodie empire brought by Su Yi completely fallen. Straw Hat crew. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Nani. Luffy, you've become emperor of the sea. And the bounty has increased so much. The first moment Nami saw Luffy's bounty, all he felt was shock, not the slightest joy. Although Luffy now has the strength to defeat the four emperors. Advertisement. But this step is too big. She originally thought that Luffy's bounty would increase to more than 1 billion, and then gradually increase to more than 2 billion, more than 3 billion. Others are very complicated about their own bounty not increasing. Every time their bounty was raised before, they were both surprised and delighted. On the one hand, they will feel that as their bounty increases, they will become dangerous. Will be targeted by bounty hunters, will be targeted by marine. On the other hand, seeing your own bounty increase is tantamount to getting some kind of recognition. And now, their bounty really hasn't increased, but they want to increase their bounty. This feeling is really very complicated. Soga, you did a good job this time, it has improved so much. 35. Luffy leaned over, even holding a barbecue in his hand, as if the previous banquet hadn't really filled him. However, Nami took out another reward at this time. Look. Luffy's eyes popped out all of a sudden, and he shouted in disbelief, "Damn it, my bounty has surpassed Shanks." You just noticed, didn't you know about Shanks' bounty before? Nami growled aside. Luffy had really never seen Shanks' bounty before. It was only at this time that I discovered that Shanks had such a high reward. Begging for a sack of beans, if that's the case, isn't the agreement I made with Shanks already completed? 39. At this time, Luffy's expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 289 Shocking News. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's all right, Luffy, I remember you said that your agreement with Shanks was that you would become One Piece. Su Yi suddenly interjected at the side. Soga, is that so? 99. Luffy muttered to himself thoughtfully. Others didn't take it too seriously. Mainly because the content in the newspapers is really explosive. Anyway, let's look for other historical texts. Luffy already knew at the banquet that his partner had found the second historical text. The next step is to find the remaining two. There's another one in Kaido, and then the last one, I don't know where, but it will come. Luffy said with a heartless look, picking at his booger. How can it be so easy? Nami said weakly on the side. 183. In short, everyone finally went to sea. After eating the fruit, the problem of food will no longer be a problem for the people of Straw Hat crew. In order to meet the needs of Sanji's cooking, Su Yi also decided to only use the fruit's ability to make ingredients instead of finished food. This will not only ensure the freshness of the ingredients, but also satisfy Sanji's desire to cook. Also, Su Yi felt that some foods are only made by hand before eating them. In the end, the food that Sanji made was prepared for attack. If you eat it all the time, you can strengthen your body. This is absolutely unacceptable. Advertisement. Not long after everyone went to sea. Everyone came to the island closest to Cake Island. This small island also looks like the same food as the Cake Island. It's just that at this time, the order has been completely lost. After the rule of the Big Mom pirates, people have a lot of panic, and on the other hand, people have a long-term oppression and rebound, so a large number of people start eating your own house. Even if it was illegal under Big Mom's rule. What happened here? Luffy was curious, because he had never seen the life of the people of the nations before. No, or in other words, under the rule of the ant, the people of Wangwo are actually quite happy. There are people less fortunate than them even in places that aren't the Grand Line. From this point of view, the ant did a pretty good job. Of course, the premise is that you can accept that your lifespan is only deprived. Su Yi stood up at this time. Briefly talk about the affairs of the nations. The crowd suddenly stunned. After Luffy listened. But there was no response, which was far beyond Su Yi's expectations. He thought that Luffy would definitely sympathize with the residents of Wangwo, and then expressed his disgust for Big Mom, just like those villains he met before. But the fact is not. Instead of showing similar emotions, Luffy looked a little pity. Su Yi was very surprised, or rather felt as if he had seen a ghost in his heart. Advertisement. Others were feeling the same at this time. What happened to the captain of his own family? How could he have such a strange mood? The next moment, Luffy said faintly, "It sounds like a good guy. He has protected the people here for so many years, and he also wants to create a world where people of all races live in peace, always feeling that we are the bad guys." After listening to Luffy's narration, the others were also lost in thought at this time. Indeed, the ant's ambitions are too lofty and noble. He wanted to achieve peaceful coexistence among all races. Even the original intention of funding Geis's research on the giant experiment was just to make the rest of the world become as tall as Andy herself, and everyone could sit at the same table to eat. This simple idea is really impressive. Luffy, stop talking. Talk like we're the villains. Nami covered his forehead with a headache. But Luffy continued, "It's troublesome now. We beat Andy and the others, who should protect this land." Everyone else looked at Su Yi silently at this time, and it seemed that only Su Yi could give a satisfactory answer. However, Su Yi also shook his head at this time, but he still expressed his opinion. "Maybe I can ask the GM army for help. After all, they are not bad people, and Luffy's father Dragon is their leader. If there are any forces on the internet that can reassure us, they should be none other than them." Speaking of which, he paused. Then he continued. "This is only the first choice. Our second choice is to request the Whitebeard pirates, but the Whitebeard pirates also have their own territory. They simply do not have the energy to manage the territory of the four emperors. Then it is too difficult, and it will bring them a lot of trouble, so if it is not a last resort, it is better not to ask them for help." After everyone listened, there was silence for a while. Only Luffy smiled, so decided. So, Su Yi got through Sabo's phone bug. After discussing with him, advertisement. Finally the negotiation is over. The GM army should not have entered New World so early. What they adopted is to start from the Four Seas to occupy the territory. Then gradually expanded to the Grand Line, and finally the New World. There are other factors in it as well. The main difficulty is the degree of danger. New World is very close to Marine headquarters, and the natural conditions are very harsh. It is simply not suitable for a force like them to be stationed. Even some of them wish to never enter the New World. After all, in terms of survival, the 4.9 cosmopolitan land is wider, and it is suitable for human beings to thrive. Just when everyone was waiting for the arrival of the GM army to take over the land of the nations, the 8th day's newspaper arrived. Speaking of which, the news about the new 4 emperors and everyone's brand new bounty were exposed a few days ago. And there hasn't even been any notable news in the last 2 days. So, when Nami picked up the newspaper that had fallen on the deck, he was completely unprepared for what was going to happen next. Slamla. She flipped the newspaper subconsciously, opened the first page, and saw the main text title. All of a sudden, the tea she had just brought into her mouth spurted out. Hey! Chapter 290 Red Hair vs Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's wrong? Everyone followed the sound and thought that someone had attacked Nami. Everyone is very nervous. However, after seeing that Nami was all right. But even more curious, what was the news that made Nami make such a gaffe? When the crowd gathered around, they saw the contents of the newspaper in Nami's hand. All of a sudden, everyone's expressions became very exciting. Luffy, it's news about you. No, it should be said that you should be more concerned about this news. Chopper suddenly called out to Luffy, who was fishing in the distance. Luffy stretched out his neck curiously. In an instant, his expression changed wildly. At this time, Suyi also put down the knife and fork he was eating, and came over curiously. Something that could make Luffy's mood swing so violently intrigued him. At first glance, he felt as if his eyes were dazzled. So he rubbed his eyes. Result: 14. That's right. Redhead and Kaido fought a battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally ended with Kaido's defeat, and New World's foot collapsed. Nami read out the content of the news at this time. Suyi felt a little weird. What's wrong with this world? Advertisement. They just beat Big Mom. One old 4 emperors was kicked out, and 2 new 4 emperors took over. As a result, a war broke out between the other 2 4 emperors in the next moment, and then the era of another 4 emperors came to an end. Are the 4 emperors so worthless in this era? But what bothered Suyi the most was why Shanks attacked Kaido. It was Kaido that angered Shanks, or was it a coincidence? But Suyi doesn't believe it's a coincidence. Could a coincidence allow 2 4 emperors to fight to the death, or even decide a winner? This thing has not happened in the past decades. How could it happen so suddenly by coincidence? Suddenly, Suyi realized something more important than Kaido's defeat. The historical text in Kaido's hands. 35. He and Robin cried out at about the same time. This is the most important thing. It doesn't matter who beat Kaido, or even gets caught by Marine. The key is the historical text information in his hands. This is the key information leading to Raftel, and it is indispensable. Now, Kaido is defeated by the redhead. Then the historical text in Kaido's hand should fall into the red-haired hand. Yoshi, it seems that we are going to fight Shanks and grab the historical text from him. 35. At this time, Luffy unexpectedly had an unexpected IQ online and slapped the ball with boxing. Nami said, "Don't you and Shanks know each other, and the words of the historical text will be taken from him soon?" Luffy said distress-edly, "But Shanks is also quite a pirate king, but I am the one who really wants to become One Piece, so I have to." He said, but Nami punched him hard with his fist, and a big bag suddenly appeared on his head. "It's enough. Since you both know each other, you shouldn't create another enemy for yourself." Okay. Luffy finally stopped his nonsense and obeyed Nami's advice. 0. Advertisement. Hey, what do we do next? Kaido has already been defeated by Shanks, so are we asking for the historical text from Shanks? Usopp said suddenly. Everyone looked at Luffy, wondering how their captain made his choice. A smile appeared on Luffy's face at this time, and he put his hand on the straw hat above his head. Ah, of course, the appointed time is coming, and it is time to return this hat to Shanks. 5. Next, Luffy stood on the bow of the sunshine, stepping on the ram. Let's sail, brothers, go to Shanks. A certain area of the New World. There are many ruins of ships floating quietly on the sea. This is a very strange scene. It is clearly in the New World, but the sea here is unusually calm. It seems to be as docile as a beast that has been tamed. And the weather is also out of breath and sunny, as if it was deliberately manipulated. If you have a good eye, you will find that it is not the weather in this sea that has changed for the better. Instead, a hole suddenly appeared in the dark clouds within a radius of dozens of nautical miles. It is precisely because of this void that the weather here is abnormal. At this time, in the distance, a fleet slowly drove over. On a ship headed by the fleet, a man in a white cloak stood with his head held high. "Slow down. Don't lean over easily, maybe the redhead hasn't left yet." That's right, it's a Marine's fleet. When the result of the fight between the Red Hair and Kaido was known, the battle between the two had already come to an end, and the Red Hair finally won. Marine immediately dispatched a fleet to clean up the mess. With any luck, they might even be able to bring Kaido to justice. Marine has captured Kaido many times before, but they were all captured when Kaido was at his peak, and Kaido was captured voluntarily. And now, after a fight with the redhead and defeat, Kaido should have consumed most of his stamina with haki. This is a good opportunity to catch him. Even if he can't be caught, some of his 3 disasters, real fights, etc. can be caught. This can weaken Kaido to some extent. At this time. Advertisement. When Marine rushed to this sea. Beneath the dark clouds in the distance. 187A pirate ship is slowly leaving. On the boat, Usopp is watching the incoming Marine fleet with binoculars. Captain, do you want to hand Kaido to Marine? At this time, most of the people on the red-haired boat were wrapped in gauze. Looks very miserable. Even the redhead was hurt all over himself. He poured wine into his mouth and said nothing. Ah. After a long time, he let out a long breath. He said, even if they capture Kaido they can't kill him, let them go. The marine warship came to the sea where the redhead and Kaido were fighting. There are a lot of shipwrecks here. And some floating Kaido subordinates who are still alive. It's just that some people are capable. Can only linger on the wooden board weakly. At this time, first saw Marine appear. They have no idea of resistance. Just desperately waiting for justice. Arrest them all. No matter whether they are capable or not. Put on Seastone's handcuffs, and each ship will act quickly for me, and I can't let a person go, not even a scoundrel. The Marine Vice Admiral, headed by him, waved his hand. Suddenly a large number of Marines jumped into the sea. Immediately, the Vice Admiral gave the order again. The rest, search for Kaido with me. Chapter 291 Salvage Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. While Marine was searching for Kaido, a figure was rushing to this place at an incredible speed. At this moment, none of the forces felt the approach of this figure, even the people on the red-haired boat, even if they had top-notch knowledge, knew nothing about it. At this time, above the sea, Marine's manhunt has reached a fever pitch. Not all pirates are caught easily. After all, there are some hot-blooded men who are ready to fight Marine. As a result, fighting broke out in some areas. But this kind of battle can only be regarded as a small fight for the top masters. Not even in the eyes of Vice Admiral. Even if Marine suffers casualties, the Vice Admirals don't care. Compared to Kaido, these injuries are almost negligible. To put it badly, even if all the Marines in the fleet are dead, as long as they can catch Kaido, they will earn blood. At this moment, what the Marines didn't know was that a figure was hovering above them overlooking the sea below. This figure has no existence to detect. This person is Su Yi. Su Yi uses Thunder Fruit's ability, while Stealth Aura uses Absolute's effect. Of course, this is only limited to the investigation to cover up the information. If someone looked at it with a telescope or with the naked eye, he could still be seen. For example, the third eye of the three-eyed clan is what he needs to guard against. But given the scarcity of the three-eyed clan, I am afraid that Su Yi will never meet a few in his life. Thinking of the three-eyed clan, Su Yi suddenly thought of Pudding. Since Big Mom was defeated and Luffy agreed to get Pudding on board, Sanji and Pudding have been together all day long. Advertisement. It really does 10,000 crit damage to a single dog. Huh. Found it. Su Yi looked at the sea below, and he had already noticed Kaido's existence. He's just waiting for Marine to discover Kaido's existence. It's just that Marine has never been found. At this point Marine finally found Kaido's location. Exclamation mark. Kaido is under the sea. Kaido, who is in the state of Qinglong, is not afraid of hypoxia at all, but because he is an able person, his physical strength is suppressed, and he cannot easily swim up. So at the moment he can only watch helplessly as the Marine Vice Admirals dive into the sea to capture him. Kaido is in a very bad state at the moment. There are several scars on his body caused by sharp weapons. This is very difficult. You must know that he only has an obvious scar on his body in his entire life. This is of course not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated is that Kaido's right hand is missing. That's right, Kaido has disappeared a hand, where blood is still oozing out at the moment. And the most important right hand. Su Yi almost guessed that when Kaido recovers, he will add a hook or an axe to his right hand. Of course, all jokes are jokes. The purpose of Su Yi's trip remains the same. That's the ability to collect beasts pirates. This will be very troublesome, because he not only needs to know what the target's ability is, but also see the process of using the ability of the opponent with his own eyes. He has now seen the ability of the biggest Kaido, because in order to survive, Kaido took the initiative to enter the blue dragon form. Advertisement. This form can breathe underwater. But it's just lingering. Can only passively wait for others to rescue. But at the moment Beast's pirates has fallen into a trough, it is impossible for anyone to save him. He watched as his subordinates were taken away or killed by Marine one by one. But powerless. Even he could only watch himself being captured by a group of Marine Vice Admiral. This is a great humiliation. You must know that he is now at the Four Emperors level. Kaido's strength is there for all to see, even if he loses it's been a while, and Zone is the most resilient. He was indeed able to move in the sea, but in his prime, it took a lot of willpower and physical strength to get out of the sea. But when entering the sea, when he touches the sea stone, they just want to fish, catch an admiral or even two admirals and kill them. This vice admiral was very confused. They salvaged Kaido from the sea by tying the anchors of several ships to Kaido's body and then retracting the anchors through the power of the warship itself. So you can ignore the constraints of Seastone. Chances are, this is a conspiracy between Redhead and Kaido against Marine. Then eat a meal in Marine canteen and escape again. After all, it will become weaker than before eating the fruit. But now he is not only afraid of sea water, but also of Seastone. Let him become the so-called, the strongest student in the sea, land and air. Advertisement. When he was captured the most back then, he was taken prisoner only because he had no food to eat and was hungry. Start salvaging. 35. If they have recovered, even if only 1% of their stamina and haki have been recovered, they can still escape from their hands. It can be said that this has become his Achilles heel. Then he was taken to the execution ground and publicly executed. Just like the original Roger. But Vice Admiral's face did not show much joy, but a deep sadness. On the sea, Vice Admiral, who was in charge of the arrest of Kaido, gave an order. You can let him fly and let him survive in his hands. Come up. The green dragon fruit is indeed powerful. To be honest, he was a little scared. And at that time, he was not yet capable, and he didn't have the green dragon fruit given by Linlin. Damn, if it wasn't for the lack of troops, the headquarters should have directly photographed an admiral-level existence coming to the town. 39. The vice admiral was getting more and more scared the more he thought about it. Afraid of what might happen, afraid that it might just be a conspiracy between Kaido and the Redhead. Immediately, the anchors of several warships began to exert force. He could already imagine that his body was entangled in Marine's massive seastone chains, and it was almost impossible to break free. Rather than now, the cry of a Marine made his liver tremble. With Kaido's physical fitness, with Money Zhao, and his recovery ability after the awakening of the Zone Green Dragon Fruit, I don't know how he has recovered during this period. This is similar to those who salvage sunken ships. Chapter 292 Fall. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this shout, other nearby Marines also paid their attention at this moment. The rumored Four Emperors Kaido, the man who was caught by Marine countless times and escaped countless times. I saw it only from the pictures in the newspapers and the wanted notices. Now, this is the first time to see the deity. They are about to witness the legend. Suddenly, a Marine suddenly thought of something. Face changed. Kaido's lung capacity must be too strong to be able to survive under the sea for such a long time. 35. However, the person next to him said in a serious tone, Kaido's fruit ability allows him to breathe underwater. Can you breathe underwater? Fruit ability. There is such a powerful devil fruit in this world. The Marine soldier who had just asked the question suddenly felt a little ignorant. Gradually, Kaido's body surfaced. This is a long snake-like body, but with a horse-like head, a few strange horns, 4 claws, and 4 fingers on each claws. And, its body is not a snake scale, but a fish scale. 187. What a strange creature. Is this the Phantom Beast? Is this biological form really powerful? He looks like he can't run fast, swims in the water without fins, and flies in the sky without wings. When the Marine soldiers saw Kaido's blue dragon form, they all looked over curiously. They felt as if they were watching an ancient creature unearthed. Get out of the way. We're going to put seastone on him. A group of marine soldiers suddenly carried a lot of heavy things, which at first glance thought it was some large anchor. But if you look closely, you will find that it is a huge seastone chain. Advertisement. Soon, Kaido was fished out of the water. The former Marine Vice Admiral came over at this time. He frowned and looked at Kaido's face with his eyes closed. From what I have seen and heard, Kaido's breath is very weak at this time, but it is gradually recovering at a very exaggerated speed. Perhaps in just a few days, he will be able to regain his mobility. You know, Kaido was in a dying state just now. If it were someone else, it would not take a year or a half to recover from near death to being able to move. What a horrible recovery, eh? At this moment, this Vice Admiral's spectator suddenly noticed something. And the watchman in charge of vigilance in Marine also noticed it at this time. There is something in the sky. 35. At the same time. In the sky, Su Yi, who was hiding, quietly watched everything below. Marine would not find him, of course. They found someone else. Ow. A dark figure suddenly poked its head out of the clouds and dived down like a fighter jet at an extremely fast speed. At first glance, the Marines couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. This creature is like a bird, but it has bat-like wings and a pointed beak. What's even weirder is that the creature's wings are even wrapped in bandages, and it looks like it's injured. It's Jin of the Beast's pirates. Jin dived down quickly, and the target was Kaido, who was salvaged by Marine below. Advertisement. It's just that his breath is very abnormal, and it looks like he is not lightly injured. Stop him. His target is Kaido. Vice Admiral yelled. Then, several Vice Admiral next to him shot together, trying to stop Jin. However, Jin's speed is getting faster and faster. At the moment when the two sides were about to collide, the Vice Admirals suddenly dodged and glided to Kaido's side at an incredible angle. His claws directly grabbed Kaido's body, and then exerted all his strength. At this moment, Jin almost exerted his strength to suck up, and he was able to pull Kaido up from the sea. Even the wound on his wing was bleeding a lot. Finally, he fluttered high again and took Kaido out of the water. Chase. Don't let him run away. Damn it. Jin of the Three Calamities was not killed by the red hair. This is a major mistake. He doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Hurry up and knock him down. If we catch him, our credit will not be small. However, the reality is beyond Marine's expectations. The seriously injured Jin not only did not stop, but disappeared from their sight at a faster speed. In the distance, high in the sky, Jin's mouth was bleeding. He was indeed seriously injured, and even his bones were broken, and there were several bullet holes in his body that could not heal. He was almost desperate to save Kaido. At this moment, Kaido, who was being held by Jin, spoke up. Although he didn't open his eyes, he asked, "Is it Jin?" The voice was extremely weak and exhausted. Advertisement. Jin did not speak. I don't have the strength. I don't even have the strength to make the flame clouds fly. I have to trouble you to take me to fly for a while. Kaido continued to speak. However, Jin still did not speak. Kaido didn't talk anymore. He felt that even talking would waste a lot of energy. Not long after, suddenly, Kaido opened his eyes. He felt himself falling. Jin had completely fainted at this time, not knowing whether to live or die. And even if Kaido tried his best, twisting his body like a snake, he still couldn't create a cloud of flames that could support him and Jin. If you fall from this height, the sea surface will be harder than steel. We're afraid. If Kaido's blue dragon form can sweat, he is probably sweating profusely by now. If you use armed colors, you can indeed protect their bodies, but they cannot protect their internal organs. Under the violent vibration, their already extremely weak internal organs would be smashed to pieces. It's really unacceptable. My whole life has been in the sea, and the ending turned out to be falling to my death on the sea. Kaido sighed deeply in his heart. Whoosh. Kaido and Jin flew towards the sea like a cannonball. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared and lifted both of them up. Chapter 293 Pterosaur Fruit, Xinglong Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who is it? Kaido still had a trace of consciousness at this time, and realized that he did not fall, but was caught, and suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to see who saved him and Jin. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yi's face. He had seen this face before, and he met Red Hair this time because he wanted to meet the Straw Hat Pirates. For a time, Kaido's mood suddenly turned into 7 points of doubt and 3 points of uncertainty. He didn't know how Su Yi suddenly appeared here. How did he know he was here? Also, why did Su Yi save herself? Questions kept popping up in Kaido's mind, and they were constantly rejected by him. In the end, the answers to all questions ultimately point to the same result. Su Yi, I'm afraid, came to get own fruit ability. With Kaido's current master's information, Su Yi can not only make others lose their fruit ability, but can even use other people's fruit ability. It turns out that you can get the abilities of others, but the price is that you can't let the body of the ability person die, right? Kaido finally figured out why. And he also guessed the basic principle of Su Yi's ability. As for how Su Yi did it and what conditions were needed, Kaido is not clear. From his knowledge, he can only guess that this is the effect of some kind of devil fruit's ability. However, he would never have imagined that there would be such a heaven-defying fruit ability in this world. If this ability is given by a conspirator, in time, this person will definitely become the most difficult guy in this world. Advertisement. It can even sit firmly on the throne of One Piece. Su Yi didn't say a word to Kaido's question. How bad Kaido's state is at this time, apart from Kaido himself, I am afraid that only Su Yi knows. At this time, Kaido was almost in a dying state, and the recovery speed was very slow. If Zone awakens, he should be able to recover soon. From this, Su Yi also realized the limitations of Zone fruit. It is not always possible to maintain strong resilience. Kaido's current situation is probably the result of overdrafting his physical strength. Therefore, although the fruit ability is very powerful, it is definitely not invincible. Any fruit has a limit. However, from another point of view, there are absolutely very few people in this world who can touch the limitations of the fruit's ability. Kaido has to be said to be a strong man. Still alive in this state. Su Yi found an island. He threw Kaido down. Then steal his and Jin's abilities. Kaido responded immediately to the humanoid. After losing his ability, Kaido's terrifying vitality and recovery ability disappeared immediately. He also felt a strong pain, and he snorted suddenly, and some blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes instantly became dull, and the whole person's breath became sluggish. Advertisement. You're right, I can indeed steal other people's abilities, and the abilities I stole will disappear after the person with the abilities dies. If you don't want your abilities to fall into my hands, then you can commit suicide. But I guess you are not that kind of stupid man, Su Yi said. Now part of the information about his abilities has actually been exposed to Kaido, so there is no need to continue to hide it. So he simply told Kaido happily. He also thought about the consequences of telling Kaido. After Kaido recovers in the future, he will definitely come to him for revenge. In addition, Kaido's right hand was also cut off, which can be said to be very miserable. If he encounters the weak, he doesn't even have to shoot, just using haki can make him lose his will to fight. I feel like I have lost the greatest opportunity of my life. Very annoyed. Without his right hand, Kaido's combat power will definitely drop a lot. This is definitely a huge limit to its future strength growth. Even if you can't eat it yourself, you can't let others get it. For a person like Kaido who fights with a weapon, the main hand is definitely a very important existence. Kaido's expression changed when he heard the words. Su Yi was watching Kaido's injury at this time. Even though the expression on his face was very painful at this time, he still showed a very shocked expression. However, based on Kaido's knowledge, it should only be considered that this is some kind of powerful fruit ability. Damn, that guy Kaido ran away. What a pity, otherwise my credit this time would have been recorded in the history books. Su Yi silently watched Marine grab the beast's pirates. Advertisement. The hand can not only grasp, but also flexibly control the rotation of the weapon. For flowers. Then, after all the remaining fruit powers, excluding the artificial demon fruit power, are caught. This almost amounts to an outright failure of the operation. It can be seen that the failure to capture Kaido was a big blow to the leading vice admiral. But after a period of healing, a trace of flesh and blood grew. Kaido definitely has this mentality. Among the remaining important pirates, only Quinn and Jack are the biggest gainers, and the rest of the pirates get very little credit for catching them. He shot Van. Moreover, the other party will definitely covet the ability that he can steal the ability of others. Qinglong fruit, pterosaur fruit, get it? Of course, that's only for facing a formidable opponent. Kaido's body has a stab wound, which is very terrifying. With Kaido's recovery ability, he has not been able to recover. Here, Marine is putting the finishing touches on. After that, Su Yi returned to the previous sea area. One of the fatal wounds was in his lower abdomen, where it had definitely been cut open and the internal organs could be seen. But even so, Kaido estimates that he still wants to get his fruit. I don't know if it was the effect of seawater that suppressed the fruit's recovery rate, or whether Shanks' haki was just too strong for the wound to heal. The leading vice admiral thumped his chest. Chapter 290 400 Kinds of Fruits. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Above the sea, Marine's fleet was preparing to leave. At this moment, a thunder suddenly descended from the sky and slashed directly on a warship. At this moment, an extremely bright white light filled the eyes of all Marine soldiers. The next moment, a huge sound spread throughout the sea. Boom. The high temperature and loud noise covered this sea area in an instant. A moment later, the warship that was struck by the lightning burst into flames, and a huge hole appeared in the middle of the deck. The edge of the hole caught fire, and the Marines froze for a moment, then shouted, "It's on fire! We were struck by lightning! Hurry up and put out the fire! Check if anyone is injured. Look at the ship's 190 cabin for leaks. That's right. We have to prevent those pirates from escaping." 39. Just when people are busy, no one noticed that a figure had entered another warship. The people on this warship went to put out the fire, and there were very few people guarding the pirates. After Su Yi arrived, he directly eliminated these Marines with lightning speed. Then, start stealing the fruit powers of the imprisoned beasts pirates. When the Marines were halfway through fighting the fire, they suddenly found that a warship suddenly began to move. After inquiring, it was discovered that no one in the warship responded at all. Advertisement. Oops. That's the ship that held the pirates. The pirates escaped. The leading vice admiral disgraced from the firefighting team, and immediately reacted after seeing the fleeing warship. Immediately jumped in anger. This time, the task assigned to him was Kaido, but now Kaido didn't catch it and ran away, and Kaido's men started to do things again. If they run away again, then he will not be credited. I am afraid that he will be caught and tortured as an undercover agent of the beast's pirates. For a while, he didn't care about putting out the fire, and turned the bow to chase the escaped boat. "Everyone who knows moonwalk, give it to me," 9 Vice Admiral yelled in exasperation. In the distance, in the sky, Su Yi stands out of thin air and is taking stock of his gains this time. Green dragon fruit, pterosaur fruit, brachiosaurus fruit, saber-toothed tiger fruit, geranium rose ancient tarantula fruit, triceratops fruit, swollen head dragon fruit, spinosaurus fruit. This time, the number of fruits in his hands has already reached the 100 mark. And his ability was finally improved again this time, resulting in a new change. But this is obviously not a place for inspection and research. He just glanced at the Marines below and sighed softly. Then left. Marine is not easy, especially the bottom Marines, but this is the way the world is. It didn't take long for Su Yi to return to the land of the nations, to the resting place of Straw Hat Crew. "Yo, Su Yi, you're back." Nami, who was reading a newspaper and basking in the sun, said casually. Su Yi subconsciously swept across the whole ship, and found that there was nothing unusual, so he said hello to Nami, and then came to sit down on his exclusive reclining chair and began to study the ability that had just changed. Stealing 100 kinds of abilities made a qualitative leap in his abilities directly. Advertisement. Originally, his fruit fusion ability was unable to fuse fruits of the same type, and he could only fuse 3 fruits at most. Now, it is not only possible to melt the same type of fruit, but also the number of fusions is not limited. The only limitation is that the more fruits that are fused, the worse the correlation between the fruits, and the stronger the stamina consumption of the fruit after the fusion. There are too many combinations that can be combined. Su Yi rubbed his hands and looked at the fruit power in his hands, his eyes lit up. A few days later, the waters near Wangguo. Sunshine has been sailing for several days. In the past few days, the Sunshine was able to leave this sea area. But because of some people, or someone else, the voyage was delayed. Wow, the island in front seems to be made of chocolate, let's go up and see. 5. No, I'm the captain, Yo Shi. Now I'm giving orders, and now all the crew are on the island to explore. Boom. Nami punched Luffy hard. Give me enough, you bastard, you won't get to Raftel in the rest of your life. The others looked at Luffy with a sore face. Seriously, Luffy's been eating non-stop these days. It's like having tasted all the flavors of all the islands of the world. Even, I don't know if it was an illusion, everyone felt that a thin layer of fat had grown on Luffy's body. He was so blessed. Even the abdominal muscles on the lower abdomen are showing signs of gradually disappearing. Advertisement. It's just incredible. No, or rather a miracle. I was wrong. Well, let's set sail then. Luffy knew that he was no match for Nami, and wisely chose to surrender to Nami's will. As a result, after several consecutive days of dinner parties, everyone rested for a few days, and finally set off to continue their New World adventure. Nami solves Luffy's troubles. He let out a long breath. A4.9 looks exhausted. She looked at the sea in the distance with some worry. When will Su Yi come back? It had been hours since Su Yi left. When he left, he said he was going to experiment with the capabilities he had just developed. But after thinking about it, Nami was relieved. Su Yi won't be able to find the Sunshine. They have each other's life cards in each other's hands. Then, Nami took out the map in his hand. In 2 years, she has thoroughly understood the location of all islands in the New World and some weather-related properties. So, she knew which route Elbaf was on. Su Yi said that Elbaf probably has a 4th historical text, I hope so. Chapter 295 Kingdom of Giants, Elbaf. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just 3 days after the Sunshine set sail for Elbaf. Su Yi is back. This time far exceeded the expectations of everyone on board. Nami desperately wanted to take the initiative to find Su Yi. But her trust in Su Yi made her dismiss this idea. Fortunately, Su Yi finally came back. Moreover, it was obvious that Su Yi was exhausted at this time, as if he had experienced a big battle. He can also feel a violent haki on his body, giving people a feeling that no one is allowed to enter. Su Yi walked into his room and fell asleep. He slept until the next afternoon before waking up. After waking up, he returned to his usual state. However, everyone could see from the seeming confidence on his face that he had definitely undergone some changes. Anyone who knew him knew what that expression meant. I am invincible. This is probably Su Yi's expression at this time. Luffy, who didn't understand what was going on, was still hanging out with Su Yi. If you have nothing to do with fishing, eat Sanji's refrigerator stocked with 14 food. In the end, in order not to be scolded, Su Yi had to use the ability to eat fruit to turn some pre-prepared wooden rocks into food. Su Yi directly replaced Chopper and became Luffy's reserve food. What is this? Luffy looked at what Su Yi was eating. Ice cream. Advertisement. Su Yi casually made one for Luffy. Luffy took it and took a bite. Then he stuck out his tongue. Quote. I ate too many desserts in the Wangguo Sea near Cake Island, and now Luffy is tired of sweet food. He still prefers saltier food. Su Yi turned the ice cream in Luffy's hand into spicy bars. Luffy suddenly became interested. Eat with saliva. At this time, Su Yi's expression suddenly changed. Look in one direction. There is nothing on the sea over there. However, he could feel the direction from which the powerful vitality was constantly expanding. Nami, where is our next island? Su Yi looked at Nami. Nami took off his sunglasses, changed his legs, and put a map on his lap. Glancing at the map, she said, it's a small island, but the next island is Elbaf. 99. Elbaf. Usopp, who was fishing, came over. A look of curiosity and excitement. He's the guy on this ship who yearns for Elbaf the most. That is the hometown of mighty giants. Advertisement. As a man who wants to become a warrior at sea, the hometown of giants is a fantastic adventure paradise. Everyone who was busy with other things also pricked up their ears and listened. Don't worry. Let's go to the nearby island to supply supplies, and then inquire about Elbaf's information. Although they have met several giants, and also gained the friendship of these giants. But that's unreliable, in case they don't go back to Elbaf, or tell the people of Elbaf what happened to them. Then they went to face a group of giants who did not know whether they were friends or foes. That is the kingdom of giants, the most powerful country in the world. If a trouble breaks out and a war breaks out, they will be in danger. Great. We're off to the kingdom of giants. 35. The island to the south. It's so warm. The pineapple is delicious. The head is hot. The idiot. The island to the north. It's cold. The carp is delicious. The head is shaking. The idiot. The island to the east. Ah, so beautiful. However, the sunshine has not yet approached the port, but the people in the port have already discovered the appearance of the sunshine. He glanced at the sunshine, and then glanced at the ordinary people behind him who secretly looked at the place. Instead, he looked at the approaching sunshine with a look of doubt and curiosity. 4 emperors are coming. As for the giant porter on the dock, seeing the Straw Hat cruise ship, he was not as panicked as the others. 190 inches no, he is a 4 emperors now. No matter how many giants come, it is estimated that it will be the life of the food. For a time, chickens and dogs jumped on the island. When the sunshine approached the pier, the Straw Hat Luffy who defeated the Big Mom pirates. 35. Straw Hat Crew. It's Straw Hat Crew. Advertisement. Here, they actually saw a giant. Nami covered her face with a headache. But it also makes sense. Dancing with their arms around their shoulders. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as some giant warriors come, they can be destroyed. The giants here are workers who move goods at the dock. Immediately, a panic began to spread over the island. If an ordinary pirate group came, even if it was only a Shichibukai-level pirate group, the people here would not be so panicked. Seeing giants outside of Elbaf was beyond everyone's expectations. Brook also began to accompany him. Whoa whoa whoa. So, we are now facing the 4 emperors' pirates. After all, Elbaf is not a closed country. A look of hesitating. Soon after, the crowd came to the islands in the waters near Elbaf. Only the giant who was responsible for carrying the goods was left here. Luffy and Usopp sang happily. He seemed to have something to say to the crowd at Straw Hat Crew. It is normal for giants to leave. However, the 4 emperors no longer belong to the category of ordinary combat power. Even the Marine has the giant vice admiral. Really? Then they can't do it. Because, being close to Elbaf, they can turn to the giants for help in case of danger. Chapter 296 The Benefactor of the Giant Clan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the giant who was hesitating to speak, the people of Straw Hat Crew decided to pull the ship over. And the giant never showed any fear of the Straw Hat Crew. This made everyone a little curious, although they didn't want others to be so afraid of them, but it was a fact, and now there is a giant who was so calm in the face of them, which is the most striking contrast with those panicked people, which makes they can't keep calm. And the first person who came to negotiate was naturally Su Yi. He got off the boat, came to the giant, and asked his doubts. Are not you afraid? Saying that, he pointed to the people who were hiding. They were very scared and hid. The giant scratched his head, glanced at the people who were hiding, and smiled awkwardly. Immediately, he bent down. This move made everyone on the boat a little wary. However, Su Yi himself did not have any vigilance, because he did not feel the maliciousness of the other party. Soon, he understood that the only purpose of the giant's crouching down was to get close to him and talk to him, and it was still a whisper. He didn't know why the giant did this, but since the other party was so cautious, what the other party wanted to say should be a secret. But immediately he showed a pained look. Because, for the giants, the whispers that the other party thinks are actually loud, and there is no confidentiality at all. Advertisement. You beat Charlotte Linlin, so you are our benefactors. Su Yi immediately frowned in relief. Understand what the other person means. Auntie killed an important figure of the giant clan when she was a child, and also destroyed the village of Elbaf, and later was blacklisted by all the giant clan because of cannibalism. It can be said that the ant is the mortal enemy of the giants. They can't wait to get rid of it first and then quickly. And later the ant wanted to marry the giants. The object of the marriage is the prince of the giant clan. Su Yi guessed that the prince of the giant clan who wanted to marry Big Mom didn't know much about Big Mom's scandal, or he just heard about Big Mom's scandal. In addition, the other party is likely to really like the ant's daughter, so she had to consider marrying the ant. However, when the marriage was destroyed, the ant also offended the giant prince. This is equivalent to offending the giant clan, inside and out. Therefore, the current giant said that they are the benefactors of the giant clan, and it is indeed not an exaggeration. Very well, we are going to Elbaf now. Can you tell us about Elbaf's situation? After Su Yi confirmed that the giant was friendly to him and others now, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. When even started to inquire about Elbaf's news. Advertisement. The giant told him roughly what he knew about Elbaf. Su Yi understands that now Elbaf, the whole country is looking forward to the arrival of Straw Hat crew. They were ready for the banquet and waiting for the Straw Hat to show up. And the prince of the giant clan was also looking forward to summoning the Straw Hat boy. Su Yi suddenly laughed. Since the attitude of the giants to their pirate group is friendly, then things are easy to say. Their purpose is only one, that is the historical text, other things are easy to say. In fact, Su Yi has already made the worst plan, that is, the attitude of the giants towards them is average. In this way, the giants are likely not to show them the historical text, and it is even impossible to tell them whether the historical text is in their hands. Of course, the premise of all this is that the last piece of historical text is really in the hands of the giants. In the end, Su Yi asked about the identity of the giant at the moment. The giant said, "Our giants are now starting to come out and contact people in the outside world. This is all the credit of the nun at the beginning. She made us reach a reconciliation with humans. Now we have our people in Marine." These are all things Su Yi knows. In short, according to his understanding, the giants now have backers, and they will not be unilaterally bullied by humans after something goes wrong, so they dare to come out and do some serious things. Not to be a pirate as soon as it comes out. As for the current giant, it should be because he can't do anything, so he can only sell his strength at the dock. Advertisement. After negotiating again, the giant learned that the next stop of Straw Hat crew was to go to Elbaf. He immediately said that he wanted to go with him. Because His Royal Highness is going to hold a banquet, I can't miss attending the banquet with the benefactor of my clan. 55. The giant said very sincerely, of course, if the drool that was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth was ignored, the credibility of his words would be at least 90%. The next thing is easy to say. Got the help of the giant now gone. The Straw Hat crew filled up quickly. The giant is on his own raft. His raft is 5 times larger than the Sunshine, with piles of jerky and apples, and a bucket on it. These are giant's meals, enough to eat a few meals. But for Straw Hat crew, these supplies are like hills, and the size of the bucket alone is equivalent to the Sunshine. As for the amount of excrement produced by the giant after eating these foods, Su Yi dared not imagine. The Straw Hat crew has barely stayed on the island for long. This is a headache for them. If their reputation is so big, people almost everywhere will have their minds exploded. It is impossible to get normal treatment like before. This is extremely unfriendly to their adventurous experience. Chapter 297 The Giant Prince. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Before Straw Hat crew arrived at Elbaf, he had seen the big tree on Elbaf Island from a distance. This tree refreshed everyone's perception of the word, big. If it is said that the size of the elephant is already very large, then the tree in front of him is simply many times that of the elephant. Su Yi feels that the tree may have grown there since the age of dinosaurs. This is Baoshu Adam. He muttered to himself. Robin on the side remembered her hometown, the tree in O'Hara. The tree was already huge in her eyes, and it was bigger than any tree she had seen so far. Compared to a tree, it can only be described by the words, not worth mentioning. As for Luffy, Nami and others, they could only shout, dead tall and short. Usopp is even more blushing. His heart is pounding. The ultimate dream of a sea warrior, the kingdom of giants, is he finally going to see it? When the Sunshine was about to dock, it was discovered by the giants on the island. The flags of the Grass 193 Hat Group have long been famous, and their identities are immediately clear. Advertisement. It's the pirates of the Four Emperors, Straw Hat Boys. It's the Straw Hat Crew. Come and see everyone. My God. Our benefactors. They have come to our island. I can't believe it. I feel like I'm living in a dream. When Straw Hat Crew landed on the island, there were 2 rows of giants standing on both sides like a city wall. This is probably the legendary, Welcome. Zero. But in Su Yi's opinion, it's a bit too exaggerated. And here, they also met some familiar faces. Dory and Brigitte with great axe and great sword, and a few other faces, who were seen in Little Garden, were familiar to everyone in Straw Hat Crew. You guys are Straw Hat Crew. At this time, a figure trembled and walked over. It was hard to imagine that such a figure would exist in such a strong giant clan. But when they saw the image of the person who came, the doubts in everyone's heart were immediately resolved. Advertisement. This person is obviously an old man, wearing a gray robe, with a long sword slung around his waist, with a mountain-like whitebeard, and the iconic horn on the hat on his head. This is an elder in a giant clan who does not know that he has lived for hundreds of years, and he is filled with a heavy breath of history, as if a thick and musty history book was opened in front of everyone the same. Lord Jarul, is your body enough to handle it? Go back and lie down, and leave the reception to us. The laughter and laughter of the giants suddenly stopped, and they looked nervously at the old giants who appeared, for fear that the other party would make a big difference, then their sins would be big. You must know that this one is a living legend. Even in the history of giants, there is no such long-lived existence. In the world of giants, longevity does not mean simply living a long time, but also means that he knows many things that have happened in the past few hundred years. He can be described as a living history and a witness to history. The longevity of giants is well known, Beej. If the giants live longer, for example, they can live for 800 years, I am afraid that the giants will not be as comfortable as they are now. The world government will probably send troops to eliminate the giants first. After all, the 100 years it disappeared was 800 years ago. In order to completely erase the history that happened in the past 100 years, the world government used almost all means, even burning down Oya. And if there are people who can live for 800 years, it is undoubtedly more terrifying than the words written in the book, because they will be the witnesses of that period of history, they will know what happened and part of the truth. Really, you two underestimate my old man, I'm not as fragile as you think. Okay. Don't help me, I can walk by myself. After all, Jarul couldn't beat the giants, and went back to his house to rest. Then, the feast of the giants began. Advertisement. You already know. Ha ha ha, that's just right. Thank you for beating Charlotte Linlin. She's a devil-like woman. I don't want to see her again in my life, and you've also helped many of our compatriots out there. I toast you. Several strong giants from the leading Elbaf village were sitting in the master's seat, and one of the giants held a huge wooden cup and said gruffly, "Then, drink up the liquid in the cup." Luffy doesn't drink. He took a glass of juice and drank it. Soon, the banquet began with laughter and laughter. With the ability of Su Yi, and the large amount of food prepared by the giants, there is no need to worry about eating at all. The only thing you need to consider is whether you will eat it or not. At the same time, the news of Straw Hat Crew's arrival in Elbaf spread out, and also into the giant's palace. At this moment, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, in a magnificent giant city, the giant prince, who was wearing a red cloak and a crown, immediately put down what he was doing after hearing the news. Invite them to the palace, and I want to meet them. Chapter 298 Going to the Giant King City. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Then it stopped. The reason for the stop was that the giant guard from the Giant King City couldn't stand it any longer and had to come forward to stop it. And in the name of the prince prevented the banquet from going on. And the residents of Elbaf village are also very respectful to the giant prince, and they all wisely chose to stop. Otherwise, I don't know how long this banquet will be. Prince invited. After hearing the news, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that there will be another banquet? The giant guard wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I don't know, but anyone who goes to the palace will definitely have food, and the food made according to our body size is definitely enough for you. Great. Since Luffy awakened the fruit ability, his appetite has been increased by an unknown number of times. It seems that I can't get tired of eating banquets in a row, so when I heard that there was food, I immediately became excited. Others looked at their bodies with some worry, worried about whether they would gain weight. In other words, Luffy Pervert's physique won't gain weight, and everyone else has become a little fatter. Only selective control of diet. But watching others eat and not eating is undoubtedly very painful. Advertisement. Because of this, they despised Luffy very much. The giants of Elbaf village are very fond of Luffy. After getting along these days, they found that Luffy was not as rumored, but a very forthright person. Moreover, unlike ordinary humans, Luffy is very edible, and in terms of food intake, he has even surpassed some giants. But because the prince had already invited them at this time, they could only let Luffy and others leave. Finally, everyone hit the road and went to the giant king city. In fact, Suyi wanted to go from the very beginning, and he had already noticed the anomaly here when he landed on the island. Part of the life force exists on the ground, but some more powerful life force actually exists above the 10,000-meter altitude. If he guessed correctly, it should be the so-called King City of Giants. That's right, the giant King City is built at an altitude of 10,000 meters on the canopy of the treasure tree Atom, which is the height of Sky Island. This must be shocking, because in the world before Suyi, there was a story of Jack and P. Jack planted the magic bean, and the magic bean grew bean sprouts that reached the sky, leading to the house of the giant in the sky. There, the chickens that laid the golden eggs, and the giants were found. Now, he actually saw a giant living in the sky. This is incredible. In his past impressions, there is only one way to go to Sky Island, and that is the Sky Current. And the size of the giant is obviously not related to Sky Island. However, when he saw Baoshu Atom, he understood that there might be another way to get to Sky Island, and that is to climb a tree. Advertisement. However, with the size of a giant and that cumbersome body, it is obviously very difficult and dangerous to climb a tree. To build a home on the canopy, and it is also the home of giants, is simply more difficult than building the Great Wall. Transport building materials to the sky. Wait, the giant King City was built directly from the branches of the treasure tree Atom. Su Yi's heart suddenly had a sudden thought. But he believes seeing is believing. Before seeing the real giant King City, he decided to be conservative. This trip, let the pirates truly appreciate the vastness of the land. Unlike the sea, where you only need a boat, then sailing, and then the weather. On the earth, if you want to move forward, you need to walk step by step. If you don't walk, you will be very far away from the goal. For flowers. And the whole island is quite large. This is quite normal, after all, it is an island for the giants to live in. Soon, no one could move. The first to move is Pudding. Since this adventure was a rare one, like Raftel, everyone at Straw Hat Crew took part. And Pudding's means of transportation, the flying carpet, disappeared because of the loss of Ant's ability, and she could only walk by herself. However, as the daughter of the Emperor of the Sea, she has been accompanied by flying carpets since she was a child, and her stamina cannot be seen at all. As a last resort, Sanji could only carry Pudding on his back. Advertisement. This makes the two of them happy. Although they are married couples, they are still very shy with each other. There is absolutely no shame in holding hands or doing normal behavior between other couples in front of everyone. Now, with justifiable excuses, the two of them couldn't find the North who were happy in their hearts. In the past, Nami was often taken care of by Sanji. At this time, Sanji's long-windedness is less, but he is not used to it. But she didn't say anything. As a woman with an ordinary physique, she would actually feel tired. However, her past life experiences taught her to be patient. Therefore, she can last much longer than the average person. But the so-called Wangshan is a dead horse. The big tree that seemed to pierce the sky in the distance was too far away. After walking for a few hours, there is still no hope of getting close to the tree. Nami finally sat down on the ground, unable to walk. At this time, the king city guard of the giant clan came over. Don't force it, I'll take you there. He actually wanted the Straw Hat crew people on his shoulders for a long time, and it would be faster. However, four emperors, Luffy resolutely disagreed, on the grounds that he would lose face if he couldn't go to someone else's house by himself. Chapter 299 Going to the Giant King City 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Fortunately, Nami is still very reliable at critical moments. She created a bubble with her fruit power, then sat on it. Next, just tie it to it with a rope, and let the person in front pull it to move forward. Although this is considered a kind of cheating, Nami claims that he does not fight by hand-to-hand combat, and fruit ability is also part of his strength. After that, Pudding had no reason to stay on Sanji's back. Although she was a little disappointed, she didn't want Sanji to be too tired. Everyone else who saw this scene was a little tired. Suyi even suspected that if Luffy had any knowledge of the matter between men and women, he might have kicked out the dog abuser Sean, 193, at this moment. After walking for a while, there were a few more people sitting on the bubbles in the queue. Except for a few main players, almost everyone ran to the bubble. And the task of pulling the bubble was naturally put on Suyi's body. Originally this job was Zoro's, but the thought of this Liu Kai might lead everyone astray, causing more than half of the team to get lost. Suyi decided to work harder on her own. When will we go this way? Suyi glanced at the people behind him who were sitting in the bubble and watching the scenery leisurely, and the corners of his mouth raised a sinister arc. Let's have a race, Lord Captain, and you, Spencer. With that said, Suyi raised his head and looked at the Wangchang guard. Advertisement. Spencer is the other person's name. I haven't waited for Spencer to answer. With a snap, Luffy had already slapped his fist, showing an excited smile. And Zoro and others were also excited at this time. Whoosh. Suddenly, Suyi suddenly jumped up, jumping more than 10 meters high, and jumped onto a mountain in front of him. It is said to be a mountain, but for the giants, it is also a small mound. And Nami and the others screamed happily. The experience of being pulled by Suyi is like bungee jumping. And their protection measures can be said to be no, it's just a bubble, if this thing hits a rock or something, isn't it directly shattered? Break to pieces. Although I'm already a bone, tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator. Brooke, who appeared in the bubble at some point, laughed heartlessly. Nami was in tears while maintaining the performance of the bubble at full power. Usopp, on the other hand, looked across the bank from Chopper and saw the fear in the other's eyes. Brush brush. Zoro and others also quickly caught up with Suyi. And Luffy directly regarded the Wangchang guards as the clips of the slingshot, and he was the rubber band, and the bullet flew hundreds of meters high. Rolling over while laughing, he surpassed everyone and came to the first place. This can't be lost to you, just with your funny way of moving forward, it's too embarrassing to lose. Zoro looked at Luffy with blue veins. Advertisement. At this time, Suyi exerted his strength again, jumping up unexpectedly, pedaling quickly in the air with both feet, stepping on the air and jumping continuously. Bang bang bang. Soon, he caught up with Luffy and passed him. This time, the one who was left behind instead became the guard of the royal city. He stared dumbfoundedly at the people who were making a fool of themselves, and finally understood in his heart why these guys became the Four Emperors Pirates. They are just too strong. Although he had never seen the real Four Emperors Pirates, but at this moment he just looked at the performance of Luffy and the others, and admired them from the bottom of his heart. Dong dong dong. He started to run, unwilling to admit defeat, chasing after the crowd. The so-called Wangshan runs a dead horse. Surprisingly, this is also common to the royal city guards. When the crowd came to the foot of the mountain of the treasure tree Adam, it was already a day later. At this time, Spencer had not caught up. He disappeared from everyone's sight at noon. Suyi was also tired and gasping for breath at this time. He understands why this is not the place of war anymore. It takes a long time to walk from the coastline to this place, and this time is enough for the giant to prepare for battle or escape. Advertisement. And such a long time, Such a long journey. For the guys who want to attack the giant clan, it can undoubtedly consume a lot of their physical energy and so on. It can be said that there is a natural terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Not to mention, the giant king city is still in the sky. It's not enough to get to the middle of the island, you have to climb up. Thinking of this, Su Yi glanced over his head. It's unfathomable there. Looking at the people in the bubbles, they were already frightened. Everyone was paralyzed in the bubbles as if they had lost their souls. If it wasn't for Nami who still had a trace of consciousness, the bubbles would have disappeared by now. Okay 4.9, it seems we can only wait here for Spencer to catch up. Su Yi said to himself. Su Yi. Nami suddenly regained a little consciousness and yelled at Su Yi. The experience just now really frightened her. I think she wasn't so frightened when she went to Sky Island. After all, she went up in one breath. The danger level of the current experience does not have to be lower than that of Sky Island, but it has lasted for such a long time, which really scared her a lot. After a while of complaining, when Spencer caught up, Nami spared Su Yi temporarily. It's easy to say what happens next. That is to climb the big tree in front of you. Chapter 300 History Text. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the experience of climbing the elephant once, there is nothing to say about the experience of climbing a tree this time. In short, when everyone climbed the canopy of the big tree, a rather spectacular giant city appeared in front of everyone. The city was bigger and more imposing than Su Yi imagined, and it was not made of large pieces of wood, but large blocks of stone. This is truly an incredible miracle. However, when Su Yi thought about the existence of devil fruit, he was relieved. The giants in ancient times probably used the devil fruit's ability to transport these stones up. Everyone, welcome to the kingdom of giants. 99. The guards of the royal city stretched out their arms, just like Moses separating the Red Sea, and in front of him, the gate of the royal city was open, and you could see the streets and pedestrians inside, as well as the buildings and clothing with the characteristics of giants. At this moment, a brand new culture hit everyone's attention, as if an enlarged human society made everyone dizzy. Everything here is so huge, whether it's people, houses, or food. A bunch of grapes in the hands of a child fell to the ground, and one of the grapes was about the height of a human being. Not to mention those loaves that are bigger than a house and jerky that is bigger than a boat. Sea King's meat is the norm here, but it's no surprise that the folks at Straw Hat Crew have long been accustomed to serving Sea Kings as food. The guards of the King's City led the crowd to the central area of the King's City, and the giants on the road looked at the group of outsiders with curious eyes. Su Yi noticed that the people here didn't seem to know them, which was a little strange. However, this saved them the preparations they had prepared in advance to deal with, knowing they're passionate giants, and they came to the central area of the giant King City smoothly all the way. Here is the giant's palace. The palace is very grand, and it can even be described as rough, and it has the style of giant architecture. To go up to the palace, you need to walk up some stairs. On the steps, there are warriors in armor on both sides. This kind of armor is very strange. It is actually made of leaves. Leaves. Advertisement. Su Yi looked up at the big tree in the distance. The leaves should be the leaves of the treasure tree Adam. Also, the branches of the treasure tree Adam can be used to build boats, so it makes no sense that its leaves are not a good material. The guards of the royal city stopped under the steps. I can only send you here, and the next place is not for people of my identity. After everyone said goodbye to him, they set foot on the steps. The steps here are also very huge. After walking through all the steps, a spacious hall appears in front of everyone. A noble figure is sitting on the left, wearing a red cloak and a golden crown. Just like the king of giants. Welcome. The giant prince looked very happy and looked at the people of Straw Hat Crew with a novel look. Is this the four emperor's pirates? It looks unremarkable. Moreover, looking at their small bodies, it is hard to imagine that they will be one of the most powerful forces in this sea. Banquet. 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 Luffy looked around, looking forward to the start of the banquet. It's just that there are not many people in this hall-like palace, let alone any banquets. Can you have a fight with me? The giant prince suddenly said excitedly. As a warlike race, It is their instinct to challenge the strong. Luffy didn't notice anything wrong, but agreed very excitedly. Before anyone else could react. Advertisement. The battle between the two sides is imminent. Nami covered his forehead helplessly. You must know that this is the palace of the giants. Are you sure there will be no problem fighting the princes of the giants here? However, before everyone could think about it, Luffy had already started a fight with the other party. Quote. At this moment, there were tears in the eyes of the other party, but indifferent words were in his mouth. A drop of tears fell on the ground, and everyone was very speechless. The whole place was silent. The giant prince slowly sat up from the ground, rubbed his face with one hand, and said, "It's really disrespectful to each other. This is obviously a slap in the face." Taking a deep breath, Suyi cleared his throat and asked with a little guilty conscience, "Then, may I ask you a question?" Gollum. Soon, Luffy and the opponent were in a ball. All kinds of top-quality food were brought up. Luffy's wished banquet didn't happen, but there were a lot of his favorite foods. The giant prince put down the barbecue in his hand. After everyone enjoyed a sumptuous meal, ignoring Luffy who was still eating, Suyi had come to the giant prince. Next to him is Pudding. You know, they are now in the territory of the giant clan, and Luffy actually beat their heads. Tick. Advertisement. With a bang, before the giant prince could make a move, his face was swollen. What kind of pain is this? I really don't feel any pain at all. Luffy, you are so amazing. Nami swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's about the historical text. Immediately, a savage punch hit the opponent in the face. Moreover, the purpose of their trip has been clearly stated by Suyi and Robin before. No. 193. Everyone. Hey, are you alright? Nami anxiously wanted to check the other's injury, and then glanced at Luffy with a bit of reproach. Luffy, you're really too much, you even took the first meeting. She was interrupted before she could finish speaking. This level of duplicity is really outrageous. That is to find out whether the giants have any historical text here. Not because of Luffy's strength, but because of this ending. Then, the entire huge body fell directly backwards. And still in the case of the other party's enthusiasm. Looking at Suyi, you said. I saw that he directly opened the second gear, jumped up, and the armed color and conquerors covered his fist. If this is a face turning, their fate is extremely bad. He has already discussed with Pudding that if something happens later, he will directly suppress the other party and eliminate the unfriendly memory in the other party's mind. Chapter 301 Fourth piece of historical text. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Historical text. The giant prince looked at Suyi in surprise. Just when Suyi was about to signal Pudding to cut off this guy's memory just now, the other party's reaction was far beyond his expectations. If it were you, I could show you the above, he said. I heard there was an O'Hara survivor on your ship. It went well beyond Suyi's expectations. Even Robin was a little surprised that the other party knew about Oyala's existence. You know, this place is above the height of 10,000 meters, which is equivalent to the height of Sky Island. Even the seagulls who deliver the papers have a hard time getting in here. This is also the reason why the residents here did not know the Straw Hat Pirates before. It is quite rare for giant princes to know of their existence. And the information of the survivors of O'Hara. It is a miracle in itself to be known by the other party. It takes a lot of experience to let the other party link this information with the historical text. However, when it comes to experience, the fact that the other party is a giant is enough for him to have a height that most people in this world cannot reach. Giant Prince said. After the history of 800 years ago was erased, for a period of time, many people began to secretly search for the history that was erased, and almost all of these people have a common feature. That is, more or less there is a certain connection with O'Hara. Advertisement. They are either simply local historians in O'Hara, or have been to O'Hara, or are friends of O'Hara's scholars or something. In short, all this is related to O'Hara, the people of O'Hara who want to seek the truth of history. But in recent decades, O'Hara scholars have suddenly disappeared. I learned later that O'Hara was destroyed by Marine Admiral Akainu. And he was also assigned by the world government, or commanded by the Five Elders. 35. Having said that, he glanced at Robin's changing expression. Robin's expression dimmed for a moment, but soon recovered. The past experiences have left a deep shadow in her heart, but now those are over. She has a companion who can protect her. If she encounters such a powerful enemy again, she believes that her companion can protect herself of. Seeing Robin's expression returning to normal, the giant prince sighed deeply. Actually, the historians of O'Hara visited Elbath, and I let them read the historical text, but I didn't expect that soon after that, they. Have you read the history text? Su Yi's heart moved. If so, does there really exist a historical text here? He looked at Robin. Robin exchanged glances with him. Then it was time for Robin to perform. Advertisement. I am the one who inherited O'Hara's will, and some people in this world don't want the truth to surface, so they even slaughtered my hometown, and the only thing I can do for this is let the real history surface. The giant prince understood what Robin meant. Tears began to flow down his face again. I'm so touched. I wanted to avenge the people in O'Hara, but my father stopped me, and I couldn't understand the content of the historical text, so I could only wait hard, but I didn't expect it to be true. I've been waiting for. He wiped the tears from his face. It is said that there is a liberation warrior who will liberate the suffering people while laughing, and the royal family of our giant family has a prophecy passed down by word of mouth. One day in the future, there will be when a man who has inherited the will of this warrior appears, he will bring laughter to the world again, and at the same time, he will tell the world the dusty history. Having said that, he looked in the direction of Luffy. I think I've met that man. Su Yi and Robin also looked at Luffy. At this time, Luffy was completely unaware of everyone's gaze. Just eat the meat of sea kings on your own. Come with me, I think it's time to let you see the content of the historical text. Su Yi and Robin followed behind the giant prince, and they came to the room at the back of the palace hall. There was actually a basement, and the basement was undoubtedly in the canopy of the big tree, but the surrounding walls were composed of dense branches. It can almost be said to be airtight. In terms of the texture of the trunk, it is almost impossible for people outside to find it, and it is even more difficult to get through the passage from the outside. And here, several people saw the historical text guarded by the giants. Two pieces, one is the normal historical text, and the other is a red historical text that records one of the Raftel Road signs. Found it. Advertisement. Su Yi's heart moved, and there was a sense of relief. He is not afraid that this is a fake, because he has heard some voices that seem to be absent. This is the peculiar voice of the historical text. Robin can't wait to interpret the above content at this time. After seeking the consent of the giant prince with her eyes, she immediately began to translate. Su Yi was visiting the basement. He suddenly asked, "Here is the text, since when did you start guarding it?" The giant prince pondered. The red piece was brought back by my father when he went to sea a few decades ago, and the other piece has been placed here since ancient times. It is said that it came from a contract between the people of the Great Kingdom, and a contract from the D family. Clan D. Huge Kingdom. Su Yi suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity to learn about intelligence. Giants have a long lifespan that is unmatched by ordinary people. 800 years may be very long for ordinary people, but for them, it may be just a few generations. Human time. It is very likely that some of the stories passed down by word of mouth between them are a mystery 800 years ago. Suddenly, Su Yi felt that his eyes started to light up, which was a huge loophole. No matter how much the world government blocks the news, there will always be times when 100 secrets are lost. There will always be people and things they can't find. Can you tell me what you know about 800 years ago? Section. Chapter 302 Liberation Warriors and the D Family. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The giant prince did not regard these secrets as treasures, or he had already handed over the most important historical texts, so there was nothing to hide. He immediately found an empty place to sit down, then poured himself a sip of wine and started talking. Originally these were not allowed to be said, but since my old man was in bed, he couldn't take care of me. 39. Having said that, he poured himself another sip of wine. Looking at a void in front of his eyes, he seemed to be remembering and thinking. You know, our family has a long lifespan, so some things passed down by word of mouth can also be used as history, and a considerable part of it is about the blank 100 years, but there may be some content in it that is not perfect, because after all, even people who lived in those days rarely knew all the secrets. Su Yi shrugged, listening as if listening to 8 trigrams. I can only say that I tell what happened in those 100 years from the perspective of our giants. 900 years ago, that is, a blank 100 years ago, the world at that time was quite lonely, and there was no large population migration between islands like now. At that time, we didn't even know that there were other than giants. Unexpected racial existence. And that era, from the current point of view, should be said to be the era of human beings, because the place where we were at that time was only the island of Elbaf, but the footprints of human beings have come from the 4 seas to the Grand Line, even New World. 5. Advertisement. At that time, there were no pirates who were not pirates, and they all called themselves adventurers. 35. From the mouths of some adventurers, we learned how vast this world is. Even the land under our feet is not a complete continent, but a round sphere, just like an orange. Saying that, he picked up the oranges in a fruit bowl next to him. Starting from East Blue and sailing west, if you stay on course, you will eventually return to East Blue. 35. As for the fact that the land under our feet is round, there is another very crucial evidence, that is, someone has seen the land under our feet from the moon. Hearing the other party say this, Su Yi Bij's heart beat fiercely. I heard the other party say, the other party is a race from the moon. I remember there seems to be a Lunaria family. They have wings, can fly, and even control flames. 39. There are 3 other races from the moon, but I forgot what they were called. Is there anyone wearing animal skins, and Su Yi immediately recited the costumes of the residents they met at Sky Island. The other party's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. That's it. There is another race. Advertisement. Su Yi knew that in addition to the 2 races of Sky Island, there was also a race from the moon, the race of Enel, but this strange creature had already bombed his hometown, so it is very likely that this race from the moon had become extinct. When the blank 100 years began, it was precisely when the lunar race came to the sea. Some of them lived on the White Sea, and some went to the Blue Sea below. The giant prince continued, they have powerful scientific and technological power, but what was even more terrifying for the human rulers at that time was their thinking. They believed that everyone was equal, and there should be no distinction between 3, 6, 9, high and low, or even different races should be equal, even giants and villains with the most disparity in size should be equal. This idea brought about dramatic changes in the world at that time, one of which was the emergence of a liberation fighter, Joey Boy. In that era when people were still afraid of giants and murlocs, Joey Bowie's footprints have traveled almost all over the world at that time, and he knew that there are not only humans in this world, but also murlocs, giants, villains, and long-legged people. And the long-handed clan, etc. So when he saw the races from the moon, he immediately became friends with them, and even thought of their thoughts deeply. In the end, he even made it his own philosophy and creed, and opened Shikai to free all slaves who were oppressed. Speaking of this, the giant prince said in a mythical tone, he built a huge kingdom, all people in that kingdom are equal, all races are equal, and people in that country call themselves family. I read it. 35. Robin interjected inappropriately, and at the same time looked at Su Yi and the giant prince curiously. It can be seen from her expression that she was really immersed in the state of interpreting history just now, and she didn't even hear what Su Yi and the giant prince were saying. As if Su Yi was very upset about Robin's interruption at this time. Advertisement. However, he is not happy, and he believes that a more detailed and objective history should be recorded in Raftel, and it may not be too late to learn more about it when he arrives there. Okay. Thank you, my friend. You brought us one step closer to the truth, and also thank you for your food, although the giants eat a lot, but your food is not as rough as I imagined, on the contrary, it can even be called exquisite. Su Yi praised without disobedience. In fact, it is precisely because the ingredients used by the giants are top-quality Sea King's meat, so even if you can use any seasoning, just sprinkle some simple salt can satisfy most people. Tongue. What's more, this is the royal residence of the giant clan, and they should enjoy the most delicious and nutritious food of the entire giant clan. Thanks. 39. The giant prince said with some guilty conscience. In fact, no one knew. All he knew was what he just said. It was all because he was very tired of the stories told by the old people, and he preferred to fight rather than listen to the stories. If he had just continued talking, he would soon be exposed. Su Yi glanced at Robin. Anything to gain. 35. Robin nodded heavily. I think as long as we get the piece of historical text in Shank's hands, we can go to Raftel. Chapter 303 Bad News, Arrested Redhead. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The historical text in Shank's hands should have been in Kaido's hands, and Su Yi had previously confirmed that Kaido had no historical text in his hands. So, he can be almost 100% sure. The third piece of historical text has fallen into Shank's hands. They have collected the first block, the second block, the fourth block of the historical text. As long as you collect the third piece, you can find Raftel's position. By then, all the buried truths will come to the surface. The blank 100 years, the vanishing huge kingdom, the D clan, Joy Boy, the origin of the historical text, the celestial dragon's past, blah blah blah. Next, after staying in the giant's palace for a few days, everyone continued on their way. However, just as everyone left, a newspaper was sent up. Since the city of giants is in the sky, when the newspapers are delivered, it is not the news of the day. When the giant prince saw the contents of the newspaper, his expression changed suddenly. He hurriedly sent someone to stop Straw Hat Crew. At the same time, somewhere on the sea in New World, a tattered marine warship was slowly driving. And the lineup on this ship is also extremely luxurious. If it is said, it is estimated that it can directly scare a large number of pirates to death. 3 Admiral Fujitora, Kizaru. And the lineup of marine legend Vice Admiral Hiro Garp. Advertisement. And the object they escorted was only one person. At this moment, inside the warship, in a cage entirely made of sea stone, a man is being imprisoned. This man had only one arm and one leg, and sat on the ground in a very embarrassed manner. His broken leg looked like something that happened recently, and it was bandaged very hastily. At this moment, due to the constant turbulence of the warship and the lack of water, his wound not only did not show a tendency to heal, but a trace of blood was oozing out instead. The red hair on one end became very messy because it was contaminated with seawater and sweat and dried, and the cloak that was supposed to be very majestic was tattered. Empty. 4 emperors, Redhead Shanks. He was actually captured by Marine. And his companions, who claimed to be at the top of all 4 emperors in average strength, are now without a trace, and they don't know if they are alive or dead. Squeak. Da da da. A burst of footsteps came from far and near, followed by a figure holding a lantern, sitting on a wooden bench outside the seastone cage in the dim yellow light. The silver-haired Garp looked at Shanks gloomily, raised the lantern in his hand a little higher, and illuminated Shanks' decadent face. You still won't say it. Redhead. Garp's voice was a little tired and seemed extremely reluctant and impatient. He quietly looked at the man in front of him. It was him who caused his grandson Luffy to go out to sea to become a pirate, and also to be a pirate king. You see, he hated red hair thoroughly. Yu Gong, he is not willing to die for those people, but now he has to come forward. And Shanks seemed to be asleep, not saying a word. Advertisement. It wasn't until Garp knocked on the cell door with the lantern that there was a rattling sound that Shanks' head slowly lifted. Asterisk hash asterisk katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. So Garp at this time just thought that the 5 elders didn't want people to find Raftel, so that Roger's last words would be fulfilled when they executed Roger a few years ago. The era of the great pirates continued by Whitebeard would break out again, and the number of pirates would once again break out. A blowout occurs, and at the same time the emergence of a true Sea King will surely lead to chaos in the world. Just thinking about this made his forehead sweat. One is Big Mom and the other is Kaido. The name 5 elders disgusted him. He didn't want to do things for them, but now the 5 elders are showing unprecedented harshness and tension, as if something big happened. Is this your aura? There really is a shadow of Roger. It's hard to imagine that a guy like Luffy will become the Pirate King, but it is indeed time for the Pirate King to appear. However, the first case is very rare. To Garp, this pirate is still his own grandson. Garp thought about it carefully and found that more than half of the top forces in the sea today are closely related to Luffy. This should not appear on the face of a person who has already been defeated, and the other party is a person who should be full of pride. 4 Emperors. As Roger's former nemesis, he naturally knew some secrets about Raftel. Garp frowned deeply. Shanks said slowly at this time. You should know that it is impossible for me to let you, or the 5 elders, to do so, Garp. Marine has long been prepared for this, and has even prepared for a situation where the 4 emperors will join forces to deal with Marine. What Garp didn't know was that what really made the 5 elders care about was not who was the 4 emperors, but what Luffy looked like. Therefore, in theory, there should be a piece of historical text in the red-haired hand. Advertisement. But after Kaido went to Wano Kuni, this historical text should have fallen into Kaido's hands. And Roger was looking for the red historical text at the time. Garp knew that such a historical text seemed to have a piece in Wano Kuni. But before Roger, it had been a treasure trove, and young Roger even ventured there as a huge target. Garp asked Shanks gloomily. Of course, if I have to say that there is a major event in the ocean recently, it is the fact that 4 emperors have dismounted in succession. Garp thought so subconsciously. Where did you hide the historical text? Now that the redhead has defeated Kaido, as a member of the Roger ship, the redhead should know the importance of the historical text, and definitely got it in his hands. Garp seemed to sigh, and then seemed to hum. In reality, he still tried his best to avoid this from happening. The latter is not uncommon. There must be a winner and a loser in the battle between 2 long-established maritime tyrants. Contrary to Garp's expectations, the other's eyes were filled with calm, as if they were the water surface of an ancient well. At present, there are redheads, straw hats, and Ace who are eligible to become kings, but there is no doubt that Ace is still standing with Luffy. For example, what's hidden there isn't actually what Roger put there. The new pirates defeated the original 4 emperors, or the sea emperors who had dominated the sea for decades. Don't really make Luffy the pirate king. 35. Or maybe Roger might have put some treasure in there. Chapter 304 Don't Rescue. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey! A burst of exclamation resounded throughout the giant palace. It was undoubtedly the people of Straw Hat Crew who exclaimed. They had just received outdated news that the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors had been captured by Marine after defeating Kaido. And the faction that Marine dispatched this time is also extremely luxurious. It is actually 2 admiral, and a legendary figure who once fought evenly with One Piece, the hero Garp. There is no reason why 3 men like this can't catch the red hair. At the same time, the 4 emperors' red hair pirates were also destroyed. It is reported that the life and death of the rest of the people except the red hair are unknown, and the red hair himself was severely injured. When he saw the news, Luffy first fell silent. 197. Shanks is the man who inspired him to take the road of a pirate. Or rather, the man who led him on the road to freedom. Although time has passed for a long time, the original promise is still echoing in the bottom of my heart, like it is engraved on the rock of the sea. He unconsciously covered the hat above his head with his hands. It was a weathered hat. Shanks said that this hat is very precious to him, and it is only temporarily given to him for safekeeping, and it will be returned to him in the future. Quote. Advertisement. Luffy looked at his straw hat and clenched his fists. There was a screeching noise. No one can sympathize with his mentality at this time. No one knew what he was thinking. In short, after a few seconds, he suddenly resolutely looked at everyone. I'm going to save Shanks. 35. The crowd at Straw Hat Crew stared at Luffy almost without hesitation. It was like saying, yes, we agree, take us. However, at this time, the city guards brought another news. They discovered the Red Force on the coast of Elbaf. When everyone arrived at the shore, it was already half a day later. A tattered sailboat was docked by the pier. Its canvas was tattered, its side was damaged, and even the red horn in front of it had been damaged by half. A boat full of wounds, looking very embarrassed. But the most eye-catching is the large square stone on the deck. The size and shape are almost the same as the historical text, but because the stone is now covered with cloth, no one knows what is inside. It is very likely that it is just a square cage. Historical text. Su Yi's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the ship. This is Shanks' ship, and the people on board are also members of the Shanks Pirates. It's just that there are no Shanks on this ship. Advertisement. At this time, the giants on the coast were watching the pirate ship vigilantly. After all, this is the red-haired ship of the four emperors. Although there is news that the red-haired has been caught by Marine, they still dare not let the other party enter their island rashly. I'm Rockstar. Is the Straw Hat crew with you? A pirate with a red spiky head seemed to be the only one who wasn't seriously injured. He came out and looked at the crowd. His eyes were constantly patrolling, and finally, he saw Luffy and the others. Immediately, his eyes lit up, but he seemed to be unsure. He still took out the wanted notices from his arms and compared them with the people in the Straw Hat crew in front of him. I'm Luffy. Isn't this Shanks' ship? Where's Shanks? Where is he? Luffy hurriedly stood up. When Rockstar saw the Luffy deity, he seemed relieved, and then shouted. My captain was taken by Marine. He said he wanted us to give this to you. Immediately, the cloth-covered object on the deck was revealed. That was actually a piece of red historical text. The captain said that with this thing you can go to Raftel, Rockstar said. Luffy frowned deeply. What are you talking about? Shanks was captured by Marine, of course we are going to save him now. 9. At this moment, let alone Suyi, even Luffy began to doubt whether the group in front of him were really Shanks' companions. Because they didn't see the really famous people of the Shanks pirates on the boat. Ben Beckman, Usopp, Lucky, etc. And standing in front of them are just some little-known pirates. Advertisement. At this moment, a man lying on the side of the ship, covered in bandages and looking like a dead corpse, suddenly came to life, and shouted to the crowd. Go and save the deputy captain and the others, they will lead us. Opened Marine's pursuers, but they were already seriously wounded in the battle with Marine, woohoo. In the end, this strong man at sea actually shed hot tears. Brush. At this moment, Suyi's sense of sight suddenly opened to the maximum, and he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be two thin groups of life force sailing on the sea in the extreme distance. Are they in that direction? Suyi asked, pointing in the direction he sensed. The other party was very strange, but the other pirate looked at the life card that was constantly moving in his hand and shouted, the deputy captain and they are in that direction. He pointed in the direction of Suyi's finger just now. Just when the other party in 4.9 almost thought that Suyi was a spy sent by Marine. Suyi grinned, they handed it over to me. After speaking, without waiting for any reaction from the others, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in place. Seeing that Suyi had gone to the rescue, Luffy looked anxiously at Shanks' comrades again. This time he was sure that these people were Shanks' people. I'm going to save Shanks. He shouted. However, the guy named Rockstar denied Luffy again. The captain said, if that guy Luffy said he was going to save me, thank him for me, but let him go to Raftel first. What are you doing? Luffy was confused. Chapter 305 Dragon Man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New world, a certain sea area. This is the giants' territory, and neither the four emperors nor the world government dare to enter here rashly. The surrounding islands are the territory of the giants, and the Elbaf of the giants is located farther away. There are a large number of giant warriors there. Once they start a war, unless they come from the four emperors' pirates or Marine, they will not be able to compete with them. On the sea, there are several Marine warships sailing at the moment. These warships were not led by a Marine general, but a group of mysterious people wearing cloaks and masks. They are the hidden forces of the world government, the CPOs that are not known to the world. Hurry up! Hurry up! Never let them run away. The text of history is in their hands. The man in the lead, apparently the leader of the CPO, scolds Marine. 14. This time the five elders showed unprecedented anxiety and nervousness, and the eradication of 100 years of blank history is what they have been doing all the time. It can be expected that once the historical text in front of him is slipped away, not only will he not receive the slightest credit, but he may even be fired by the furious five elders. Advertisement. And catching the red hair, without their credit, they at most attracted the firepower of the red hair pirates next to it. If these remnants of red hair pirates were allowed to run away, he would definitely vomit blood. A voice that was neither yin nor yang suddenly said calmly, Boss, don't worry. They have been severely injured by the Dragon Man, and they can't recover in a short time, hee hee. The leading CPO frowned under the mask. The information of the dragon people, even their CPO did not know, was secretly researched by Marine alone. Everyone else rolled their eyes a little. At the end, he couldn't help but laugh. The lethality displayed by the dragon man was so shocking that it actually gave him a sense of powerlessness. At this moment, he looked at the tattered sailboat on the sea in the distance, and the always calm face under the mask also began to raise the corners of his mouth. Garp. Two admiral lineups against their pirates, it's not really a desperate situation. Maybe it's just him. With a light snort, he waved his hand and gave the order to fight. Go, grab those legends for me. Give me the red-haired deputy, that is an existence that can rival the four emperors, hee. And now that Garp is old, his combat power has declined, which is not surprising. After all, Whitebeard will be old too. Advertisement. It's just that if the result of their hard work is just a pile of data and enough resources in the hands of Vegapunk, what's the point of their efforts? Although Beckman does possess the combat power of the four emperors level, that is only his normal state. Now that he has been severely injured, he is simply a lamb to be slaughtered. The leader sighed softly in his heart. At this time, on the sailboat, the core members of the Red Hair Pirates are here. Originally they had a good situation. Most of these people suffered extremely serious injuries, and some of them even lost their shape due to a lot of physical exhaustion. At this time, a marine soldier ran over and saluted the masked people present. At this time, he can only suppress the displeasure in his heart and give the other party the monstrous credit in front of him. The voice that was neither yin nor yang continued to speak just now. Hey, it's useless to think about it. Of course it's that guy Vegapunk. Who else in this world can develop a weapon of terror beyond the level of a pacifist? Quote. As for the other two admirals, he can deal with one by himself, and Larch can entangle the other. Puff puff. This sense of powerlessness does not mean that this weapon is invincible. Although Garp claimed to have defeated the Rocks when he was young, it was only with Roger, and even the main contribution was Roger instead of Garp. Advertisement. The expression on the leader's face under the mask changed. He had just been patronizing and talking, but he had forgotten the most important thing. As long as the past can complete the harvest, get a lot of credit. Who actually researched this thing? A member of the CPO whispered in a hoarse voice. His voice was mixed with 7 parts of annoyance and 3 parts of imperceptible fear. Beckman had a bottle in his hand, and he sat on the deck at the table where he often drank with Shanks, pouring himself glass by glass. In a trance in front of him, he seemed to see his captain sitting in front of him drinking with him as usual, chatting and laughing. However, the discipline within the CPO is very strict, and they cannot disobey the leader's orders. Everyone was leaning or lying on the deck at this time, with their heads drooping, as if they were dead. Report. We are less than a mile from the ship ahead. This action to encircle and suppress the red hair was suddenly taken out by Marine, and the two sides that were originally evenly matched instantly became one-sided. For a while, as the leader rushed out first, everyone in the CPO stepped on the moonwalk and killed the ragged sailboat ahead. I am afraid that after such weapons are popularized, the greater significance of their CP0 is only intelligence work. The effect of their force will be greatly reduced, and they will even be completely abandoned by the 5 elders, making them completely reduced to intelligence personnel, rather than combatants. The most outrageous thing is Lucky. His belly that can be called a sphere has already shriveled by more than half, and the whole person has become a lot thinner. Chapter 306 Kaido's Lineage Factor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, when those creatures called Dragon Man appeared, the situation of the battlefield suddenly began to tilt. That kind of terrifying existence has far surpassed the pacifists in terms of strength. They started to pay from the weaker, accumulated advantages little by little, and finally led to the temporary liberation of admiral-level combat power. When an admiral and Garp besieged the Redhead, no matter how hard the Redhead parried, it would only be a loss. The end is doomed. Beckman didn't notice that the bottle was empty. Still habitually pouring himself wine, but only a few drops of wine dripped out. He shook his head helplessly, but because the movement was too large, the wound was a little torn. His brows furrowed, but he sensed the rapidly approaching enemy in the distance. But someone here reacted faster than he did. Yusop was the first to prop up and stood up. Someone is coming, he said. The people who were originally lying dead were all resurrected at this time, and they stood up one after another. There was no negative emotion of despair or sadness on their faces. Some are just indifferent. As members of the Four Emperors Pirates, they have long been accustomed to this near-desperate situation. It's just that there used to be that man who could turn the tide at a critical juncture, but now that he's gone, they might really die. A CPO person. Yusop looked at the figures walking on moonwalk, wearing cloaks and masks, and began to habitually reload his firearms. Advertisement. Soon, the CPO man was standing on the side of the ragged sailboat. The leader said in a tone of neither yin nor yang, "If you surrender." Boom. Without warning, the gun in Yusop's hand opened fire. A CPO's head is blown off, even if it's seen, iron body, or even using armament hockey to protect the head is useless. Damn. Get me on. The leader cursed loudly, and he was the first to launch the finger pistol. Shish. The air that was blown away suddenly flew towards the people of Red Hair Pirates at a speed faster than bullets. Some people used the color of knowledge to dodge, and some who couldn't dodge could only use the color of arm to resist. But more people can't even use the knowledge color and the armed color, they can only use the body to resist. The result of this is that the body is punched out one after another with blood holes. Some people were directly kicked out. The unfortunate person will die directly. But the redhead's counterattack is also very sharp. Many CP-0s were instantly killed, and even several were killed instantly by one person. The original CP-0 of dozens of people lost more than half in less than a minute. The look under the leader's mask is very ugly. It takes a lot of resources to train a CPO agent. Whether it is from talent screening, training, and the final survival rate, etc. Even if these people were not brought up by him, he still felt sorry for the five elders secretly. Advertisement. Withdraw. Without thinking much, he directly issued an order to retreat. After a few more bodies were left, they retreated successfully. In fact, the red-haired regiment was already at the end of the game at this time. But on the surface, he still managed not to laugh, and said with a blank face, "You guys hurry up and get some treatment." For him, to get to where he is now, in addition to enough hard work and a little talent. These figures are all about 3 meters in height, humanoid, but with red scales on the body surface. In addition, each figure has claws, tails, and horns. At this moment, when the person who saw the CPO returned with most of his broken feathers, his heart was secretly overjoyed. He didn't care that he just grabbed the credit at the CPO. It looks like a doll. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the leader. Hee, let's let you see the latest achievement of Vegapunk, a terrifying biological weapon, made with Kaido's blood factor, Dragon Man. Right. The most important thing is to have self-knowledge, which is to live. What's so special? The cost of a dragon weapon is 3 large warships. I saw a row of red burly figures moving on the deck. And rushing over like CP-0 just now is simply suicidal, and he even doubts whether these people are CP-0s. How much potential they have and how many cards they have is simply unknown. Advertisement. Immediately with a big wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately understood. Vice Admiral looked at these powerful weapons, a glint flashed in his eyes, and then looked at the red-haired group in the distance with some pride. Otherwise, they will not stop chasing at all, but will resolutely pursue and kill. The only Vice Admiral on board the Marine who was in charge of the operation was a veteran Vice Admiral. It doesn't look like human eyes at all, there is hardly a trace of the whites of the eyes, and even the eyes are dull. Vice Admiral's heart skipped a beat. Several times more expensive than pacifists. But those dull eyes. After all, the red-haired group is also the Four Emperors group. That is to say, the credit goes to the other party, and if there is a problem, the other party takes the blame. The biggest difference between these dragons and humans is not their appearance. As a result, he is now so lightly let him send the dragon man. At a glance, it turned out to be some dragon people. He said fiercely, "Send the dragon men and kill them for me. Destroy them completely here." Because the above has clearly handed over the responsibility of this action to the CPO. He has nothing to say. The most sensible decision is to consume them slowly. First use the cannons to consume their stamina and energy, and take advantage of the number of people here and the logistics to destroy them. But he didn't hesitate at all. Moreover, it is very similar to the Dragon Man in the dragon form of Kaido's blue dragon fruit. Chapter 307 Devil Fruit X. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Vice Admiral knows that Kaido's fruit is the blue dragon fruit. And the green dragon fruit can not only control a variety of elements, he can also fly. Now, these dragons use Kaido's flying ability, Shongyan. But when I saw a dragon man walking to the side of the ship, he suddenly took a step forward. Under their feet is the sea. Once they fall, they will become land ducks with the Kaido bloodline factor and the ability similar to the green dragon fruit. However, just as their feet stepped down, a black auspicious cloud suddenly appeared. It was an ugly color like charcoal gray, but it was a solid support for their heavy body. Then they took the second step. With the sound of boom, the second auspicious cloud was born. The dragon man completely stood in the air instead of falling. Every dragon man has the ability to fly, which is as natural to them as eating and drinking. The cloud and water made it out. Immediately, they began to jump forward in midair step by step. In the distance, on the sailboat. Advertisement. The expressions of Usopp and others suddenly changed. The biological weapons named Dragon Man in front of 200 had a deep impression on them in the previous war. It is precisely because of the appearance of these secret weapons that the originally evenly matched battle situation has become one-sided. In the end, it led to their defeat. The Dragon Man's combat power is also higher than the pacifist Marine used before. The pacifist's combat power is still very strong for some pirates. And the Dragon Man, who is several times stronger than the pacifist, cannot be underestimated. And now that they have been seriously injured, facing these dragon people, it can be said that they are almost powerless to revolving heaven. Click. At this moment, a thunder sounded on a sunny day. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning fell on the tattered sailboat. Su Yi crossed his arms and stood on the side of the ship. He glanced at the dragon men, and then moved his gaze to the marine warship in the distance, and looked at the leader of the CPO. Su Yi. Someone in the CPO exclaimed, and the red-haired person was also stunned, and had no idea how he would suddenly come here. CP-Zeros quickly noticed how Su Yi appeared, and it turned out to be riding lightning. However, according to their information, Su Yi's fruit is clearly a zone phantom species. Just when the two forces were caught off guard by Su Yi's sudden appearance, the dragon people had already killed them. Be careful. Usopp let out a low voice. He had seen the strength of these dragon men. They were very powerful, and a group of dragon men shot together, even he had to avoid their edge. Advertisement. However, Su Yi just moved his fingers and shot out like a bolt of lightning, frantically lashing those biological weapons that looked like Kaido dragons like a whip. It turns out that the powerful aura of life I sensed turned out to be emitted by these guys. Su Yi suddenly felt in his heart. He had never seen these guys before, but seeing that they were so similar to Kaido's Dragon Man form, he could already guess one. If he guessed correctly, it should be that after Kaido was captured by Vegapunk, he extracted some of the bloodline factors, and now, Vegapunk can use these bloodline factors to create a creature similar to the mixture of Qinglong fruit and Kaido bloodline. That is to say, these guys have both Kaido's powerful genes and some of his Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities. Of course, like Momonosuke, although these guys have some devil fruit abilities, they are not real fruit abilities, just like eating artificial devil fruit. Su Yi prefers to call this artificial devil fruit X, which is the clone of the real devil fruit. The core ability of devil fruit, Beej, was not given to master by Vegapunk. He just created it using some of the peripheral factors. However, even if it is just a creature made from the genes of artificial devil fruit and Kaido, Su Yi can already imagine how powerful they are. Not to mention, Vegapunk is definitely more than simply copying Kaido's genes and the dragon fruit. He definitely enhanced these dragons in other ways. Su Yi's thinking was completed in an instant. Outside, the lightning whip in his hand had already beaten these dragonmen thousands of times. At this moment, the strong physical quality of the dragon people finally showed. Their thick dragon scales and horny can be said to be natural insulating materials, and so much current just caused a part of the black to appear on it. Be careful. They can use hockey. Just then, Usopp shouted. What? Su Yi was shocked. At this time, the dragon people suddenly exerted their strength, and the speed soared one by one, hitting Su Yi like shooting stars one by one. Advertisement. And their dragon horns are covered with a layer of black armament hockey. Can you use hockey? Su Yi was really shocked. He thought these were just biological weapons without any intelligence. At most, use the bloodline factor and devil fruit to strengthen it. And hockey, a skill that can only be used by intelligent people, is obviously not something that these guys can master. However, although Su Yi was surprised, he was only surprised. In the face of the siege of many dragon people, he only became a little serious. The spear of Thor. I saw him raise his left hand high, grab it out of thin air, and a highly concentrated electric current in the shape of a lightning was caught in his hand. Then, he flew to the nearest dragon man and swept away with the spear in his hand. Jera. The spear exploded the moment it touched the dragon man. A large amount of electric current produced a dazzling white light in an instant, and the dense small currents interwebed into a grid, wrapping the dragon man and Su Yi, letting those who came from all directions kill. Dragons can't get close. One after another, the flames rose, forming a charred mushroom cloud, and a large amount of energy shock waves dispersed, slamming the sea into turbulent waves. At this moment, the sky is dim. When the white light disappeared, sunlight enveloped the sea again. The CPO and the people in the red-haired group opened their eyes and looked, and some of them suddenly widened their eyes. Even the most calm people were very surprised at this time. The dragon man's expression stiffened, his almost black eyes rolled up, revealing the whites of his eyes. This incomparably powerful dragon man, which can use hockey's dragon man, actually had a black fist-sized hole on his chest. Chapter 308 Kill Them All. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How is it possible? How did he do it? The leader exclaimed almost subconsciously. And Usopp and others looked relieved. It seems that Su Yi should be here to help them. Beckman even looked at Usopp. Could it be that Luffy and the others are here? No, he came alone. Usopp had already used his wide range of perceptions to perceive, but he found no one else. Su Yi seems to have come out of nowhere. Beckman was a little surprised. How could Su Yi suddenly come to them alone? As if he knew he was waiting for someone to die. The only explanation, I am afraid, is that those who sent the historical text have met Luffy, and Luffy asked Su Yi to support them. However, Beckman expressed a little doubt that Su Yi can stand alone against so many people in front of him. He didn't know that Su Yi came on his own initiative, and he was still thinking in his mind how could Luffy be so sure that Su Yi alone could save them. Or, Luffy and the others are also in danger at this time, so they can only send Su Yi to the rescue. Su Yi didn't know that Beckman and the others would think so many things in their minds, and their brain circuits would be so complicated. After killing the first dragon man, he tried to steal the opponent's ability. It turned out that the Book of Thieves did not recognize the abilities of the dragon man. That is to say, the other party is not the real devil fruit at all. Even if the appearance looks similar to devil fruit, the real essence of devil fruit may not have been mastered by Vegapunk. Advertisement. Awaken. Su Yi can only think of this. Artificial devil fruit cannot be awakened. He silently summed up in his heart. At this time, other dragon people have already killed. Su Yi glanced at all the dragon people, and suddenly squeezed a ball of thunder, and terrifying energy surged between his palms. A ball lightning suddenly floated out like a ghost, about the size of a watermelon, and its tail had a small energy line like a tadpole's tail connected to Su Yi's palm. And then the second, the third ball lightning, equal to the number of dragons, floated in the air, forming a protective net around Su Yi's body. The wisdom of the dragon people does not yet understand the horror of these energies, or even if they understand, they cannot shrink back. When the first dragon man touched the ball lightning, there was no sound in the whole world. Almost instantly, the sky and the earth turned into a vast expanse of white, and the dazzling light was even worse than before. In fact, in this white light, other dragon people were also hit by ball lightning one after another, but the white light could no longer be strong. In other words, No one can open their eyes in this white light to see the change of the white light. Only those who have seen and heard the master noticed that the breath of the dragon man disappeared in an instant. When the white light dissipated, the dragonmen floating in the air had already turned into black sculptures. Only the auspicious clouds under its feet are still struggling to support. But a gust of wind blew, and these sculptures suddenly turned into a puff of soot that was finer than flour. They are dead. The first to react was Vice Admiral. As early as the first moment Su Yi appeared, he had a feeling of despair. He knew Su Yi's terrible record, and he naturally knew that this man was not as peaceful as he appeared on the surface. Advertisement. It only needs to be substituted into a Four Emperors to understand. In fact, as early as the first time Su Yi appeared, Vice Admiral knew that there was no suspense in this war. If all the injured members of the red-haired regiment dragons still have a chance to kill, then the appearance of the Four Emperors, even the dragons who have doubled it, cannot do anything. Therefore, he anticipated the current outcome and was ready to escape. Only the CP0 people were still stunned and overwhelmed, and their well-trained thoughts seemed to be dead at this time. He even rushed towards Su Yi in one step. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The leader of the CPO was about to speak when a person suddenly walked out from his side. Vice Admiral looked at Su Yi dumbly, without the slightest idea of resistance. Vice Admiral even felt that if the other party moved hockey a little, he might faint. Just when the opponent was about to kill Su Yi, the opponent's fist had already attached a layer of dark black hockey, and on top of it, there was even a trace of black lightning. What is really scary about the Emperor-level powerhouses is not the strength that can crush the weak, but the strength of their crushing the weak to give people a feeling. This terrifying strength is only the part of the iceberg floating on the water, and there is still more under the water. Larger volume. Do you know? What are you doing? Or that they have never suffered such a tragic failure before, so naturally they cannot keep calm at this time. However, the next moment, this person suddenly made an unexpected move again. Although on weekdays, he also said something stupid about crushing the Four Emperors when he was bragging with other people. Su Yi turned his back to the CPO people. These guys were no longer worth mentioning in his eyes, and it was these Marines that really made him care. As soon as the leader of the CPO spoke, he suddenly felt a cardiac arrest. Advertisement. Conquerors winding. Vice Admiral suddenly shouted. Return. Retreat. He said in a threatening tone. The Emperor-level powerhouses have become so powerful that they can instantly kill the Emperor's deputy at will, and they are no longer the same species as those below the Emperor level. There was not a single thought of resistance in my mind. Instead, everyone looking at the CPO. Su Yi only had time to have such an idea in his heart, and the whole person flew out of the world. But when it came time to face the Emperor-level powerhouse, the seemingly undisguised hockey on the other side made him feel like a mountain. Su Yi felt a sense of oppression. This sense of oppression had no reason. The Marines hurriedly began to control the warship to turn around. He actually went to attack Su Yi. This scene was completely unexpected to him, and he was suddenly shocked and angry. He sensed that the other party's life breath was not so powerful with his sight. Because as soon as he arrived, the figure appeared on the deck of the warship in front of him in an instant. Seeing that Vice Admiral didn't answer, Su Yi didn't press on. In his opinion, this guy is a total coward who has the idea of surrendering when facing an opponent of Su Yi's level. However, his intuition still made him not dare to underestimate the enemy. Point 00. Where are the Shanks? Chapter 309. 5 Elders Take Action. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi flew at least several kilometers away, and he was beaten. He thought that the other party might be the one of a kind genius among CPOs, a player who knows how to forbear. In his mind, he even made up how forbearance the other party was, and how contemptuous he was for his stupid and weak colleagues. This is a frequent occurrence in novels. However, he did not expect that the other party is not gold at all, but a king. This punch made him feel more domineering than his aunt. There is no doubt that the other party is also an emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, I am afraid that it is more terrifying than an old and frail guy like Ant. At the same time, on the warship, the strong man with the CP0 mask stood quietly, watching Su Yi, who was far away. The rest of the people were stunned. Vice Admiral doubted that his eyes were 23, and the leader wondered if Su Yi was fake. Maybe the dragonmen just now weren't powerful at all, maybe Su Yi had consumed most of his stamina by killing those dragonmen. In short, their minds are more confused than being stirred by a wall breaker. After experiencing so many accidents before and after, their brains have been shut down. However, they heard the mysterious powerhouse mutter to himself. Not dead yet. Then, they saw this man stepping on the moonwalk and flying out at the speed of a meteor. This speed is more than 3 times faster than the overall speed of CP0 before, and it seems that the other party can do it very easily. This already explains the problem. It's not that Su Yi is too weak, it's that this person is too strong. This once again made the hearts of some leaders who doubted that they could do it themselves sank. Advertisement. There is such a powerful person in his team, how could he not know it? If it weren't for the fact that he met such a formidable opponent as Su Yi today, he would probably have been kept in the dark. As for Vice Admiral and some Marines, they were completely stunned at this point. Don't know what to do. The Marines looked at their Vice Admiral and asked if they should continue to escape. The bottom of Vice Admiral's heart was completely chaotic. This sudden powerhouse had the strength to beat Su Yi. Whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend, looking at the appearance of the CP0s, they don't seem to know that there is such a teammate on their side. Gritting his teeth, Vice Admiral said, "Encircle the remnants of red hair pirates." This is a brilliant move, just when the CPO people are still doubtful and uncertain. Vice Admiral made the most sensible move at this time. No matter whether this strong man is an enemy or a friend, at this moment he has the strength to compete with Su Yi. Well, they have only 2 options. One is to wait for them to finish, and then you will know. The second is to leave now, no matter whether the other party is your own or not. If the other party is really your own, you will end up scolding yourself at most, or let yourself stop being a Vice Admiral, but that is better than dying. If the opponent is a hidden enemy, in the end, he has to kill himself and wait for others to silence him, or the opponent can't beat Su Yi in the end. In short, no matter which result, they are a death. So, the wisest choice is to run. Yet Vice Admiral isn't just running. The main purpose of their trip is the red-haired group in the above historical text. So it is undoubtedly very wise to get them before running. Moreover, he saw that the red-haired group was actually strong at this time, and it was unsustainable. It can almost be said that it is readily available. Advertisement. Removing them is almost a no-brainer. So, under the shocked gazes of the CP0s, Vice Admiral took everyone to the redheads. This exciting game at sea made almost every Marine's blood boil. Although they do not have the strength of the Emperor, but when the Emperor is fighting, they can steal the opponent's rear. This treacherous tactic, like playing chess, makes people feel both fearful and excited. On the sea in the distance, after Su Yi was knocked flying, it took a lot of effort to stop. And the powerhouse that came after that made him even more serious. This is definitely an Emperor-level powerhouse, and it is only stronger than weaker than he has encountered before. However, the names flashed through his mind quickly, but none of them could correspond to the situation in front of him one by one. First exclude Big Mom and Kaido, because the other is not at all physically. Then there is the red hair. In fact, he very much suspects that the other party is likely to be a red hair in disguise. It is impossible for an Emperor-level powerhouse to appear out of thin air on the sea without anyone knowing. What's more, the red hair still has perfect alibi at this time. He was probably the undercover agent Marine sent to the pirates. After so many years, he finally got a piece of history, or one of the 4 pieces of history that Raftel must have. As long as the master takes this credit, it is impossible for anyone to go to Raftel and become One Piece, and the blank 100-year history cannot be known to the world. This is almost the biggest credit, and the redhead has every reason to stop at this time. And the pirates in his pirate group are an element that must be eliminated. Otherwise, a new 4 Emperors regiment will definitely appear after a while. But then Su Yi denied his idea. One is that the other party has 2 arms at all. The second is that the weapon used by the opponent is a fist. The third and most important point. Advertisement. The redhead has given the history text to Luffy. Unless the redhead is shrewd enough to use the news of his arrest to lure Luffy to the rescue, and then lay an ambush to catch Luffy. But this possibility is too small, and the risk is too great. At this time, the five elders must have guessed that Luffy has collected several pieces of historical text. In case something goes wrong. For example, Luffy really didn't go to save the redhead, or went to Raftel first. Then you'll lose everything. And Su Yi saw it personally, and the historical text on the red-haired ship is true. So, if the redhead is really as savvy as 4.9 he imagined, then the risk in the middle is too great. Let me see your true face. The thoughts in Su Yi's mind were almost fleeting. The next moment, he chose to use the simplest method to find out the identity of the other party. I saw that his right hand suddenly turned into a blade, and then suddenly slashed. Base. The opponent had to use both arms to defend with armed color. However, at the gate of the opponent's defense, Su Yi, however, shot a bolt of lightning again, knocking the mask off the opponent's face. What? However, Su Yi's reaction was bigger than the other party's. Lien under the mask was actually a bald old man with a distinctive, W-shaped beard on his lips, which looked like a bull's horn. This is actually a five elders. Chapter 310 The Five Elders are defeated. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi was very surprised, did not expect a member of the five elders to appear here. Also, pretending to be a member of the CPO. A lot of thoughts popped up in his mind instantly. The other party scoffed at Su Yi's little trick. Young man, since you have seen my face, you can stay here. Su Yi frowned deeply. He didn't like to hear these words. It seemed that the other party was really used to being domineering, thinking that he was truly invincible. What are you doing here when you're not in Mariajoy? Su Yi is suspicious. Moreover, what he cared about most was that the other party seemed to have mastered a way to hide his aura, so that he could not perceive his powerful vitality. You can shut up. With a leap of beard, his body is as fast as lightning. It can be seen that his moonwalk proficiency has already reached the level of walking in midair. But Su Yi's expression changed at this time. Because at this time, he noticed with the look and hearing that the marine warship in the distance was continuing to chase and kill the red-haired group. This is for him to fight quickly. Advertisement. The next moment, the thought of fighting with the W-beard in his heart disappeared. I can only blame you for being unlucky. Su Yi suddenly exuded a terrifying aura, his body swelled rapidly, just like Zone's rampage. W-beard's pupils shrank, and a terrifying monster suddenly appeared in front of him. This monster has a human form, like a giant, but it has 3 heads, 6 arms, and 9 tails behind its buttocks. When the monster stepped down, it did not sink into the sea, but stepped on a yellow cloud and floated in the air. Zone Katakana middle dot U demons Katakana middle dot beast god form. This is the ability Su Yi uses at this time. The ultimate devil fruit form that combines dozens of devil fruit abilities. And what supported him in this step was naturally the result of the upgrade of the Book of Thieves. Now, he can not only fuse more than 3 kinds of fruits, but also fuse fruits of the same line. Zone can fuse with Zone, Paramecia can fuse with Paramecia, Logia can fuse with Logia. His current state is the result of a fusion of the fruits of Zone and Logia. As for the fusion of Paramecia, he tried it, but found that it was too complicated to master in a short time, so he chose to integrate Zone and Logia. This is the simplest and most rude fusion method, and the result is also very satisfactory to him. His 3 heads are dinosaur head, bird head, wolf head. Advertisement. The 6 arms are all black scaled dragon claws, each of the 9 tails is a dragon, and the head of each dragon is an animal, including a rat, an ox, a tiger, a dragon, a bear, a frog, a worm, a pig, a turtle. This is a big fusion of almost all animals, but the effect is also extremely amazing. He found that the more animals fused, the more huge his form became. Big means power. At this time, after a brief period of astonishment, the beard made his move again. What he thought in his mind was, it seems that Su Yi's ability is not as simple as a simple devil fruit. Judging from his current state, it is likely that the master has multiple devil fruit abilities. Or, he has mastered a more advanced method of using devil fruit than devil fruit awakening. In short, No matter which possibility it is, it means that the value of Suyi has surpassed the four emperors and the historical text. As long as you catch him and study him thoroughly, then the dominance of him and the existence above him will be a huge consolidation. Armored and conquerors were wrapped around his fist, and the W-beard was about to attack Suyi, but it was Suyi's arm that came in the opposite direction. He just casually waved his arm full of dragon scales and knocked the W-beard away, as if he had slapped a fly away. On his hand, the pitch-black dragon scales had been smashed by the opponent's haki, revealing the flesh and bones inside. However, for Suyi, it was as painful as a mosquito bite. He didn't even use the slightest haki defense, but with the recovery ability of his current form, the injury healed in the blink of an eye. Your purity is not enough, this strength is really weak and pitiful. At 2h at carat at plus. Advertisement. The bird on the left made a sharp voice, full of sarcasm. The W-beard frowned tightly, and without saying a word, attacked Suyi again. His fist seemed to be harder than before. Iron body, armed, haunted. The superposition of the three ultimate abilities caused his fists to generate terrifying energy 203 fluctuations, and even the entire sky darkened. Dragon roar. Suyi's tail with a bull's head, dragon horns, dragon scales, and a dragon's body at the back turned around, opened his mouth, and spit out a breath full of yellow sand. Almost instantly, the beard was drowned by the yellow sand breath. This sand is not ordinary sand. A single grain of sand is harder than steel, and its speed is several times faster than bullets. When hundreds of millions of sands impacted the beard at the same time, even diamonds would be ground into powder in an instant. After 3 seconds, the dragon's breath stopped, his beard was covered in blood and he fell out. It's not over yet. The wolf's head on the right spoke, and it was a low voice. Suyi wouldn't let the other party loose so easily. At this time, his second tail was mobilized. It was a long dragon with a mouse head and dragon horns and dragon scales. He opened his mouth and spat out, and a thunderbolt slashed out, directly smashing one of W's beard's arms. Then there were 3 lightning bolts, which completely wiped out the remaining limbs. Chapter 311,889 years old. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In less than a minute, the 5 elders, a 4 emperors level combat power, was eliminated by Suyi. You don't have the combat power of the 4 emperors, the 4 emperors are much stronger than you. Suyi returned to his normal human form, grabbed the beard's neck, and said coldly. W-bearded was speechless at this time because of fear. Think of his dignified 5 elders, an existence that almost stood at the top of this world, but was actually defeated by this hairy boy in front of him. Moreover, looking at the state of the other party, it is clear that it is very relaxed. Your haki is not very strong. You are just a master, so you think that you are very strong, but in fact your haki is much worse than the 4 emperors, even your physique is far worse, at most better than the 4 emperors' lieutenant. Suyi continued to mutter to himself in an analytical tone. But what he said made the other party angry. Although the beard has been abolished, and even though his life is in the hands of Suyi, he still said with some dissatisfaction, "No, my combat power is not under the 4 emperors, don't compare me with those filthy dirty pirates on a par." Suyi did not listen to the other party's defense. Suyi himself was a little confused. He was very curious. The 5 elders in front of him clearly exuded the same aura as the 4 emperors, or even stronger than the 4 emperors, but what was the difference between him and the 4 emperors? It didn't take long for him to figure out why. Your explosive power is only at the 4 emperors level, but your fighting ability, your endurance, and your domineering are not as good as the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Suyi is not talking about haki, but overbearing. Haki can get stronger with exercise, and even conquerors can be delusional by being in a high position for long periods of time. However, such haki, pure, degree, is not enough. A guy who is pampered for a long time and doesn't care about the world, worships his body like a temple, and drifts on the sea all his life, is always in danger of life, and has to fight desperately from time to time. There is no comparison. The former has long forgotten the meaning of life and death struggle. The latter has already put life and death aside. What's more, the 4 emperors are the existences that truly rule a sea area, and there are people who rule them on the heads of the 5 elders. There is a qualitative difference between the two. I'll ask you a few questions, and if you can answer it, then I can spare your life. This time, Su Yi finally faced the W beard and wanted to torture some secrets. However, the other party's stubbornness was beyond his imagination. Young man, don't be too arrogant, this world is far wider than you think, and there are countless people who are better than you. Su Yi looked at each other with painful eyes. Is this a confused mind? There are countless people who are stronger than themselves. You simply say that I am the king of the world exists. Make the other person almost breathless. Advertisement. Click. In the last second, he was still immersed in a state of invincibility for hundreds of years. If you don't say it, I'll kill you now. 35. Su Yi squeezed the opponent's neck directly. Su Yi seemed to be able to see through the other person's mind. He found that the five elders were very concerned about their status, which was exactly the same as Celestial Dragon's philosophy, but he didn't care, but asked his second question. Dragon. The murderous aura exuding from the opponent is not fake. Lying at this time, or even denying Su Yi's guess directly, is tantamount to ending his old bones. Su Yi stopped thinking about this somewhat philosophical question and turned to look at the W beard. As if feeling the threat of death, W Mustache's eyes widened. Even if it is outrageously wrong, it is impossible for someone to say that they are hundreds of years old. The most important thing is that this thing continues to increase in value, because every day it is allowed to live, its age increases by 1 day. W Beard gasped in shock, at the same time a little annoyed and ashamed that an elder of his age was treated so rudely, and the other party was a dirty pirate. Su Yi loosened the opponent's neck. W Beard said hard. W Beard froze. However, in the current situation, the nature of the problem is different. You ask. The other party gritted his teeth and forced these words out of his red and purple face. Advertisement. This question of Su Yi is not like a question when interrogating the enemy, it is like, have you eaten today? This kind of nonsense. But he didn't let go, he believed that this would save him a lot of time for the next interrogation. Although he is pampered, he is not confused. Therefore, when Su Yi asked this question, infinite reverie appeared in his brain. However, there was not much time left for him to think, and looking at Su Yi's appearance, the other party seemed to know something. According to common sense, a person's age can be seen a little by appearance. Mian, 889. In this second, he finally realized his current situation. A person who looks young and a person who looks old should not be too different in their estimated age. However, the W beard is on this list. Only then did Su Yi relax a little, so that the other party would not die due to lack of oxygen in the brain. After all, a person who has lived for so many years is a rare thing in itself, and can even be regarded as a collectible. How old are the other members of the five elders? First question, how old are you? In view of the honesty of the other party, he decided to give the other party a certain reward. He knew that the young man in front of him really dared to kill him. Chapter 312. We used to be slaves. 1. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Perhaps the threat of death disappeared briefly, or perhaps it was the belief that Su Yi had eliminated the killing intent. W bearded lying on the ground, gasping for breath, but did not speak. Su Yi felt that the other party was like a donkey, unable to walk without being spanked with a whip. As a result, he exuded a hint of hockey, which finally made the other party sober a little. At this moment, W's beard is tangled. He knew in his heart that these were very important information, and he tried his best to avoid leaking information or trying to mislead Su Yi. But the time Su Yi gave him was too short, he couldn't think of countermeasures at all. And in the long years of his past, he had no mental preparation at all to deal with the situation at hand, so his mind went blank for a while, and he could only subconsciously answer Su Yi's question. Some of them are older than me, and some are younger than me, but they are almost the same, they are all over 800 years old, 35 years old. He knew what Su Yi wanted, so he got straight to the point. Oh, that is to say, you have obtained eternity or at least a life that is quite long for ordinary people through some kind of immortality operation similar to op fruit. Su Yi said in a playful tone. The other side nodded. Surprisingly, Su Yi didn't look surprised at all after hearing about their age. Advertisement. Su Yi's third question was immediately asked. Is it the same with I am? 35. What? W. Beard feels like he heard it wrong. In other words, the other party was rude. What the other party said was actually the homonym of the word, I am, or something. But no matter what, he couldn't believe that the other party said that name. That, the name of the king of the world. Su Yi looked at the Beard's surprised look and thought it was very interesting. Then he threw a second bomb. I'm talking about I am the guy that the five of you regarded as a superior. The W. Beard didn't even have the extra thought to consider Su Yi calling Lord I am that guy. His heart lake was shaking violently like a beach egg being thrown, and the worldview is likely to crack at any time. Countless thoughts surged in his mind, but in the end, they all stemmed from a doubt. How did Su Yi know about the existence of Lord Yimu? However, Su Yi did not intend to explain to him. Su Yi smiled. Since you can't even find the historical text, it means that your Lord Yim is not an all-knowing and almighty God. If so, how could he know that you betrayed her? W. Beard fell into contemplation. Su Yi smiled. So do you want your life or your integrity? Advertisement. How strong as I am. I know, isn't it the national treasure of your celestial dragons? Su Yi stepped directly on his chest and broke one of his ribs. He gritted his teeth. You are trying to make me betray that lord. W. Beard's answer this time was quite straightforward. He stared at Su Yi blankly, as if recalling, but also in a daze, although I know that you are very powerful, compared to Lord Yimu, you are still a little worse. This is a qualitative gap, and the gap between gods and mortals can never be bridged. Su Yi ignored the overstepping tone of the other party, but quietly listened to the information that the other party broke out. The Beard clenched his teeth and said, if I say more, if Lord Yimu finds out, then my end will be nothing but death. HMPH, if you think that Lord I am only relies on that kind of thing, then you are very wrong. Su Yi's eyes narrowed. After a long time, he finally spoke. He looked indifferent. Don't talk nonsense to me. What gods are not gods? Doesn't she need to eat and shit? He doesn't need to sleep. Even so, it is at most an alien, or some kind of creature that is not human. If she is really a god, then she should know that you are betraying her right now, and the person standing in front of you is the one who wants to kill her. And this power is not external, but comes from itself. Su Yi interrupted, and his words were immediately denied by the other party. W. Beard's eyes flashed with anger, but then he said very cooperatively, Sir Yimu, she has a power that is so powerful that she can dominate the world. 9. The look of W. Beard became very strange. He asked the most crucial question. The others were secondary, even if he knew everything, but in the end he did not have the force to protect himself, then everything was in vain. This can be seen from the disappearance of 100 years of history. Possessing power, not only can destroy the enemy, but also the existence and thought of the enemy can be erased. Advertisement. Su Yi felt that the guy in front of him should have Stockholm Syndrome. But he also got an important piece of information. The five elders together didn't seem to be able to match Yim, or Yim had some kind of power that made each of them despair. Go ahead. Su Yi did not force him to answer immediately this time, but quietly waited for his reply. He stammered, Lord I am is the youngest of the six of us. There's only so much he can say, which is what Su Yi sees from the other person's face. Su Yi sighed. It seems that the other party still can't completely betray Yimu, or completely tell the secret of the six of them. She has the power to absolutely crush the five of us, that is the innate god, the power of blood. Only she can control it. Quote, quote. This time the Beard didn't need Su Yi to grab his neck, his face turned red. However, he still wants to learn the truth from the other party's mouth as much as possible. It seems to be a religious expression of worship, and can even be described as fanaticism and fear. Click. This made the W. Beard's soul return to his right place, and he understood his situation. And seeing the other party's hesitant appearance, he also revealed a hint of hockey. Chapter 313 We Used to Be Slaves 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As I am human. Or was she ever human? Su Yi couldn't help asking. He was really curious. How could someone, a person in this world, gain such a powerful power? And he guessed that this power was possessed by him 800 years ago, which enabled him to defeat Joey Boy and dominate the world with overwhelming power for 800 years. The W-Beard frowned and seemed to be very dissatisfied with Suyi's statement, but he didn't dare to refute it. He could only say lightly, I can only say that she is close to a god. Immortality, and the power that can dominate the entire world, can indeed be called God, to some extent. It's just that Suyi thinks it's too small and ignorant to think so. This world is not a flat continent, but a planet, located in the universe. Maybe a passing asteroid can destroy the whole world. And Yimu is nothing more than a chief among the natives. She may not even believe that the land under her feet is round, and it is even less likely that she is in the mood to explore. She can only be her own emperor forever. At this time, Suyi suddenly noticed that W-Beard's face turned pale quickly. He quickly realized that it was a miracle that the other party had sustained such a serious injury for such a long time, and now it is almost impossible to die due to excessive blood loss and pain. In order to let this guy live and squeeze out more use value, he could only temporarily help the other party to deal with the wound. Su Yiu returned to the redhead's boat with a beard. As for those Marines and CPOs, they had already turned the ship's bow and fled in a random direction when he activated the beast god form. The sense of oppression brought about by that terrifying form was even more terrifying than the four emperors. They would rather face a group of four emperors in full state than fight Su Yi in the form of a beast god. Advertisement. It was a monster beyond their imagination. And Su Yi has no intention of chasing them. Now that he can use the multi-fruit ability has been exposed, if you want this information to be known to IM later, then the only way is to sink the warship and kill everyone on it. But at best, the result of doing this is to let Yimu know some of his cards later, and there will eventually be a battle between him and Yimu. Back to the present. Su Yi looked at a boatload of people without any plans to explain anything. He found someone to take care of the mustache, don't let him die or run away, and then discussed with Beckman and other high-level officials. Su Yi's plan was to let them go to Elbaf to recover from their injuries first. We want to save the captain, Beckman said. Others also acquiesced to Beckman's resolution. Su Yi had nothing to say and nodded. In this case, I have to go back and report to my captain. As for the rescue of Shanks, we will talk about it after your injuries are healed. He left the phone bug and the life card, and then took the W-Beard wrapped into a zongzi to a nearby island and continued to inquire about the secrets of IM and the five elders. We were once slaves. After some questioning by Su Yi, the other party gave him a shocking news. You mean, the five of you? Yes, he killed W-Beard. He seemed to have seen the scene where he returned the hat to Shanks, and he seemed to understand why Shanks had let himself go to Raftel first. Advertisement. Yoshi, since Shanks said so, let's go and save Shanks. 95. The terrifying smile of that W-Beard before he died made him even shudder. When Su Yi returned to Elbaf, the whole person was in a trance. Luffy was disappointed, but excited again when he heard that Shanks' crew had escaped. And at this time, he has already fallen into deep thought, and really has no energy to take care of other people's emotions. This made Su Yi's heart seem cloudy. Su Yi took a deep breath. Point 0. Go. Raftel. Van. 6 people. Don't you get what they're saying? Nami said. Shanks wants you to go to Raftel first, and then to save him. Even if the opponent's limbs are removed, the opponent may escape by other means. W-Bear knew what his ending was, but he still failed to tell Su Yi the specific combat power problem, whether she ate devil fruit and so on. Luffy was at a loss for words, he really couldn't figure out why Shanks wanted him to go to Raftel first. After a long time, he suddenly took a deep breath. Advertisement. Since he chose to betray, the betrayal must be thorough. Luffy's eyes became unusually firm. The original agreement was that I would gather a group of better partners than him, I would become One Piece, and then return the hat to him. Could it be that? W-Beard took a deep breath, as if he was going out of his way. Then we can go rescue Shanks together. For flowers. What about Su Yi, Shanks and them? As he spoke, he put his hand on his hat with a longing look. Just in case, he chose the method of never having trouble in the future. W-Bear looked at Su Yi with crazy eyes, a smirk on his face, and asked in a rhetorical tone, Hey, 5 people. Luffy thought Suyi rescued Shanks, but Suyi said that he is not omnipotent. With a boxing palm and a confident smile on his face. Lord, I am. She. Was a slave. That guy is a hidden danger. He has already determined that the opponent is not capable, but it is difficult to guarantee that the opponent has no other whole cards. Hiss. Chapter 314 Shock the World, Execute Shanks. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The location of Raftel was deciphered by Robin and Nami together. The 4 red historical texts respectively record the location of an island. And when they connected the positions of the 4 islands on the chart, the intersection of the lines was Raftel. It turns out Raftel is here. Everyone looked at the place on the chart in surprise. Next, the people set off. This time, they are racing against time to rescue Shanks, who was arrested by Marine, after going to Raftel. It might not have been an adventure that satisfied Luffy, but he had no choice. Maybe after we save Shanks, we can come here again and play with the mindset, Nami said. 27. Luffy didn't answer, but sat on the bow, in a daze. In his mind, memories related to Shanks were recalled. But those memories are a long time ago, but Shanks' face, Shanks's bold smile is still in his ears. He couldn't imagine that he would never see this man again. It was as bad as never seeing Ace or Sabo again. And in the morning after the sea, a newspaper fell on the deck. Advertisement. Suyi just glanced at the contents of the newspaper, and her scalp went numb. He felt that the contents of this newspaper could not be seen by Luffy. The title is, The Most Sinful Pirate Red-Haired Shanks is Caught. The execution will take place in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and the 5 elders will watch the execution in person. Close black lens bracket. This explosive news directly detonated the topic of people all over the world. Almost everyone is talking about this after dinner. That's great. This damn it pirate is finally going to die. This is really a sight to behold. Did the redhead do something sensational? I haven't heard of it, but since the world government says he is a wicked man, he must be a supervillain. Yeah, the 4 emperors are the bullies who rule the new world. They loot the people, burn, kill, and loot. Even Marine can't catch them. 39. Hehe. It's all right now, the 4 emperors are about to be executed. The 4 emperors are nothing to be afraid of. Isn't the villain Roger also executed? It's a pity that his son Ace with the blood of the devil was not executed. Baldigo, the Buddy Army headquarters. Anyone who knows him knows that when Luffy becomes like this, he has entered a serious state. How powerful, you can imagine, each of them has the combat power of Snickers, and they all have hockey. On the Sunshine. Advertisement. If it was an ordinary rescue, it would be fine, at most a few Marines, and at most Admiral and the Marshal. East Blue, Windmill Village. Suyi, when you went to rescue Shanks' partner, did you encounter any strong enemies? Perhaps with Luffy's character, it's impossible to ask them for help. Suyi didn't say that he met the 5 elders, he just said the existence of the Dragon Man. To Suyi's surprise, Luffy didn't show any emotion after seeing the headline in the newspaper. In the Makino Tavern. Hey. Then Usopp wanted to say not to go, but he closed his mouth when he saw Luffy's expression. He didn't look worried, though, because if Luffy was caught, it would have been reported in the newspapers. But if the rescued team is strong enough, the 5 elders will definitely take action, and the balance at that time will be completely broken. He became expressionless. Monkey D. Dragon looked at the contents of the newspaper without saying a word. He was not as happy as others. Don't be too complacent. If this execution is successful, then the prestige of the world government and Marine will be greatly increased, and our resistance will be even greater. Thinking of this, Long walked out of the conference room. And as far as he knows, Luffy's current power is extremely huge. It is not an exaggeration to say that he already has the power of the 4 emperors, or even more. Advertisement. The village chief on the side looked at Shanks' wanted notice in the newspaper and said, I can't believe it, so many years have passed since then. But so far Sabo has not received a message from Luffy asking for help. Luffy asked. Not to mention the assistance of Ace and the Whitebeard pirates, it is impossible for Sabo to sit idly by Luffy's help. That said, it was a very difficult operation, Chopper said in a 4.9 summary. Great. The Four Emperors' red hair is a nail in the new world. As long as he dies, the pace of our entry into the new world will be greatly accelerated. 35. In the conference room, the atmosphere is somewhat lively. He didn't seem to notice Makino's changing expression, and continued on his own. I don't know if Luffy has met him. If they stay together, maybe Luffy is in danger too. So how powerful is this dragon man? Usopp asked a practical question. But it's good for the Four Emperors to die. Kaido and Anti also collapse, and the era of the Four Emperors is coming to an end. Just like the pacifists, dragons can be mass-produced and absolutely obey Marine's orders. In short, everyone was very concerned about this action, and Usopp almost looked like he was dying. More than that, they ignored a problem that when they got to Raftel, the redhead had already arrived at Mariajoy, and if they were going to rescue then, it would be equivalent to directly entering the base camp of Celestial Dragons, where there is not only Marine Admiral will go to protect, but also 5 elders. After seeing the newspaper, Makino's face was very pale. Instead, he thought of more. He knew that the red hair was the guide for Luffy to become a pirate. Now that the red hair was caught, it was impossible for Luffy not to respond. Chapter 315 Arrival in Raftel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Above a sea area, the sunshine is riding the wind and waves. The weather here is unusually strange and changeable. If the sea in New World can be said to be dangerous, then it is about 10 times more dangerous than the sea in New World. Although this is also somewhere in the New World. Su Yi felt that she had found one of the reasons why Raftel had not been discovered for so many years. And that's not the most terrifying. The most terrifying is the Sea Kings here. The Sea Kings here are all surprisingly large, and the number is terrifying to the point of numbing the scalp. The sky is densely packed with lightning, intertwined into a grid of pieces. At a certain moment, a dazzling white light enveloped everyone's sight. What followed was a deafening thunder. The ship was struck by lightning. A thought flashed through almost everyone's mind. The speed of thunder and lightning is too fast. If it is a dangerous Sea Kings, it can be prevented, but natural disasters such as thunder and lightning are unavoidable. Fortunately, the hull was strong enough to withstand this lightning strike. But this also exposed a problem. The lightning 14 here is too dense. Su Yi had no choice but to transform himself into lightning, interweaving into a grid to protect the hull. While others focus on dealing with the Sea Kings. I feel like the Sea Kings in the nearby calm belt are coming, Luffy snorted. Watch out, Luffy. Usopp yelled at Luffy. The next moment, people saw an incomparably huge catfish-like Sea Kings emerging from the sea. One of its tentacles was the size of the sunshine, and one eyeball almost covered half of the sky, just like when it was in Gemini. The laboon that Masaki encountered was comparable. Quote. Luffy stretched his arm and pierced the catfish's head directly. This is one of the effects of rubber fruit's awakening. It can rubberize the attacked creatures. And this blow obviously caused huge damage to the catfish. It was just a punch, and he sank into the sea as if he lost consciousness to the convenience. Zoro cut a few slashes at this time. Advertisement. Opened a few holes in the catfish. A large amount of blood flowed out, polluting the entire sea area. But it also attracted the attention of other Sea Kings. All at once, almost all the Sea Kings were headed for the catfish's carcass, and the sunshine had a brief moment of peace. While now, Nami yelled. Everyone understood and immediately entered the boating mode, and everyone rowed the boat desperately until they left this sea area. The wind cannon is the last resort. It is used to save life at a critical moment, and it is obviously not that serious at this time. Su Yi can finally rest for a while. The continuous discharge consumes a lot of his physical strength, which he has never tried before, and it can be regarded as a small shortcoming. Where is this place? After resting for a while, Usopp sat up straight from the deck and surveyed his surroundings curiously. This sea area suddenly calmed down. Not only did the dark clouds in the sky dissipate, but even the sea was unusually calm. It was so peaceful, a little weird. It looks like a calm belt. Su Yi was keenly aware of this. Yes, Raftel is in the calm belt, 35 Nami said. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect Raftel to be in such a place. But think about it and it's relieved. In windy places, sailboats should have explored in the past few years. Even the dangerous new world will be thoroughly explored over time. And only calm belt, it is difficult for anyone to shuttle alive. Not to mention a carpet-like search of this sea area. The next process is a bit long. Although the Sunshine has an outer wheel that can be used, it is still a bit slow compared to the speed of the sail. Looking for an island above the vast sea is like looking for a needle. Advertisement. Moreover, after some tossing before, the original accurate course has now deviated. Nami had to spend a lot of time confirming the direction. It can only be said that as expected of Nami, after measuring, she immediately confirmed the location of the Sunshine. And then determined a direction. This time, sailing is easy. Because there is no wind, and there is no change in the waves. So there is no need to change the course at all, just rush forward in one direction. The Sea Kings encountered along the way were all scared away by Luffy, Zoro and Suyi using conquerors in turn. When an island finally appeared in front of him, Nami was immediately excited. Because according to the instructions of the compass, this island should be Raftel. We have arrived. Suyi observed his words and expressions, and found that Nami's expression was a little excited, and guessed something. See Nami nod. The others cheered suddenly, especially Luffy, who jumped 3 meters high, and Kakuzu's mouth almost reached his ears. That's great. We're here. Usopp and Chopper are dancing. Frankie gave himself a bang hairstyle. Brook talked about the guitar. Others are also smiling. After a lot of hardships along the way, I finally found this place. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself. But then took it again. He stared blankly at the sea in front of him. The current down here is so chaotic. Advertisement. If you look at it from a high altitude, you will find that the current under the sea around Raftel is like a bunch of messy hair and knots. But the sea was calm. It seems to be an ocean current channel. Remember, we encountered it when we were on the Fishmen Island. Nami looked down from the side of the boat. What does that mean? Everyone asked curiously. Nami said. That is to say, if 207 is in this ocean current, there will be a thrust pushing you forward. She paused, looking at the ocean below thoughtfully. Looking at the amount of this current, it seems to be coming from all the seas. You see, there are still fish in it. 35. Sanji has understood at this time. Because he has seen several species of fish in the seas that are far apart in the ocean currents. That's North Blues tuna. Ah, that's South Blues slush, and East Blues, West Blues, Grand Lines. Sanji's fingers trembled. Almost every tip of his hair was trembling slightly, his pupils narrowed, and his mouth opened and closed as if to say something. As this all blew, Luffy picked the booger and told the mystery. But Sanji, if you were to open a restaurant here, no customers would come here. Nami punches Luffy. Don't say such a spoiler. 5. Sorry. Wait. Look, there's someone fishing there. Usopp's sharp eyes immediately noticed the abnormality in front of him. Everyone suddenly recovered from the laughter, and stared blankly at the front. Indeed, there are people fishing there. Suyi was stunned. From what I saw and heard, I didn't even notice that this island was inhabited in advance. Get to the island now. I can't wait. Luffy yelled. Chapter 316 The World's Largest Paradise. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sunshine was heading towards Raftel with extraordinary speed. As they got closer, people discovered that the entire island was shrouded in mist. Looking from a distance outside, it is impossible to find that this is an island. At most it is confused with the clouds in the sky. And if you don't know the specific coordinates here, you just wander aimlessly in the calm belt, and you need more than luck to find it. Suyi estimates that would take decades of Yangshuo. Not even the most European emperor. Even if Marine has mastered the technology of safe passage in the calm belt. But they also came through the calm belt with a mission. Also, there are no pirates here. They have no reason to stay here too long. So, it's impossible for them to discover Raftel's existence anytime soon. The only thing Suyi cared about was the murlocs. Logically speaking, they should be the most able to find here. If the turbulent currents on the bottom of the sea can bring fish from all over the world to come here, the murloc should be able to find it easily. While thinking about it, the Sunshine had approached Raftel. When they saw the whole picture of the island, they were all stunned. Here, it is not as desolate as they imagined, but a paradise. Luffy was lying on the bow, looking at the small island ahead in shock. The mouth kept repeating, dead tall and short. Zoro and Sanji also grew their mouths. Advertisement. Even the most calm Robin couldn't keep his calm at this time, and opened his mouth slightly. Suyi frowned at first, and seemed unable to understand why it was like this. But then he thought of something, and suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone else laughed when they heard his laughter. Especially Luffy, who nearly fell to the ground. Covering his belly, he rolled with laughter. Unexpectedly, this scene is here. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his fingers. I thought that the sky here was constantly being struck by lightning, the sea here was turbulent, and there were terrifying monsters here. 99. Usopp looked disappointed. Chopper looked around curiously, because he saw a lot of fur tribes here. Not just fur tribes. There are also giants, little people, murlocs, mermen, humans, long-legged, long-handed, etc. Anyway, some races in the world are here. There are races that are not in the world here. And just among human beings, there are also people in different costumes. There are those from Abelastan, those in Dressrosa-style clothes, and those with pirate hats. In short, almost all the islands in the world, all races are found here. This even gave everyone an illusion. Could it be that they are the only ones in this world who don't know about Raftel's existence, and everyone else is playing here quietly without them? Suyi even remembered that he had seen a movie, The Truman World. In that world, only the protagonist thinks he lives in a real world, but in fact it is just a set-up studio, and everyone there is an actor. For a moment, Suyi even thought she was being played. But soon they found out again, it wasn't right. Although the people here are all wearing the clothes of the people outside, their mental outlook is completely different from the people in the outside world. Because they saw that humans and all other races were very friendly. That attitude, as if you can't see the difference between the other party and yourself. Advertisement. That attitude is as if a human mother can give birth to giants, murlocs, and even more villains, and the reason why she is human is just as common as being a man and not a woman. Obviously, the concept of race has been completely eliminated here. In other words, people have become accustomed to living with other races and do not discriminate against other races. Each race uses its own physical advantages to help other races. Giants have the most physical advantage, and they do some heavy work, such as carrying a group of people to a high place. The villain is good at doing some delicate work. Murlocs are good at underwater operations. Etc., etc. And for the coming of the crowd. It didn't attract people's attention at all. Here, the special has become the usual. So it's not surprising that even a skeleton like Brook is walking. Maybe, even if you become One Piece, you are still unknown here, Suyi said to Luffy, it seems suitable for you to live in seclusion here. 5. Sanji has run out. He saw many restaurants on the roadside. The fleshy aroma of some fish from the Four Seas wafts. Make fish from the Four Seas into one dish at the same time. This was unthinkable before. This will definitely add a lot of dishes. Luffy's mouth was also drooling. His nostrils were wide, his eyes were closed. The body almost floated up. All right. How can you skip a meal before the adventure? And, it's a Raftel specialty. No one else can eat it. So, the first thing everyone did after landing in Raftel was to eat. Robin seems to want to find the historical text hidden here. Advertisement. But this time, she was pulled by Suyi. Ma'am, we'll just have a meal and then Raftel will grow legs and run away, it's no big deal. She was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Entering the restaurant, what people see is a fish man front desk. How many guests would like to eat? The front desk asked flatteringly. Eat. Serve me all the food in your store. Luffy waved his arm and drew a circle, looking like he was going to swallow the whole store in one bite. Instead of being surprised at all, the boss yelled at the back kitchen very impatiently. A group of guests with big appetites have come. Hurry up and serve the dishes. Serve all the dishes. 35. Soon after, everyone sat down at the table. And a human waiter was frightened to serve everyone. Every now and then, he gets scolded by the Murloc boss for doing a little wrong. Chow Jiao. This would be outrageous scene is so normal here. Everyone felt a little feast for the eyes. At the table beside them was a giant's table, and a giant was enjoying a large salad of vegetables. The sound of chewing on plants crunched. On the other side, there was a small person's table, and Luffy's stomach was aching from the fly's bigger flesh. Not long after, everyone's dishes finally came, and the boss said mysteriously, "Eat it quickly, or else you won't be able to eat it if you are caught by the Murlocs. Obviously, there is a lot of fish in this dish, and Murlocs cannot eat fish." Su Yi remembered that the shop sign here had the word, Murloc, on it. Then this should be the place where fish people eat. The special restaurant where the Murlocs eat sells fish, and the owner is also quite outrageous. But the boss doesn't have to worry about this at all. Because the fish was swept away within 5 seconds after it came up. Chapter 317 Huge Kingdom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This little brother, I don't know what work you do. During the meal, the boss asked Luffy, on purpose or not. Luffy said without hesitation, "Ah, we." Speaking of this, he was also a little confused. What did they come here for? It is said that if you come to Raftel, you can become the Pirate King, but now they have arrived, but they don't know what to do. At this point, Robin reminded Luffy, we're here to find the blank 100-year-old truth. 99. Oh, it's this, Luffy said. Blank 100 years. The boss looked puzzled, he had never heard of such a statement. Su Yi patted his head, Raftel's people should have never communicated with outsiders, except for Roger. That being said, Roger and the others probably didn't tell the people here the truth about the outside world. Su Yi's mind turned very fast, and he immediately thought of Roger's intention for doing this. The people here have lived in an isolated place for generations, and all races here are equal. If they are suddenly told that there is a bigger world outside, then some people will definitely want to go out and find it. And when they come to the outside world, they will find out how terrifying the outside world is. And there is another huge risk. Advertisement. That is the coordinates that most likely expose Raftel. By then, this will definitely become the bombing site of Buster Call. It's the historical truth 800 years ago, Robin said to the boss. When the boss heard this, his expression changed suddenly. The giants and villains who were eating at the table next to them also turned their heads in surprise and looked at the strangers at this table. Now, they finally realized something. They finally knew that the people on this table were not people from this island at all, but from outside. The boss looked at everyone with suspicious eyes, and the villain asked excitedly, "Are you from outside?" Before anyone else could answer, Luffy replied, "Ah, we're here to find treasure," and Roger said he put all his treasures here. Roger was a great man. He accomplished something no one had accomplished in 800 years, but he left with regret because the time had not yet come. Now, he remembered the purpose of his coming here again. Yes, giants have long lifespans, and it has not been many years since Roger died. This giant should be the one who has seen Roger alive, and may even have drunk with him. Huge Kingdom. Advertisement. In his mind, he recalled the legendary man he had seen when he was young. The restaurant owner's expression suddenly became excited. What washed up on an island in the sky that didn't exist? What went into the seabed 10,000 meters deep, and went to Elbaf, the hometown of giants, and so on. The boss poured himself a glass of wine and said with a melancholy face, "It is the purpose of others to find the truth of history, and his purpose as a pirate is only Roger's treasure. Beach thieves are in the outside world, but they are a symbol of evil. When people in any island or country hear that pirates are coming, they will be shocked and inform everyone, and then jointly defend against the invasion of pirates." Roger said. He said that people outside call adventurers pirates. 35. The villain cried, "Roger. You know Roger. That great adventurer." The giant said at this time, "I heard Roger say it with my own ears. Their first home is in the outside world. And it wasn't until a few decades ago that the people they were waiting for appeared. Moreover, when it appeared, it was still a group." Thinking of this, Luffy's hair stood on end, unable to suppress his inner excitement. The giant who had raised his fist and was about to attack Su Yi and the others suddenly stopped when he heard the word Roger. Advertisement. They poured rum into their stomachs like water and snacked on roast meat. The villain, the boss and the giant said in unison. Why now? The people of Raftel associate the word pirate with adventurer. One Piece. Everyone was stunned. This is just a paradise, a country where all races can live together on an equal footing. Pirate. Adventurer. Isn't that the same thing? It was an organization called Pirates, and those people all had bright smiles and an open mind. Then they tell the story of the adventures they have experienced along the way. Later people know that if Luffy and the others hadn't said the word Roger now, their next encounters would be completely different from what happened in history. He's One Piece, not an adventurer. Luffy grumbled back. People here are fascinated. In Raftel, people know what happened 800 years ago, and they know what they are waiting for. They knew that Raftel wasn't actually their first home. Here, there is a name. Chapter 318 Clan D, Nika and Joyboy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear what the boss has to say. Everyone in the straw hats was a little lost for a while. They all seemed to be wandering in the ocean of the boss's imagination, as if they saw Roger's smile, saw the young Rayleigh, and saw how amazing the crew of One Piece is. That is a legend, that is a myth. That is epic. Epic journey. When he came back to his senses, Su Yi asked, then what did Roger and the others say here and what did they do? The boss took a sip of wine and his nose was a little red. They made a fuss here for 3 days and 3 nights, and then after learning about the history of this country and what happened 800 years ago, they left. They said it was not yet time for them to come, they were not the people we were waiting for, and there would be people coming later. Speaking of this, he suddenly raised his glass and pointed at Luffy and the others, that's you. 9. Gollum. He drank the wine in the cup and swallowed all the words in his heart. What happened 800 years ago? Why did you live in seclusion here? Robin asked impatiently. The boss smiled and said, this is something everyone knows here, it's strange, don't you have any left outside? Advertisement. Robin shook his head. The boss said, you should know the name of our country. The Great Kingdom. This Robin knew. This is one of the few historical information she has deciphered in the historical text. But that information was ambiguous and seemed to be a fear of people reading the truth. Then do you know the history of the Giant Kingdom? He seemed to be questioning himself, which apparently no one knew. And after that, many people from other parts of the world came here after hearing about the existence of the Giant Kingdom and the situation here. The Giant Kingdom is called the Giant Kingdom precisely because of its population. Huge. The boss said, everyone in the huge kingdom is of the D race, there is only one race here, and that is the D race, and everyone here is of the same race. Luffy is too casual, because Luffy has a D in the middle of his name. Hearing this, Su Yi wanted to complain, even now there are still slaves in this world. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Advertisement. But the boss said seriously, if you have the same will to pursue freedom as the D family, then you can also become the D family. Ah, yes, I did see such a person. Su Yi thought of Blackbeard. Luffy slapped away the boss who wanted to shake hands with disgust. Su Yi rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking. Also, they know many other people with a D in their name. Luffy seemed to have realized something, looked at the others and said, then, everyone can add a D in their names. You are D Nami, you are Vinsmoke D Sanji, you are Roronoa D Zoro. The biggest feature of our clan is this, it will not be restricted by blood, race, origin, the only qualification is that you have the same interests as ours. But when you go against the original intention of the D clan, even if you have the middle of D name, you don't deserve to call yourself a family of D. Luffy scratched his forehead in distress, is that so? Yes, and he has the same power as Nika, that kind of thing called devil fruit. Boss 39 said. Everyone was speechless. Joey Boy eats the same devil fruit as Nika, which is the Nika fruit that Luffy eats. But it wasn't until a man named Nika showed up, giggling with his signature drum-like heartbeat, that he freed slaves everywhere and built this huge kingdom without any slaves and without any class distinctions. He poured himself another glass of wine and narrated as he drank. Our country was established more than 1,000 years ago, and there were still such things as slaves in the world at that time. However, he didn't plan to explain. After all, it wouldn't do him any good to let Luffy know that there was someone who ate rubber fruit like him in the past. Advertisement. If only because the ancestors belong to the D family, they feel that they can be unscrupulous in the name of freedom, which is undoubtedly the greatest irony of D's will. He has a more advanced thinking than Nika. He believes that not only human beings, but other races, murlocs, giants, fur tribes, villains, long-handed tribes, etc. should be equal. Hearing this, Luffy covered his heart with curiosity. And he has assembled such a group of like-minded partners who have different racial identities, but they claim to be one race, the D race. They all share a common middle name, D. Su Yi guessed that what he must be thinking at this time is how this guy named Nika is like himself. The boss looked at Luffy in surprise. You are also from the D family. Great. Then we are brothers. At that time, there were many royal families in slave-holding countries who wanted to destroy the giant kingdom, but they were suppressed by the powerful force of the giant kingdom, and these countries were liberated instead. Hearing this, Nami and the others looked at Luffy in surprise. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be from a huge kingdom. Robin feels like he's heard the name in more than one place. Later, the country came out with a second figure comparable to Nika, and his name was Joey Boy. Point 0. So, Luffy, you are a descendant of the D family. 35 Nami said. Joey Boy. 39. Chapter 319 Rebuilding the Huge Kingdom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wait, boss, don't stray from the topic. What we just said was history. Why are we starting to identify family heritage now? Su Yi realized that something was wrong. The boss talked too much. I wonder if it was because he often talked about it after drinking too much on weekdays. The boss also blushed and scratched his messy hair, and then poured himself a sip of wine. Well, let's go back to 800 years ago. Joey Boy's ambitions were too lofty and too advanced for the people at that time, so that they were strongly opposed. Anti-210 pairs from royal families of other countries. The Great Kingdom's belief that everyone is equal has caused dissatisfaction among these countries, and when Joy Boy said that humans and those races they regarded as monsters could coexist peacefully, they began to encircle and suppress the Great Kingdom. Those nations united and waged war against the Great Kingdom, and in the end the Great Kingdom was defeated. Speaking of which, the boss's expression was a little sad. Are those countries powerful? Nami couldn't help asking. Advertisement. No. At that time, the huge kingdom had already mastered 3 ancient weapons, and Joy Boy also possessed the most powerful power in the world. The reason we failed was because a traitor betrayed us. He almost gritted his teeth when he said this. There are 6 of them, and the leader is a slave named I Am, who used to be Joy Boy who freed her, but she still thinks that people should be divided into 3, 6, 9, and she should rule the whole world. I Am has 5 followers. They are loyal, because I Am used to be a member of the royal family of an ancient country, but that country was destroyed by Nika, and their royal family members fell to other ancient countries and became slaves. Those 5 followers are the slaves of the royal family, and I Am is the descendant of the royal family. Everyone was a little confused by these words. But Su Yi felt that Im's experience was a bit similar to Doflamingo, who used to be on the top, but then fell into the dust, but he still longed to return to that high throne in his heart. In this case, she joins the D family on the surface, but secretly accumulates strength to try to subvert the huge kingdom. The probability of success in the end is very high, because you don't need to think about it and know that the D family are relatively simple people. It is easy deceived. Su Yi asked what she cared about most. How did she succeed? As you said, the giant kingdom has 3 ancient weapons, and Joey Boy is there, so what did she rely on to defeat the giant kingdom? Bloodliness, said the boss. I said that I Am has the bloodline of an ancient kingdom. In that era, the royal family that could rule a country must have a strong power, and this power is generally continued through the bloodline. Advertisement. Could it be a more powerful force than devil fruit? Su Yi continued to ask. The boss frowned. Maybe, or maybe not. Joy Boy's power comes from his fruit ability, but those ancient kingdoms all rely on a more stable power. Hockey. Their bloodline is easier to awaken hockey, and it is more convenient for the use of hockey, and because they are the royal family, almost everyone can awaken Conqueror's hockey, and even some royal families have passed down some high-level methods of using hockey from generation to generation. That is to say, Yimu is a very strong hockey user. Su Yi said in a concluding tone. The boss nodded. Not only that, as far as I know, IM also has a powerful weapon. That weapon requires a powerful hockey to use, and it was with that weapon that she finally defeated Joey Boy. Speaking of this, the boss seems to be confused. As for the three ancient weapons, in fact, they have already fallen apart before the final battle. Break apart? Su Yi asked in surprise. Well, the boss nodded. Poseidon Mermaid Princess was inexplicably assassinated to death at the time, and the Murlocs thought it was Joey Boy who did it, so most of the Murlocs who had planned to join the huge kingdom were killed. Returning to the bottom of the sea collapsed the power block of the huge kingdom. Then Pluton, because Pluton is just a warship without any will, so it can be said to be a double-edged sword. IM found that he could not easily control Pluton, so he secretly destroyed the part of Pluton used for attack, which led to so Pluton couldn't function after the war started. The last is Uranus, which also disappeared before the war began. Advertisement. We later all believed that the failure of the three ancient weapons should be related to Yimu's conspiracy, and Yimu planned all this before the war, which led to the failure of the war. Joey Boy died in that battle, the huge kingdom fell apart, and only a few people fled, the soil under our feet 4.9, the giants desperately ran away, 99. What about the historical text? Did you make the historical text? Robin asked. No, that was after that. We found that the world government established by IM was covering the history of the existence of the huge kingdom, so we carved these histories in stone to prevent the history from being destroyed, and at the same time, according to Joyboy's final account to ours, the coordinates of the great kingdom are left on it, so that the latecomers can find and inherit him. I think I know why Shanks brought me here. Luffy said suddenly. Everyone looked at him. Rebuild the great kingdom and let D's will spread throughout the world. Chapter 320 Huge News. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yoshi, then we can go save Shanks, and beat that guy named IM. Luffy slapped his fist with high fighting spirit. The boss is obviously a little nervous. If it is to deal with Yimu, I am afraid that a large number of people will have to be assembled. 35. RD family can be your helper. The giant was obviously more rigid than the boss. But Luffy obviously didn't appreciate it. How about troublesome uncle? And uncle, you don't seem to be very good at fighting. 35. The boss squinted his eyes. I can't fight, but there are still people in RD family who can fight. Nani? Is that so? Luffy asked curiously. The boss and the giant and the villain walked out of the restaurant, and they went to assemble their staff. At the same time, Luffy and the others were informed of their arrival. For a time, the restaurant became the focal point of the entire island, and people couldn't wait to see what the person they were waiting for looked like. 5 minutes later, Luffy and the others also saw the strong man that Boss 14 said. The King's Guard. The boss showed this group of warriors to everyone. They were of different races, male and female, old and young. However, each of them has one thing in common: straw hats. Advertisement. Regardless of their size, there is a matching straw hat, which is the same style as Luffy's. Perhaps you may wonder why there is a guardian of the king. After all, we are called a huge kingdom, and a kingdom always has a king. But our king is not to rule our existence, but to protect us the existence of the king. He will be in charge of managing the country, but will not enjoy any benefits, and the escort to protect the king is also formed by a spontaneously 0.35. It can be seen that in this country, all information is shared. Everyone else knows what the boss said. Everyone looked at the crowd at Straw Hat Crew in amazement. Everyone was surprised by all this. It seems that in this country, if you grab a person at will, he can temporarily become a jack of all trades and explain everything to you in this country. Instead of any country they knew before, there are many secrets. Su Yi's attention is all on the King's Guard. He is not interested in great kingdoms. In his opinion, This is just an alternative utopia. It is undoubtedly very difficult to maintain such a utopia. And the more people, the more difficult it is to maintain. However, although he is not interested in this place, he will not ridicule or despise it. Even if the rules here seem simple, like playing a house, it is at least an attempt. A person who does nothing at the end is 100 times stronger. He found that everyone in the king's guard exudes a strong breath of life, and he can be sure that they haven't eaten devil fruit, which Su Yi can feel now. Then they should all be masters hockey. However, their chances of awakening conquerors should be slim. Advertisement. So he asked. Sure enough, the facts proved his guess. None of these people know conquerors, but each of them has mastered quite proficient armed color and knowledge color. Everyone's specialization of hockey is different according to their own situation. Some people are good at seeing, hearing, and sex, and the most powerful can even predict the future for a short time. Some people specialize in armed colors, and the strongest can even wrap the armed colors around their fingers and shoot them out from a short distance like a finger pistol. This is quite remarkable. At least Luffy Zoro they can't do it. Being able to cultivate hockey to this point, Su Yi doesn't believe that he has realized it by himself. He asked the person who could release the armed sex, "Is this what you realized?" The man said, "No, this is a kind of combat skill, and it was generally mastered by warriors in Joey Boy's era, and by our generation, very few people can master it." 99. Sure enough, Su Yi's guess was confirmed. In ancient times, people used hockey more purely than they are now. Fruit powers have only recently become widely used and are gradually replacing hockey. It is true that hockey can never catch up with the fruit development, but in terms of strength, hockey is an indispensable part. He stretched out a finger and a wave of hockey also swirled around his finger. He also realized a similar use of hockey, but not inheritance, but self-realization. It is realized through the use of mind power. Advertisement. And, what he can do is not just to shoot hockey as a bullet, but to do more. It's just that these uses are too serious for mental consumption, so they can't be used often. Very well. You are all very strong fighters, you are welcome to join. Su Yi readily accepted these people. Now, they have a group of powerful warriors. Among them are giants, murlocs, humans, fur tribes, villains, etc. Each race has its own specialized fighting style. Immediately, he looked at the remaining people on the island. Suddenly he said to Luffy, "Captain, I want to do one thing, I hope you don't mind." Luffy asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Announce to the world that we have arrived in Raftel." The next day, an explosive news spread all over the world. Just when people were still immersed in the topic of the four emperors' red hair being executed, a photo took over the entire page of the news and made the headlines of the newspaper. In the photo, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the photographer with a smile on their faces, while the background was four historical texts. The headline of the newspaper is, "They Found One Piece." Chapter 321, The Birth of One Piece. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In fact, Straw Hat Crew did not collect all four red historical texts. But because the photos are in black and white, it is impossible for the world to understand the content of the text. Therefore, forging a fake text is very simple. And on the second page of the news, which follows the photo, the professional approach to finding One Piece is explained in detail. That is, the secret that a few people know, but most people don't know. That is, collect the historical text of the four red road signs, and the intersection of the lines according to the positions of the four road signs is the position of the One Piece. Later, the news even said that these four pieces of text were originally in the hands of four emperors Kaido and Ant, and the whereabouts of the other two pieces were unknown, but now they have apparently been collected by Straw Hat Crew. When people see this news, they almost have an illusion that they feel that they are witnessing history. Since Kaido and Anti have been defeated successively, the flavor of this, fighting monsters and upgrading, routine is very strong, so that people subconsciously will not doubt the authenticity of the historical text in the hands of Straw Hat Crew. As a result, the explosive news effect that Su Yi wanted to create appeared. The whole world is vigorously discussing One Piece and the birth of the new One Piece. That's right. Despite the lack of Su Yi's instructions, the news ended with an exaggerated photo of the bounty, accompanied by an even more explosive headline: One Piece is born. This news directly detonated the nerves of everyone in the world. Advertisement. Ordinary people basically showed panic and nervousness, as if they would be attacked by pirates at any time. The pirates all looked at the news with admiration, and at the same time were complicated. On the contrary, they don't have the sense of loss that the One Piece was taken away, because most pirates in this world did not find the One Piece in the first place as your own goal. What they care most about is whether the new One Piece will meddle in their business and want to rule them and let them be their subordinates. And their mood is half anticipation and half resistance. Those who are looking forward to it naturally hope to keep warm in a group, and imagine how powerful he will be when he joins the Pirate King's command. Marine will look at the wind when he sees himself, and those pirates who did not join the Pirate King's command will see how humble they will be, how unbearable and flattering his former opponents were under his own Yinwei, etc. And those who resist, naturally make up the brains of Luffy and others into the incarnation of evil, even if they treat people, who are also pirates, they will not hesitate to attack. Once someone makes a mistake, they may be severely punished. Then there is Marine. This news is undoubtedly a major blow to Marines. Panic was inevitable, but it was quickly replaced by tense combat readiness. Undoubtedly, Marine's next action will mainly revolve around the Straw Hat crew. After all, any pirate is not as important as a pirate king at this time. Veterans of the Roger era, it seems that they have returned to the era when Roger ruled the sea decades ago. Marine headquarters. Aokiji looked at the newspaper with a solemn expression, and said to the soldier on standby, "Are you sure that these 4 historical texts are true or false?" The soldier hesitated. "Report, 2 of the pieces are indeed the 2 pieces in the hands of Kaido and Anti. As for the remaining 2, there is no relevant information in our intelligence system, but our experts have analyzed that the above the writing and the writing on the historical text are the same type of writing, and the engraving traces are very real." Aokiji waved his hand impatiently, "So it's 80% real." Advertisement. In fact, he didn't think Luffy was the kind of person who would make fake news. He looked at the Straw Hat crew on the news with complicated eyes. "I didn't expect that. Before you knew it, you would have gathered such a group of people, and it's already so powerful that it's hard to touch." GM Army Headquarters. People are no longer busy, but are sitting at their desks watching the news. Luffy is the son of the dragon, it is well known. And now, Luffy has become One Piece, which surprised everyone. They weren't even mentally prepared for anything like that. In fact, pirates are also to be eliminated in the GM Army's plan. But Luffy has become a pirate, but the dragon has nothing to stop it, just like letting Luffy develop. Now he has become One Piece, which is a very embarrassing situation. Don't worry, Luffy won't get in the way of our plans. He's not the type to rule the sea, never before, and never will. Finally, after being silent for a long time, the dragon finally spoke. "That's right. Since Mr. Long said so, it must be like this. Since Mr. Luffy is Mr. Long's son, he must have been taught by Mr. Long. Perhaps the identity of the pirate is just a disguise." All kinds of voices are constantly ringing around. Advertisement. But the dragon has no heart to listen to what they have to say. He pushed open the door and walked out, with a faint smile on his face. "A man's dream," he murmured. "Holy land, Mariajoy. Is he not back yet?" A figure wearing a cloak appeared in the conference room of the 5 elders at some point. The 4 who were reading the newspaper suddenly knelt on the ground and lowered their proud heads. "Lord I am 35. I am did not repeat his question, Monkey D. Luffy not only ate the Nika fruit, but also awakened, and now he has found Raftel. What the hell are you guys eating?" 35. At the end, she almost drank out. The 4 no longer have the calm and majesty of the past, but are like 4 tame dogs. One person raised his head, and there were a few drops of cold sweat on his face covered with flowers. "In the past few hundred years, we have tried countless times to hold the Nika fruit master in our hands, but this fruit has as if it has its own wisdom, it escapes from our hands every time at the most critical moment." Another person said. "Furthermore, Nika fruit has had dozens of masters in the past few hundred years, but none of them have been able to awaken. Who would have thought that it suddenly awakened on the body of Straw Hat Luffy? Yimu rolled his eyes. You want to say, this is an accident? A wave of Ling Ran haki suddenly gushed out from their body, time seemed to stand still, and the four of them felt that the air around them seemed to freeze. Thought to come. I'm afraid you forgot, my horror. Chapter 322 Before the Execution. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time goes back to the present. The Straw Hat Pirates left Raftel, this time with many more people on board. Su Yi has already delivered the second news, and I believe that an urgent piece of news will be delivered to the world soon. Then, he sat quietly on the bow, looking at the broken sea. Their destination is the Red Line, but getting to the Red Line from here in a short amount of time is just wishful thinking. However, Shanks's execution is not today, but is expected to be 60 hours later. 60 hours, rushing from the New World to the Holy Land Mariajoy, it was a challenge. The Sunshine had to use the wind cannon many times, and each acceleration could make the Sunshine fly a distance of hundreds of nautical miles. Since it is a straight line, the actual distance is not far. And just when there were 58 hours before the execution, an urgent news was announced to the world. Straw Hat Luffy declares war on the Holy Land in 50 hours. This news is not for the world to see. It's for those who are willing to help Luffy. As long as he knows Luffy, 123 will definitely help him. Advertisement. However, fighting against the world for Luffy's sake also required considerable courage. But Su Yi believes that the appeal of One Piece is absolutely unparalleled. It turns out that he underestimated Luffy's appeal at this time. Just after the news was sent out, the whole world became restless. Those pirates who had never seen Luffy in person actually acted spontaneously one after another. In the name of One Piece, they destroy everywhere. As a result, the nearby marine had to send out a large number of people to stop this. The chain reaction culminated in the fact that only 50,000 of the 100,000 marines expected to arrive at Mariajoy when Shanks was executed ended up arriving, most of them wounded. The reason is that on the way here, I encountered a riot of pirates. These pirates are crazy. It's the Pirate King who is coming. Why do they come along with them? A Marine Vice Admiral, Abiba, complained to his companions, clutching the newly added stab wound to his arm. Straw Hat. I mean, why did One Piece choose this time to deal with us? Don't you think this timing is a bit too coincidental? You mean, with the red hair? Da. At this moment, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from far and near. The two looked sideways, only to find out that it was Garp. Aokiji rubbed his chin and let out a long soft hum. Advertisement. Otherwise, he would not have come to sit here in person. Aokiji is really superfluous to engage in such a big battle. How could the pirates fight? There are still people below. At this point, there are still 20 hours before the execution. At this time Sengoku came, and the two said a few words and then left together. I won't be merciful, even if he is my grandson. If he dares to run in front of me and jump around, then I will kill my relatives righteously. Garp showed his iron fist, and his knuckles clenched. Ring. They all closed their mouths and looked at Garp with weird eyes. Although the execution area is not as grand as it was in the original Summit War, the degree of ease of defense and difficult to attack here has only increased. This made Aokiji extremely angry, but he could only do it. When Garp was far away, the two continued to whisper. Hey, did you see it, Hero Garp? Suga, continue to monitor these guys, they should be just a mob. By the way, what are the movements of the big pirates related to Straw Hat Luffy? During this period, Garp's identity was extremely sensitive. I have a bad premonition, so be on your guard. 39. Once it is cut off, it will be difficult for the person below to fly up even with wings attached. One person laughed dryly. Cough, Mr. Garp, we are not talking about you. The weather is really good today, there are no clouds in the sky. Garp's words were more like what he said to himself. Report. We haven't noticed the slightest movement so far. As soon as the reconnaissance ship we sent entered the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, they lost contact. 99. Being too close to the area where the Celestial Dragons lived, the Celestial Dragons asked Aokiji to split half of their forces to protect them. Advertisement. There are two passages leading to the Red Line. One is for the Grand Line's transport ships, and the other is for the New World's transport ships. Report to the Marshal. More than 100 pirates have gathered under the Red Line. Among them, there are more than 1,000 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. All of them are vicious guys. But they don't seem to have any plans to attack. The two of them stiffened and turned their heads almost at the same time. They saw Garp showing a mouth of white fang. Are you discussing me? Why don't you speak up? Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the two of them. In addition, it is worth mentioning that this place is actually a boundary that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At this time, Sengoku did not have the kind of worrying about the country and the people and cautiousness when he was a marshal, but rather carefree. Yes. 55. Both vice admirals swallowed almost simultaneously. A marine soldier ran forward and reported to Aokiji, who was sitting in a chair. His deeds are indeed very glorious, but his blood and family tree are hard to trust. The execution area is located near the ancient city of Pan. You too. But Garp knew that his old friend was actually very nervous. He is the father of GM Geelong, the grandfather of One Piece Straw Hat Luffy, and the hero who once defeated Rox and a veteran who fought against Roger. However, no one knows what they are thinking in their hearts. At Chapter 323, this era is called Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 8 hours before execution. The phone bug had already started broadcasting the scene on the execution square to the Sabayati Bottom Archipelago, and under the improvised high platform, a row of extremely oppressive figures were sitting with Erlang's legs crossed. The seemingly random sitting position sends a signal to people: we are here. That was Marine Admiral, Marine Marshal, Ex-Marshal, Marine Hero, and Marine Legends. If you take one out alone, it is a strong person who can ensure the safety of one side of the sea. Not to mention, the soldiers in marine uniforms lined up on the square. These are the real elites. There are veterans who survived Summit War, elites who were originally distributed around the world, and rookies who stood out from the massive recruiting after Summit War. Time has come. However, the promised One Piece did not appear. At this moment, it was broadcast to the Grand Line via the Sabayati Bottom Islands, and from the Grand Line to the Four Seas and the New World, and there was no sign of Luffy and the others. However, one anomaly has caught the attention of some people with excellent eyesight. It was a ship on the sea. A pirate ship was riding the wind and waves to the passage to Mariajoy. Bartolomeo! Someone exclaimed. This is a rookie pirate, who just emerged after the Summit War, but sailed all the way to the New World. Didn't he go to New World? How could he be here? And looking at his posture, it seems that he wants to interfere with the execution. HMPH. It's really self-defeating. The One Piece doesn't dare to take the lead. How dare you, a small pirate who is not even a four emperors, dare to be such a bird? Before Bartolomeo reached the foot of the Red Line, he was blocked by several warships. The battle begins. At this time, another pirate ship appeared. The ship has a statue of a white horse on the side of the ship, which is undoubtedly Cavendish's ship. It's the handsome pirates. Ah, Cavendish is as beautiful as the legend. Advertisement. How did he come here, and what is the relationship between him and Bartolomeo? I don't remember anything about the two of them, right? People's hearts are getting more and more confused. At this time, on the execution square, Aokiji's expression was a little moved. Of course he knew what these two pirate groups were here for, and there was no doubt that seeing Marines battle at this time, they couldn't have, coincidentally, appeared here. But definitely come prepared. It's for the Straw Hat Boy. They have answered the Straw Hat's call. He glanced at Garp, consciously or unintentionally. At this time, Garp was a little moved. Are these Luffy's men? It's hard to imagine that kid calling. Before Garp's inner monologue was finished, a particular composition caught his attention. It was a fleet of ships that appeared on the distant sea. It may be an exaggeration to use One Piece to describe it, but it is the truth. There are at least hundreds of large ships in this fleet, and the number of pirates on it is not 10,000 but also 8,000. Moreover, in front of this fleet are several famous pirate groups. The recently appeared Edio Pirates, the Little Man Pirates formed by rare little people, the revived Giant Soldiers Pirates, the Hoda Maria Pirates, and the Eight Treasures Marines. Little people, Giants, long-legged, long-handed, and pirates, how come there is no civil strife in such a complex combination? This is the doubt in almost all Marines' mind at the moment. Although the world knows that Straw Hat Luffy has a group of ruthless men, this is the first time people have seen them dispatched collectively. HMPH, is this your trump card, Straw Hat? Just like the other four Emperor's regiments, you just found the One Piece. In terms of power, you are not even as good as the old four Emperor's regiment. Aokiji hummed in his heart. Although I have to admit it, from an objective point of view, the Straw Hat Pirates who have only been at sea for less than 3 years already have the climate of the four Emperors, and now they have the title of One Piece, if they are allowed to continue to develop. In a few years, it will definitely surpass the scale of the four Emperors. One Vice Admiral said, "There is no doubt that if it were just these people, it would be just another copy of Summit War, and this time, we have more confidence than the last time." The Green Cow said disdainfully, "Let me go down and destroy them. It's just a bunch of rabble, what other storms can they cause?" Advertisement. However, Aokiji would not be so indulgent that an admiral would play at such a time. He just glanced at the Green Bull lightly. Before that time, Admiral will have the appearance of Admiral. Don't go off the court at every turn, that will only damage Admiral's majesty. 5. At this time, under the red line, Bartolomeo and others have gathered together. Without a single admiral, it looks like we've been underestimated. Is Luffy being underestimated? Speaking of which, although Senior Luffy became One Piece, he hasn't made any substantial achievements since then. A group of people discussed, but the battle was already in full swing. At this moment, the sea water suddenly appeared a lot of bubbles as if it was boiling. Then, a scene that people are very familiar with appeared. I saw the coated boats suddenly floated out of the sea. A flag flew high. For Flowers 0. Whitebeard Pirates. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. This familiar scene made Marine executives change their color. This time, they couldn't take it lightly anymore. If it is said that the appearance of the Straw Hat Big Fleet will at most make him slightly wary, then the Whitebeard Pirates can threaten them. Prepare. Execute in advance. 35. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the execution platform at an unknown time. Exactly one of the 5 elders. His appearance directly disrupted Aokiji's plan. It made Aokiji extremely dissatisfied. You know, he should be the protagonist here. Advertisement. However, the 5 elders took over and took the lead in the execution. And, someone has already led the red-haired Shanks to the stage. But the 5 elders don't care that much. His voice was transmitted to the world through the phone bug. Didn't the self-proclaimed king say that he wants to be our enemy, then let him come, but his purpose is impossible to succeed, and there is no morality in dealing with pirates. This sudden change made people watching the live broadcast stunned. But there is no dissatisfaction. After all, when dealing with pirates, there is no need for morality. However, the pirates above the sea were reluctant. They came here for the purpose of disturbing the execution. If the 5 elders succeeded, they certainly failed. It will be a dilemma then. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a marine pointed to the sky and shouted. I saw that above the sea of clouds in the distance of the red line, a dragon suddenly flew out. It was a gigantic fire dragon, and the fire dragon flew in meanderingly, making bursts of roaring sounds. When the fire dragon flew over the square, it blocked the sun, making it cloudy for the first time since its construction. This made the 5 elders and some celestial dragons onlookers a little dissatisfied, and they were equivalent to being trampled under their feet. But the next moment, the fire dragon suddenly burst open, forming a rain of fire, which descended on the red line like a meteor, and the figure of Ace appeared along with the rain of fire. Luffy is not a self-proclaimed king, he inherited Roger's will and is the real One Piece. With a bang, he was about to hit the 5 elders like a shooting star, but was kicked by Aokiji at the critical moment. Waves of air surged out, mixed with the breath of flames and ice, making the people around them sometimes feel as if they were walking in the desert, and sometimes they seemed to be in a world of ice and snow. Ace was covered in bright red flames, wrapped in a fiery fist and fought with Aokiji. This era, named Luffy. Plus. Chapter 324 Don't Move, Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The fire and rain brought by Ace directly attacked the tens of thousands of soldiers above the square. This is not an ordinary fire rain, but a highly concentrated flame that is even hotter than the magma. Even armament hockey can only barely defend. It was only this wave that the marine elites were damaged a bit. But Ace's fight with Aokiji is the point. Both king to king, admiral to admiral. Ace's hot fist met Aokiji's icy shin bone, and the energy of ice and fire intertwined in the air, bursting out incomparably bright but extremely dangerous sparks. Ah! A soldier was hit by a splash of fire rain, and suddenly suffered serious burns. Some more ice slag fell to the ground, freezing people and the ground together. In these 1, 2, 7 moments, Aokiji has no extra energy to take care of his own people. But he intentionally guides the battlefield to move into the sky. As bad as the celestial dragons are, it's better than causing more damage to marine. This situation was also faithfully relayed by the live phone bug. If the live broadcast is suddenly cut off, it will appear that Marine is guilty, and it will cause panic among the people. But that's not what the 5 elders like to see now. A pirate actually fights with Martial Marine. What is the situation? Green Bull, go and help Aokiji get rid of Fire Fist. The 5 elders gave the order. Unlike any other admiral or marshal who resisted the 5 elders. Advertisement. The Green Bull readily agreed like an obedient dog, and then jumped out, turning into a green light and flying towards Ace. Fire punch. Ace obviously didn't have the heart to fight with the 2 opponents, but instead hit the Green Bull with a fire fist. Ah! Just as the Green Bull was approaching, it was immediately covered by flames, and the whole person was on fire. His ability is Mumu Fruit, which is just restrained by flames. So, Ace just punched him a lot, and it made him suffer a lot. And his best moves are not effective in Ace. If he dares to absorb the essence of Ace, then he is not far from death. Faced with such a tricky scene, Green Bull sweated on his forehead. You know, people all over the world are watching. If he retreats, the shame will be thrown into the whole world. Green Cow, you can go back and leave it to me here. 35. Aokiji was not satisfied with Green Bull's intervention, and insisted on letting Green Bull go back. Follow your orders, Master Marshal. The Green Bull was simply borrowing a donkey down the slope, and with a loud roar, he immediately withdrew. This time, the 5 elders couldn't make the Green Bull go on. Looking at the red line, the pirates of the Straw Hats and the Whitebeard pirates have already defeated all the Marines here. And occupy the entrance of the passage leading to the red line, ready to transport people to the red line. Yeah, this can't be done. If you let them come up, it will be too chaotic here. 35. Advertisement. At the critical moment, Kizaru stood up, no longer sitting idly by. Can you do it now? Fujitora asked with concern. Without the fruit ability, am I now despised by a blind man? Kizaru stepped on moonwalk and flew straight out. At this time, although Kizaru's speed is slower than when he had sparkling fruit and turned into light directly, but compared to most of the people present, no one can say that he can be faster than Kizaru. After all, it's a veteran admiral, it really shouldn't be underestimated. Fujitora took back the knife she wanted to help Kizaru and muttered to herself. Boom. Above the sky, Aokiji and Ace are in full swing. Above the sea, the first batch of people have already taken the elevator to the red line. Kizaru landed almost as fast as a free fall. This scene once happened to Kaido. But Kizaru is not as strong as Kaido, and before he is about to land, he constantly uses moonwalk to slow himself down. In the end, he kicked the largest ship of the Straw Hat Big Fleet. Boom. The big ship that was comparable to a small island was directly broken into 2 pieces, the sky-shattering waves rose into the sky, and countless pirates screamed and fell into the sea. Kizaru, on the other hand, jumped to the top of the mast of a nearby ship, with both hands in kabuto, looking like a light cloud and wind. Don't move, Kizaru. However, at this moment, a figure appeared beside Kizaru one by one, and an old-fashioned flintlock gun was pointed at Kizaru's head. Advertisement. Ben Beckman, I thought you were dead in the ocean, it seems that CP0 didn't do it well. Kizaru doesn't need to look to know who's coming. Besides the first mate of Red Hair Pirates, who else can exude such a powerful aura? Thanks to an accident, I was able to save my life and save the captain here. Now, get out of the way, we're taking Mariajoy. The lens under Kizaru's sunglasses flashed a white light, making it difficult to see his eyes. Well, as you say. Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet had already been fired straight to his temple. This scene does not talk about martial arts, but Beckman does it without psychological pressure. Redhead is about to be executed soon, and like Roger, he 1.0 doesn't want his captain to die for sticking to that stupid principle. From now on, he will unscrupulously kill. Boom. The gun sounded half a beat slower than the bullet. However, Kizaru is not dead. Of course, he's not a fairy who can dodge faster than bullets, but when Beckman pointed a gun at him, he didn't have any expectations of this person's credibility. And when Beckman was about to pull the trigger, there seemed to be a hint of killing intent, which made him instantly understand the situation at this time. Perhaps the moment the bullet pops out of the chamber, no one can escape the flying bullet. But if he starts to react when he pulls the trigger, Kizaru is confident he can dodge it. Bureau G. Chapter 325 Divine Soldiers Descend from Heaven. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru was entangled. Aokiji is also fighting with Ace. The Admiral Green Bull was pushed back by Ace's punch. These three scenes can be said to have brought a great blow to the morale of the Marines. Garp felt as if he was dreaming, and the scene in front of him was actually created by his grandson. There are so many strong people acting with him. Just a declaration in the newspaper, so many people from different backgrounds stand together. This terrifying appeal, to some extent, is even more terrifying than the strength of the four emperors level. You bastard. The five elders on the execution platform whispered to the green bull below the stage in a faint voice. Only a few people heard this sentence. When Lu Niu heard it, his face was flushed with anger, and his hands were shaking. But he quickly adjusted himself, and looked with malicious eyes at the people who were on the 14th while transporting ships to the Red Line. With a swoosh, he suddenly disappeared in place. Soon, people knew where he had gone. He was actually blocked at the end of the transport ship, which is the entrance of the Red Line. Hey, you scumbags, lousy still can't cure you. I saw his legs rooted in the ground, turning the area into a forest. Afterwards, the trees were even more intertwined, making the place even more chaotic. I don't know. I thought it was a tropical rainforest, but I didn't know it was 10,000 meters high. And the fate of the transport ship, at most, can't escape the fate of being shot down. Just when the Green Bull was proud of his plan. Advertisement. Suddenly a leg appeared from his face without warning. It's a leg that's risking Mars. Hoo. The flames roared, and the Green Bull kicked him in the face without any defense. With a loud bang, he flew out, and the whole person burned. Immediately afterwards, Sanji's figure appeared on the spot, and there were several people beside him. Naturally, they are the people of Straw Hat Crew. Hush Fur was thinking of sneaking in to rescue Shanks, but this guy looks so bad. I'm so sorry, Captain. 35. Sanji looked at Luffy apologetically. It's okay, haven't we come up already? Luffy smiled and looked at the execution platform in the distance. As if it was not the execution platform, but his happy home. He couldn't wait to save Shanks. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates are not the original scale. They were joined by many from Raftel. Among them are giants. So, when a group of people, including a giant, quietly came to the Red Line, and no one here knew about it, it suddenly appeared at this time. Suddenly everyone was startled. Straw Hat. Monkey D. Luffy. He came. He is One Piece now. 99. The Marines are all heartbroken. The big figures sitting at the rear looked solemn. Advertisement. They were far from expecting that the opponent could sneak into such a place silently. The most shocking and impactful is that giant. They don't even know that there is a giant hidden in such a close distance. Stop them. The order of the five elders has not yet been given. Someone was already moving. That's dozens of Marine Vice Admirals, and they're all veteran Vice Admirals. This time, it's the one to deal with. If we can catch them, we can definitely do Admiral in the future. Hehe. I really want to see how powerful One Piece is. However, just before they came into contact with Luffy and others. But it was stopped by a group of freedom fighters from Raftel. Although their mental outlook is very different from the people here, their combat literacy is unexpectedly high. And each of them has a pretty tough hockey. In just one encounter, they stopped dozens of vice admirals, and they were in a state of ease in one fight, two or even three. As expected of a warrior from a huge kingdom, he is amazing. Luffy sighed. Then they run to the execution platform. In their rear, Sanji has already fought with the Green Bull. The others at Straw Hat Crew guarded the entrance to prevent others from continuing to make trouble. In such a short period of time, the situation on the battlefield has undergone earth-shaking changes. The pirates, who were originally in an absolutely passive position, have already captured the entrance to the highland at this time. Advertisement. It won't take much time for the pirates below to attack, and the numerical advantage of the Marines will completely disappear. What a damn pirate! The five elders cursed. At the same time, he glanced at the Marines with some hatred of iron becoming steel. And Luffy and the others had already killed them at an extremely fast speed. All the Marines who encountered 130 on the way were overwhelmed by the three types of Conqueror's haki and could not move forward. One is from Luffy, one is from Su Yi, and the other is from Zoro. Although there are inevitably some veterans among these soldiers who will not faint, but in the face of the three people's momentum is stagnant. Among them, Luffy's haki is the strongest. There is no doubt that becoming the Pirate King has significantly improved his self-confidence at any level. Something has changed qualitatively. Yo, Luffy. Ace in the Sky took the time to say hello to Luffy, but Luffy was too urgent to respond to Ace now. He could only look at Luffy silently, and then continued to fight with Aokiji. The only thing he can do is to fight his own life and not let Aokiji free his hand to deal with Luffy. Fujitora drew his knife and attacked the three. With a bang, Zoro drew his sword and fought with Fujitora. Let me go to the captain here. It won't let you succeed. A golden Buddha stood in front of the remaining two. And Garp also stood up with a complicated expression. The two of them stopped in front of the execution platform like an insurmountable moat. Chapter 326 God Usopp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. They gave it to me, Luffy. Su Yi walked towards the two of them expressionlessly, as if he didn't see who was standing in front of him. And Sengoku and Garp obviously didn't expect the kid in front of them to despise them so much. Garp ignored Su Yi at all and wanted to intercept Luffy. Sengoku, on the other hand, hit Su Yi with a slap. Boom. Boom. Almost at the same time, both Garp and Sengoku were blocked. And Su Yi is completely worthy of his arrogance. He didn't use the form of the beast god at all, but simply turned his body into a sword wolf and blocked the two. And his hand surprised the two of them. The last time Sengoku fought Su Yi was not so strong yet. In such a short period of time, Su Yi has grown so much. And Garp was amazed at Su Yi's speed. Not only can he shoot both himself and Sengoku at the same time in a split second. And it can also diffuse the strength of both of them at the same time. This can only show one thing. Su Yi is a daring artist. If he goes wrong in any of these links, for example, if the strength of one of them is not well resolved, then he could be seriously injured. But the reality is, Su Yi did it, and at this time he was still at ease. Get rid of him first. 35. Advertisement. The two old comrades, Sengoku and Garp, just looked at each other and immediately understood each other's meaning. Now don't say whether to stop Luffy. If this guy is left alone, then he is likely to cause very bad consequences. It can only be said that the chaos caused by Luffy is really terrifying. In order to rescue a 4 emperors, it has brought so many emperor-level combat power. Just when Su Yi took on Sengoku and Garp, Luffy came to the execution stand alone. Naturally, someone stopped him on the way, but now it's not like any cat or dog can bully him. If at this critical moment, during the Great War of the Century, he was entangled by a third-rate guy who came out of nowhere, then he wouldn't have to be a one piece, just find a piece of tofu and kill him. The 5 elders on the execution stand is another Whitebeard among the 5 elders, and his beard looks like an upside down, Y. Until Luffy rushed in front of him, he still had his hands on his back and hung up high, as if he had nothing to do with him. On the execution stand at this time, Shanks was already here. He looked a little funny at this point, because Marine used a lot of seastone to suppress him. The hands, feet, and neck were chained with seastone shackles, and then chained together at the back. And then his lower abdomen, which was locked by a large seastone ring, and then locked with the execution platform below. After his knees fell, his knees were locked with the seastone board at the top of the execution platform. These multiple measures, even if he is Kaido, cannot break free. The two people responsible for the execution were standing on the side at this time, but they were unmoved when they saw Luffy kill him. Shanks! Luffy shouted. Even though Shanks was in such a situation at this time, he didn't look down at all. His expression was indifferent, Haki was exposed, and he didn't look like a dying person at all, but more like a returning king. Advertisement. Luffy, I'm sorry to meet you in this way, but you have to be careful. Shanks was eager to convey some information. However, it was interrupted by the five elders. The old man who had his hands on his back from start to finish suddenly jumped up and kicked Luffy's stomach. Puff! An astonishing scene happened. Luffy's stomach was kicked out of a depression like a pool of mud, and the other's feet were deeply sunk in. This kick in the air made the other party turn pale. But it was too late to regret it. His underestimation was the biggest mistake of his life and his last mistake. I saw Luffy smiling. Not only did his stomach not recover, but twisted a twist on the old man's leg at an exaggerated speed. The old man's legs were entangled like a shackle. Then, dangerous words came out of Luffy's mouth. Guo moruo. Swing bomb. The old man's body suddenly spun at a fast speed. At the beginning, with his super high combat literacy and calm attitude, he quickly kicked several moonwalks in the air to slow down. But almost immediately his speed was so fast that he wanted to vomit. Then he almost lost consciousness. However, he still struggled with his willpower. Before being ejected by Luffy, he yelled, "Execute now." Luffy's eyes suddenly widened. Conqueror's haki burst out in an instant, blue veins burst out on his forehead, and even the surrounding air shook, and the execution platform made a creaking and crumbling sound in an instant. Advertisement. However, the two executioners did not change anything, and miraculously persevered. Hey, do you think we'll use two trash? The red-haired haki is well known. If even his haki is afraid, then there is no need for execution. The old man taunted Luffy with a malicious tone at this time. He seemed to have seen the scene of Luffy's mental breakdown when the redhead's head fell to the ground. At this time, the two executioners had raised their steel guns and aimed them at the red-haired back to stab them out. Whether it was Luffy, or Suyi, Zoro and others in the distance, they were all caught in a fight at this time. Even a few people are fighting hard, and even their own safety seems to be unable to ensure. At this time, the people watching the live broadcast and the people who followed the war almost all widened their eyes, held their breath, and held the two steel guns on the screen firmly, and those 2 points reflected the strong sunlight, gleaming tip of the gun. They seemed to have traveled through time and space, saw the past, and saw the scene of killing Roger. Yes, Roger was killed after all, so what's the point of killing a redhead at this very moment? However, the accident still happened. With a puff, the tip of one of the good executioners pierced the other's chest, and blood spurted out. What? Luffy roared. The blue veins burst out on his forehead, grabbed the old man's neck fiercely, and punched him in the face. The fist of the armed color and conquerors, which was wrapped in an unknown strength, clearly made a clicking sound. Anyone who hears this noise can easily think of biscuits being mercilessly crushed. However, what people care more about at the moment is the 3 people on the execution platform. What happened to that person, and why did he suddenly attack his companion? However, at this moment, people did not have the leisure to explain their great achievements, but rushed Shikai to save Shanks at the first time. I saw that he quickly condensed several candle-made keys, and then simultaneously unlocked all the claws that locked Shanks. And after his hat quickly returned to its original state, the long nose exposed had undoubtedly revealed his identity. Usopp. Chapter 327. I am on the scene. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For Su Yi, giving a person the power of 2 fruits is undoubtedly an easy task. The 9-tails fox fruit is Usopp's secret weapon for big things. As a result, a splendid performance came to an end. When the red-haired shackles were opened, time seemed to have been pressed for pause, and even the air seemed to be evacuated. People forgot to breathe and looked at the man who stood up slowly. From this moment on, the battle situation is set. The war is over. The red-haired body exuded a breath that made Usopp almost suffocate, and he looked at the red-haired, this Haki in awe, making him feel as if he was in the sea in an instant, almost unable to breathe. Could it be that he has not yet become a good sea warrior? Could it be that he has only this courage? Usopp soon discovered that it wasn't. Not only myself. When Shanks said this, the real Haki spread like a tide, followed by the marine soldiers who fell to the ground like reaping wheat. You know, these are the elite among the marines, and it is almost impossible to be affected by the general conquerors. And then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. I saw that some 130 vice admiral, whose willpower was not firm, also became rigid. Advertisement. They were fighting the warriors from Raftel when their bodies suddenly stiffened, and as a result, they were severely injured. Raftel's warriors were strong against Haki. However, they did not continue to work, but looked at the red hair with a solemn expression. This man's Haki is really scary. This is Haki of the Sea King. It's strange how someone like him could be caught. Maybe his use of Haki is low. Shanks' words directly caused the people who were fighting to stop one after another. Whether it's Sengoku and Garp versus Suyi, or Zoro versus Fujitora, or Ace versus Aokiji in the sky, or Sanji versus Green Bull in the distance. And the pirates who are coming in a steady stream, who are obviously late, are stunned. Looks like it's none of our business. But there's still so much marine, are we really not going to fight? Idiot, you want to die, you all know that if there are too many marines, you still fight. And the people most affected by this shock are those who are watching the live broadcast. They originally thought that marine was so luxurious that this execution was just a show. And those who know more think that pirates don't even want to climb up the red line, let alone save people. But when things got to this point, it only happened in a very short time. As if in an instant, marine was defeated like a mountain, and the pirates were completely victorious. In an instant, people all over the world began to panic. Advertisement. Like a dark cloud cover, panic spread quickly. However, as they approached the execution stand, the phone in charge of the live broadcast exploded into a mess of mud. And Suyi finally met the puppeteer who was hiding behind the scenes. For more than 800 years, it was this person who controlled the world on the bright side and controlled the world. The leader was a cloaked being. She was like the stars and the moon, and she followed the 3-5 elders obediently. All the live broadcasts turned into pitch black. Above the red line, 10 seconds before the live broadcast was cut off. All the people in the Biba field who have seen, all looked in one direction at the same time. However, before everyone present could react, the decorative plants that stood in front of them showed a bare path as if crushed by some invisible monster, as if welcoming their king. The 3-5 elders then launched a deadly onslaught in silence. Luffy stared blankly at the person who came. He felt a nasty Haki from the other person. It didn't look like a living person could have it at all. It was more like a dream, incredible purity. The real situation is not as desperate as people imagine. Just when the panic almost turned into chaos. So actually the 5 elders have the right to control the world. Their speed was very fast, and when they passed the other half of the marine soldiers who surrounded Pan Ancient City, almost every soldier looked at a few people in unison. Im's voice sounded from the cloak, and it turned out to be a clear and melodious female voice. Just the arrangement of this position gives people a strong sense of impact. Advertisement. The next moment, several figures came into their eyes. But, the pirates will. Luffy, she's our enemy. What does that mean? Suyi smacked his mouth, showing an excited expression on his face. How can such a situation arise? Solve them. 2 emperors, 1 quasi-emperor, really terrifying forces. This means that the world actually has a ruler. What are you afraid of? The pirates are just another group of celestial dragons. As long as they still receive gold from the sky, what's the difference from before? In the eyes of people, the celestial dragons are the only nobles in this world, and the 5 elders are the people who speak to the celestial dragons. What happened? What happened? It's so scary. Shouldn't the pirates rule the world? 55. The redhead's expression became more serious than ever before, as if he was facing the enemy, he was facing the former captain. Unfortunately, when he subconsciously touched his waist, he did not touch the familiar hilt of the saber. It came out of the ancient city of Pan, or flew out. King of the world. But now, they are so respectfully following behind a person who no one has heard of before, not even a legend. Then what the celestial dragons do is similar to what the pirates do. Maybe in the first few years they may use the name to burn, kill and loot, but they will not be willing to come down after a long time. Chapter 328 God's Anchor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Compared to the response of Suyi et al., the expressions of the people at the top of Marine are very exciting. Redhead and Suyi still know IM's existence. But they don't know. They thought that world government, 5 elders was already the peak. Unexpectedly, after this, there is still such a person who can make the 5 elders bow their heads. This undoubtedly gave them a huge shock. At this point, the battle between the 5 elders and the pirates was almost imminent. 5 elders, one was killed by Suyi at sea. Just got killed by Luffy. There are only 3 left now. And among these 3, there are 2 masters who are at least royal level. One is the quasi-emperor. As soon as Luffy came up, he ran into one of the royal masters. The 2 fists that wrapped Haki collided fiercely, like 2 prehistoric beasts fighting. And Shanks fought against another emperor. Although he lost an arm, a leg, and even a saber, it didn't affect his Haki at all. And soon, Zoro in the distance killed him, fought side by side with him, and threw one of his prepared knives to him. At the beginning, Suyi made a lot of good knives for him. Now he is a big knivesman, and all the knives he threw out are quick knives. Shanks said thank you and took it decisively. With a bang, the sharp blade was unsheathed, and the cold light burst. 2 of the world's top swordsmen, against the swordsmen in the 5 elders, can't say whether they can win or not. Can only say when the win is. Look at Luffy again. After fighting his opponent for a round, he begins to fight as he pleases. No longer simply fight Haki with each other. Advertisement. And the way he used his fruit ability to play tricks on his opponent recklessly gave people a sense of absurdity. At last, Suyi and his opponent have nothing to say. His opponent is not a royal. On the other hand, he pretended to be entangled with the other party while secretly observing the situation at this time. In fact, the current situation is very bad for them. Although they have an extra help like Shanks, Marine has quite a lot of advanced combat power. Now they are only shocked by the presence of IM, but it does not mean that they are not able to fight. Once they come back to their senses, then they will face a 1-on-2, or even a 1-on-3 situation. Worse yet, that IM hasn't done it yet. Judging from the powerful Haki she just showed, she undoubtedly has the top Haki here. As for other support, Ace and Aokiji have fought far away, which is the result of Aokiji's intentional guidance to avoid accidentally hurting his own people. And they probably don't know what's going on here. And Jinbei and the others, these mid-level fighting forces, are entangled with those dozens of vice admiral. Even the pirates who came up from below only joined the melee with the Marines and had no time to take care of them. They are now in a state of isolation. I said, armistice. 35. The red-haired voice resounded on the battlefield again. This was accompanied by Haki's voice, causing everyone to subconsciously stop their movements. Pirates and Marine are enemies, but look at these people, do you know who they are? IM and the 5 elders didn't stop him. The redhead continued to speak. For 800 years, the whole world has been under their master. You don't even know that there is a king in this world. Many decisions made by the world government and Marine are the will of this person behind the scenes, and the so-called celestial dragons, it's just their pawns. Neither the Marines nor the pirates could understand what he was saying. Only Marine executives understood. Advertisement. They actually guessed IM's status too. But speaking from the red-haired mouth is so convincing and unwilling. As that's so, 5 elders. Sengoku issued his own question. Fujitora, who had fought Zoro before, had already put her sword in her sheath and walked to Sengoku's side. Garp also looked at several people with a solemn expression. However, a few people still said nothing. As if dumb. Sengoku exclaimed. 800 years ago, 20 countries established the world government. They stipulated that they were all equal to each other, that no one could rule the whole world, and even set up empty thrones as a memorial. 5. And the Marine is the institution they set up to protect the whole world. 35. We thought we were fighting for a noble cause. But the fact is that celestial dragons, relying on the achievements of their ancestors 800 years ago, stayed on the red line pampered, received gold from the sky, raised slaves, and lived a life of drunkenness. Now, you tell me again, there is actually a king in this world who is more terrifying, higher, and more powerful than celestial dragons. She can even use the 5 elders as dogs. His questioning resounded on the battlefield. People understand now. They understand the situation at this time. They all stared blankly at this. You shouldn't have said that. Im's voice came out faintly from the robe. Now, let the Marines kill all the pirates, and you kill me these prisoners. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0. Marine executives did not move. The justice in their hearts, their perseverance, their struggles, their everything, their worldview has completely collapsed at this moment, as if being trampled to pieces, they were smashed and crushed on the ground and vomited. Mouth phlegm. And now, the guy who spit at them even asked them to get up and continue to be her dog. Tick. A tear fell from Garp's eyes. Advertisement. He covered his face with one hand and his shoulders twitched uncontrollably. Sengoku lowered his head, his face dark and terrifying. Only Fujitora remained expressionless, and after a few seconds of silence, he slowly drew his knife. The tip of the knife, pointing straight at Im. Old man, you will not obey a dictator. Im not silent this time, but turned the face hidden under the cloak to Fujitora. 0. Seeing the reactions of the 3 Marine executives, she already understood something. Is that so? Do you two think so too? Im's tone is terrifyingly calm. After more than 800 years of vicissitudes, even a person with rich emotions will become dull. God's anchor. Im said these 3 words in extremely calm words. At first, people around thought it was something she wanted to say, to explain the word. However, in an instant, a monstrous haki rose into the sky, covering the entire battlefield. Its scope was more powerful than Shank's haki by 3 points. The people in this range felt like a sword of Damocles was hanging above their heads, and their scalps felt like they were exploding. One after another black flocculent things poured into everyone's head. Su Yi felt a strong haki pounding his brain. The number of haki is not much, but the purity is very high, and it has a special meaning. This use of haki is very profound, because he can vaguely feel a voice from the black haki, and that voice is the voice of I am just talking. But this level of haki wasn't enough to make him succumb, but he also thought of something. Turning to look at Marine and the pirates in the distance. At this moment, the Marines and the pirates, all of whom had red eyes, slashed and slashed at the people around them one by one, as if possessed by a demon. Their unstoppable movements resulted in nearly 100,000 Marines and pirates dying in just a few seconds. And those who are alive are looking for the closest people and killing each other. In just half a minute, the Marines below Vice Admiral, as well as most of the pirates, all died tragically. Chapter 329 The Fear of God. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What the hell did you do? Garp roared. Sengoku and Fujitora also trembled with anger. That's tens of thousands of people, almost 100,000 people, and they died in less than a minute. Not only Marine, but even pirates are not obliged to die. They still need to be judged, and some people's sins are not really big. But now, they are all dead. Luffy is even more furious. He yelled angrily, but the 5 elders in front of him stopped him stubbornly, preventing him from dealing with Im. It's only tens of thousands of people. After a few years, no, maybe a year we'll be able to recruit again, what's the fuss about? Im said calmly, and let out another haki. This time haki is 100 times stronger than the last time, and the goal is obviously 130, directed at Sengoku and others, as well as Suyi and others. This is to directly control their actions with the God Anchor. Suyi instantly felt a strong will descend on his head. For a moment, he seemed to be in the deep sea. There was no trace of light or sound around him. Gun. His pupils shrank, and a powerful haki pierced the surrounding IM haki, and this layer of isolation exploded instantly. And the others also broke free from IM haki's entanglement one after another. It's useless, it seems to be a little bit worse. 35. IM muttered to himself. Advertisement. It seems that he regrets not being able to enslave these strong men. But the ability she showed was beyond the cognition of everyone present. It is possible to control the actions of others directly with only haki without touching it, which is simply called devil fruit ability. And that's just one way to use conquerors. While Garp, Sengoku and Fujitora were afraid, their hearts were cold. They knew why IM did it. She is actually the king of the world for 800 years, and her existence must not be exposed to the world. Naturally, the Marines and pirates present were to be eradicated. Don't worry, Lord Yimu will not kill the three of you, but you must keep the existence of Lord Yimu a secret. One of the 5 elders spoke suddenly. Garp exploded immediately, and his blood rushed to his head. No need. You better kill Lousy, or I will fight you to the end. 35. But there was one man who reacted more violently than him. Fujitora's gravity sword slashed directly at IM. Devil Fruit's ability was activated, and a black slash flew out, and all the land along the way was deeply sunk into the ground, so that a valley that split the earth appeared directly. IM was forced to leave the place. Her disgusted tone came from her cloak. Devil Fruit. Why are you doing this? Have you forgotten that you are Marine? That you are just the dog of the celestial dragons, and the celestial dragons are my dog, so I am your master. IM's condescending tone looking at the 3. This voice matched the others' haki, giving people a feeling of unconsciously wanting to surrender. Advertisement. This time, however, Sengoku couldn't hold back either. What we believe in is only our justice. If it wasn't for the world government to rule Marine, we wouldn't be able to obey the fat pigs of the celestial dragons at all. It's even more impossible to obey the orders of the world king, because a small number of selfish desires and mutilate most of the people in this world. It's ridiculous. In front of God, talking about justice, the whole world is mine, your bullshit justice is just a daydream of weak worms, garbage that can't even live forever, and it will just turn into a dung in a few decades. Who would know that you existed in a few hundred years? Imna has been so confident since ancient times, as if reciting a history that has already happened. And her strength and the fact of immortality are certain, and this will happen in the future. Sengoku fell silent. Indeed, what can they do? Their justice, their struggles, and their efforts will eventually be erased under the scouring of time. In the face of eternal life, they are vulnerable. Even the 100-year history of 800 years ago has been completely erased. No one knows what happened in that era, who existed, what their names were, what they did. Even the traces they left have disappeared. If time cannot go back, can it be argued that these people never existed? They were never born in this world, they didn't do anything, their lives had no meaning, everything they did was in vain, even their wills were rotten because they were imprisoned in bodies with limited lifespan. No matter how great the will, how great the achievement, seems worthless in the face of eternal life. What's the point, even if they now achieve their own justice? What's more, they may no longer be able to achieve their own justice. Look at IM, the de facto king of the world. For such a long time, she has been hiding in the darkness to control the world, and at this moment she doesn't even show her true face. How arrogant, and the other party's performance it should come out of instinct, without the slightest intention. As this, God. Fujitora opened his eyelids slightly, revealing a look of blindness, and said without emotion. Advertisement. Can God be killed? 99. Su Yi looked at the 5 elders in front of him. This was the second person who did not have the power of an emperor. He had been observing Yimu just now, but as soon as Yimu shot, it was a big scene, and he didn't see more details at all. There is absolutely no way of knowing how the opponent will fight. Forget it. Let's end this battle. He indifferently ended the life of the person in front of him 1.0. It seems that even immortals can be killed. Step by step he walked towards IM. I wonder if your god can also be killed. Wishful thinking. I am not in the least bit surprised that the 5 elders were killed. She seems to have lost her emotional response and was indifferent to the death of the old man who had accompanied her for 8 centuries. Beast form. This time, Su Yi showed no reservations and showed his strongest form. When he stood in front of Yimu in this way, even Yimu was surprised, and even let out a slightly frightened whisper. Monster. Su Yi sneered, looks like you were afraid sometimes. Saying that, he grabbed a mom. Chapter 330 God's Wrath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi can use a variety of fruit abilities, Yimu already knows it. However, being able to show the current form shows that the number of fruits of Master Su Yi has reached an extremely exaggerated level. Obviously, Su Yi's previous fighting style was undoubtedly a disguise. How did you do it? I am asked for the first time. However, Su Yi did not reply at all, but continued to grab I am. Yimu quickly calmed down. Facing Su Yi's big hand, she raised her arm and made a downward cut. A pitch-black great sword flickered in his hands. There was a thud, as if something had been cut off. Su Yi's arm was still stretched forward, but a smooth fracture appeared in his palm from the wrist, and the bones, muscles, blood vessels, etc. inside were all exposed. His hand was severed by something extremely sharp. It's incredible to be able to condense hockey into a sword. 35. Su Yi whispered in his mouth. But although it was a whisper, the sound of 14 was enough for everyone around to hear it. However, it wasn't that he couldn't control it, but that he did it deliberately. Before, he clearly had stronger strength but did not explode directly, but delayed with the 5 elders and Marine, also to confuse I am in the dark. At that time, the red hair had not been rescued, and the pirates were still at a disadvantage. If he rashly broke out a powerful whole card, I am would immediately come out in full force, and no matter how brave he was, he would still have to bear huge pressure after all. But now, with the war overturned, he did not hide his strength. And it turns out that he was right. Advertisement. Looking at the entire battlefield, although the Marine and the pirates suffered heavy casualties because of IM's terrifying Anchor of God, some high-end combat power was retained. Overall, the pirate battle situation has an advantage. And now, the reason why he whispered in a voice that others could hear was naturally a disguise. I am showing the skill of turning hockey into a weapon, and he has already mastered it. When he first researched the form of the beast god, he unexpectedly became the master. In fact, he didn't do it deliberately at that time, but because in the form of the beast god, it was a huge consumption of spirit and physical strength. He mistakenly thought that his body would collapse, so he also wanted to wrap his skin with hockey like Luffy did to prevent his body from exploding and dying because of too much swelling. But it turns out that his beast god form is very stable. In the process of wrapping his body with hockey, he had a little more understanding of hockey, so he tried to separate hockey from his body. If the thin hockey that wraps around the body can be detached and kept in the air, will it be equivalent to a sword soon? And if you expand your imagination, in fact, this method of using hockey can have more room for manipulation. For example, make hockey into bullets and launch them, or shields. Of course, the latter is not necessary at all, because the effect of armament hockey covering the body is inherently a clever technique. Say it will now. Su Yi can suppress himself without using hockey, but watch his hand cut off. Immediately, his other 2 arms patted Im's body in a sneak attack. But to his disappointment, Im's reaction speed was quite good. Just listen to the clunks twice. The 2 arms were also cut diagonally. But that's not the end. Su Yi's beast god form has 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads means he won't die as long as he still has 1 head blown away. Advertisement. The 6 arms have brought his fighting ability to the ultimate. I saw that the remaining 3 arms had been inserted into the ground under Im's feet. Hearing the roar of the dragon head, the ground rattled, and then the ground was lifted open. Yimu stood unsteadily, and at the same time, he did not expect Su Yi to make such a move, and his attention was distracted for a moment. It's now. A cold light flashed in Su Yi's 3 pairs of eyes. Then, his 9 tails suddenly stood up like Sasori's tails, and each opened his mouth wide and exhaled dragon breath. Facing such an opponent, Su Yi must be cautious. And his tactics are to make I am lose his mind step by step. Now, he has succeeded. Yimu had a layer of black hockey attached to his body, and a black hockey pointed gun in his hand took Su Yi's head directly. If these dragon breaths rub a little bit of ground or something, the rubbed places will immediately disappear, as if they were erased by an eraser. Of course, the so-called slow is only slow for Su Yi. This terrifying recovery speed has already allowed Su Yi to fight in a self-mutilating way. Su Yi thought to himself, while continuing to fight Yim. And because of a distraction just now, I was unable to escape. A person who has lived calmly for 800 years, even if he used to be a fool, now he has definitely become an old silver coin. Su Yi suddenly dodged, and saw a dark figure suddenly rushing out of the dragon's breath. There's fire, there's blizzards, there's sandstorms. And so on and so forth. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just like blowing up a balloon to recover. Advertisement. Really confident in myself. Boom boom boom. She is like an invincible knight, wearing indestructible armor and holding an indestructible spear, slaying dragons. Who has lived for 800 years, didn't know what she thought of, but in short, her mood fluctuated again, and it was more violent than before. You are playing with fire. 9 different breaths directly covered where I am. And the other party has a terrifying and unfathomable force. A violent explosion, indescribable chaos mixed with the tyrannical dragon breath, washed over Im's body as if destroying the world. Su Yi noticed that even while Yim was fighting, those controlled by her haki were still fighting, with no sign of being abandoned at all. And he didn't want to use haki to defend at all, but flicked his tail, and one tail slapped Im on him. Im flew out upside down, and before landing, the 8 breaths sprayed again. Boom. But soon after, Im killed again. The two sides fought back and forth. Bang. Su Yi's wolf head exploded. This, however, annoyed Im. And Su Yi's broken palm and blown head were slowly recovering during the battle. And with the terrifying physique advantage, Su Yi was stunned that haki was useless at all, and it was difficult to distinguish between high and low with Im. And this is exactly what Su Yi wants to see. And when the dragon breath continued to breathe out for 3 seconds. Chapter 331 Suji Yuzan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The battle between Su Yi and Yim spreads far and wide, and the others can only retreat very far. And Luffy and the others were fighting the 5 elders again, and they had no time to help Su Yi, so they could only take a look at Su Yi's battle situation. But the sight was blocked by Su Yi's body. So I don't know anything about the current situation, and I am very anxious. Let's fight quickly, Luffy. The redhead said. However, at this moment, a scorching light suddenly shot out from the ancient city of Pan in the distance. The speed of the light was just an instant, and it hit Su Yi's chest. Immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred. A scorching fireball immediately enveloped Su Yi, and then quickly spread out, as if to engulf everything. At the same time, in the ancient city of Pan, in a hidden room, the barrel of a strangely shaped cannon was burning hot white smoke. This cannon is the size of the sunshine alone. But strangely, the cannon looked a bit like it had been dismantled from something. On the control position of the cannon, a celestial dragon with red eyes, obviously controlled by haki of Im, quickly withered and turned into a mummified corpse. At the same time, outside, after the explosion dissipated, Su Yi's body disappeared, leaving only a pool of hot, flowing lava on the ground. The radius of the entire magma pool is thousands of meters, and this is only caused by the aftermath of the explosion. Advertisement. You can imagine how exaggerated the power of the attack is. Im snorted coldly and walked to the vicinity of the execution platform on Moonwalk. Luffy yelled, "What did you do to Su Yi? What just happened?" Im coldly. "He's dead." "Impossible." Im sneered. "This is the main cannon removed from the Pluton. The power of one cannon to an island is no joke." Pluton. The hearts of Shanks and Sengoku and others were thumping hard. The power of that shot just now, they all believed that one shot and 10 islands. But if you think about it carefully, if an island is to be completely destroyed, it needs a very terrifying destructive power. And now, even the 4 emperors, it is difficult to erase an island at will. What's more, for Im, the price of firing a shot doesn't seem to have any impact on his own strength. This is the most terrifying thing. If all of them were present one by one, Im not even having to shoot and they would all die. At this moment, the atmosphere of the battlefield was simply reduced to freezing point. However, only one person is still fighting. Luffy jumped into the air angrily, and his fist swelled wildly. The exaggerated volume was much larger than Oz's entire body, more like two floating islands. At the same time, Conqueror's full coverage of both fists with armed color. Quote. The sound of the drums resounded through the sky, and Luffy's shouts spread all over the field. Advertisement. The fist of destruction may fall at any time. You are the last variable, beat him down for me. Looked up at Luffy in the sky, and a thought moved in his mind. Another celestial dragons in Panchang was ready to sacrifice his life to activate the Pluton main gun for the second time. Well, if I remember correctly, the Pluton can't fire continuously. The redhead said suddenly. What? I am stunned. Immediately, Luffy's fist has fallen. Boom. The big fists of the two islands bombarded the atmosphere, like two meteorites falling from the sky, to wipe out all life on this planet. At this moment, had no other way to escape from this place other than teleportation. She could only bite the bullet and take these two punches. Meteor shower. The last cry came out. Luffy's life force was burning wildly, his fists kept falling like a gust of wind and rain, the whole earth was shaking constantly, cracks spread all over the red line, and the force was transmitted to the sea, causing a huge tsunami, and the surrounding pirate ships and marine warships all fled wildly. Boom boom. The rain-like fist was faster than a punch, and even brought out an afterimage. The raging atmosphere was mercilessly torn apart, and the typhoon caused everything to fly away. Even the ancient city of Pangu, which had been here for an unknown number of years, was crumbling. The earthquake caused by Luffy's fist caused all the houses of celestial dragons to collapse, and finally the ancient city of Pan collapsed with a bang. This place became a piece of ruins. The typhoon blew everything away. The corpses of the pirates and the marines all flew into the sky. The people who were still alive barely resisted the typhoon, but the cracked earth gradually fell apart. A piece of rubble larger than an island fell into the sea, and the tsunami that set off made the four seas unable to remain calm. And at red line. Advertisement. As the earth shattered, a hot egg fell into the sea unnoticed. The wind swept away the clouds, and the place became empty and silent. The attack stopped at some point, the big fist of the island disappeared, and so did Luffy. There was only an old man who was in his old age, gasping for breath. Quote. The red hair crawled out of the ruins, walked over, and recognized the straw hat on the old man's head. As I am dead. Luffy's mouth opened and closed, and the redhead understood what he meant. Her voice is still there. The redhead had to speak this harsh reality. And where I am was standing. Good Jow, a black ball of hockey slowly dissipated. I am not looking at Luffy, but at the surroundings in shock. At this time, the red line has collapsed a large piece, and it almost collapsed completely. If it collapses completely, then the Grand Line, the four seas and the New World will be opened up. Then the chaos in the world will be unimaginable. Look at what you've done, now the whole world knows what's going on here. Im's tone was slightly angry. But then she smiled and said, but it's okay. Those guys who know the truth are almost dead. As long as you shut up, no one will know about it, and within 10 years, people will return to calm life. 9. As for you, Monkey D. Luffy, don't you know that excessive use of haki or devil fruit will consume lifespan? Chapter 332 Final Chapter. Previous chapter. Advertisement. Damn it, you didn't beat her. Luffy is a little unwilling, his body is very old, and his recovery speed is very slow. Zoro came over. The previous 5 elders had already disappeared in that mess, not just in life or death. But the sight and the color can no longer perceive their breath. Maybe it fell into the sea. And what remains here, except for Nami and the others at the entrance? It was the 3 of Sengoku and the 3 of Luffy. If you 3 help me get rid of the 3 of them now, then I can consider forgiving you. The 5 elders have suffered heavy losses, and the 3 of you can become my new servants. Looked at Sengoku, Garp and Fujitora. The expressions of the 3 people changed wildly. You fart. Garp suddenly raised his fist, desperate to kill That's your choice. Her tone returned to calm, and it seemed that her emotions had calmed down. Facing Garp's attack, she just responded with the same punch. The fists of the two sides collided, but Garp was somewhat lost and was knocked out. Your hockey is still too tender. Let's practice for a few hundred more years. Im's tone was sarcastic. Although the tone is that of a young girl, her qualifications can indeed be called an old woman. 140 maybe conquerors can't be improved infinitely, but in the past 800 years, the color of armed and knowledge has improved to an unimaginable level. The old man's conscience tells the old man, no. Fujitora was the second to kill Im. Advertisement. But his ability was easily resolved in front of Im. However, even so, Sengoku is still incarnated as a golden Buddha, and also hits Im. The old man has had enough of those stupid pigs from celestial dragons. Now you still want to make this old man a fool. Very well, you have shown your position and your ignorance. 9. Im sneered. However, at this time, the red hair suddenly showed a strange expression. As a man of the four emperors, he should not show such an indecent expression in front of his enemies, on such a tragic battlefield. But he still covered his cheeks, his chin almost dropped to the ground, and his eyes almost jumped out. Su Yi, Sengoku and Garp also looked surprised. Fujitora looked stunned, and Luffy also showed a relieved smile, looking behind Yimu, as if Su Yi really appeared there. Oh, when I was a 3-year-old child, Biba, this kind of lie thought I. Im not finished speaking, her head moved. She only felt that the world was spinning, and then she saw a sword, a black sword. But she didn't know who was holding the sword. Her head fell to the sea, and her body fell to the ground weakly, like a broken sack. Gods can be killed too. Su Yi buckled his booger and withdrew the sword of conquerors in his hand. Su Yi. She died. At this moment, the redhead couldn't believe his eyes and the perception of seeing and hearing, and even a little doubted that he was living in a dream. Such a powerful Im was killed so easily. Su Yi flicked the booger on Yimu's body, clapped her hands, and said, "Why don't you go and retrieve her head?" 5. The red hair felt a little nervous, and thought it would be better to feed the fish. Advertisement. Su Yi can actually block the old man's perception of seeing, hearing, coloring. Fujitora was still puzzled. He could hear Su Yi's voice, but he couldn't feel Su Yi's existence at all. This is really scary. Hey, this is Su Yi's trump card. It's very powerful. Luffy had regained his youth at this time, but there was still a strand of white hair that didn't seem to change back, but he didn't care. Let's be considered finished, right? How about going to dinner? Wait, what's the situation now? Didn't you just die, Su Yi? How come you are alive again, and how did you learn Yimu's moves, and why did Yimu get killed by you so easily? Sengoku seems a bit obsessive-compulsive and has to figure out the ins and outs. But what is certain is that this marine no longer regards Su Yi and the others as pirates. Well, it's okay to tell you. Su Yi sat down. He originally wanted to retrieve Yimu's head, and then use the memory fruit to extract Yimu's past memories to see what she looked like and what happened in the past. But now, he has lost interest in it all. Since this guy likes to hide in the dark so much, let's just pretend she never existed. By the way, let's talk about the 5 elders first. The 5 elders have already been killed by me below. Su Yi pointed to the sea below. That's it, I saw them fall, but it's strange that they haven't come up for so long. The red hair looked suddenly realized. Su Yi continued, he first showed his ability to ignore what he saw and heard, and then he showed his ability to make hockey a weapon. Everyone looked a little surprised. Afterwards, he talked about his thoughts on manipulating Yim's mentality. At first, Im was frightened for a moment when he saw him. From then on, a hole appeared in her numb, unbreakable rationality and calmness. Then, there is anger. Su Yi deliberately doesn't use hockey, mainly because he doesn't want to waste it, because his spirit is absolutely incomparable to Yim's. But Im took it as a sign that he was despising himself. Advertisement. As a result, the mentality that was already a little shaken intensified again. After Su Yi pretended to be killed, Yimu completely let go of his psychological guard against him. At this time, when Im had his back to him, he could kill Im at any time. But then Luffy made such a fuss that all the eggs he formed with Nirvana fell into the sea. Fortunately, he climbed up immediately, and also managed to deal with the 2 five elders that had fallen by accident. In the end, when Yim thought she was winning, it was also the time when she let down her guard the most. She could not perceive Su Yi's appearance at all, and she could not predict the related future. So, her death was doomed from the beginning. Even if her strength is doubled, Su Yi has a great chance of killing her. This is not the crushing of strength, but the crushing of intelligence. Everyone still felt that Su Yi's tactics were a bit incredible. They never imagined that this man could come up with such a tactic. However, Su Yi did not have the patience to continue talking. We should go. 35. Su Yi carried Luffy on his shoulders, ready to leave with Zoro. Now I am and the 5 elders are dead. The reign of the celestial dragons has come to an end. Next, whether this world belongs to Marine or the GM army, he doesn't care. Anyway, if there is a celestial dragon second in the future, he is confident that there will be people who will continue to resist. But that had nothing to do with him. Next, he will continue his adventures with Luffy and the others, while researching the effects of more devil fruit pairings. Paramecia's match is the most magical. If it is ideal, he may be able to find a way to return to the original world. But that should be a long time ago. End of the book.